What's going on, everybody? Welcome in to our 2024 free agency live stream. Today, we're going to cover every signing. We got live Twitter feeds down below. We're going to talk about everything. I still have a little bit of setting up to do with this setup that I will do live. We're going to have signings down in the bottom left. We're going to have the top 10 free agent slideshow as well. Free agency starts in approximately 22 minutes. There's already been a Blazer rumor centered around Jerami Grant with the Blazers and Lakers apparently having talks, so we'll discuss that. Eric, how's it going?
What's up, man? Excited for today. Hoping that we're not disappointed by a trade. I doubt we'll be hearing any free agency news concerning the Blazers. They only had one free agent, and that's Moses Brown. So, yeah, there definitely won't be anything in terms of players leaving or coming unless it's because of trade.
Yeah, it's weird because every free agency period, we go into it like, please do something for Dame. Please do something for Dame. And then we're just desperate because they never do anything for Dame, right? But this year, it's not like that at all, right? We have no expectations going in. And I don't know, it's stress-free. It should be a lot of fun, I think. Because of that, and we just get to see the chaos go down. You got a couple of big name players that could be switching teams, one of them being Paul George, one of them being Klay Thompson. So we'll cover that, of course. But man, it's just a completely different feel going into this year's free agency period.
Yeah, last year we still had hopes that there was going to be a big trade to save the Dame era, and then of course the morning after, we get the big news that Dame has officially requested a trade. So yeah, it's none of that kind of stress this year. It's just if Cronin makes some trades, please just get fair value back for them. Don't get ripped off by the Lakers or whoever we trade Jerami to if we trade him.
Yeah, so what do you think about this Laker rumor? The Blazers and Lakers apparently having talks centered around Jerami Grant. What do you think the trade package would look like if these two teams came to a deal, and what are your thoughts on it overall?
Well, I think it makes sense for both teams. I think Grant is a guy that the Lakers could use. I think he's the type of player they would, I wouldn't say overpay for, but that's someone that they would go all in with some of the remaining assets for. What I'm expecting back in a trade is complete crap. What I would not accept anything less than, they have obviously the rights to Dalton Connect, which they just got on draft day on Wednesday. And they can trade their 2029 first round pick and their 2031 first round pick. You're not going to get all three of those assets, but if you only get one of them, I'm disappointed. If you get two, I think it's fair on both sides. So I'm hoping for two out of the three, either two firsts or a first and Dalton Connect, or that's what I'm hoping for. Anything less than that, I feel like we gave Jeremy away and didn't really play hardball enough to get as much as we could out of him.
Yeah, and maybe it's one of the Lakers first, and then Rui Hachimura to a third team, and maybe a team's willing to give up a second first for Rui, and that's how we get our second first. I'm not sure. I don't really care for Rui on this Blazer team as currently constructed, so he's going to have to be the salary matching piece coming back, most likely, for the Blazers. It's likely going to be him and Gabe Vincent, which I don't really want Gabe Vincent's contract either.
Yeah.
So,
but that's why you got to get, I don't care what the contracts come back if they're bad, if you get two out of the three of those other assets. If you take on Gabe Vincent and only get one first that's protected or something, or even worse, like second round picks, it's horrible.
Yeah. 100% agree. Other things around the league that you want to touch upon?
Well, the salary cap ended up being slightly lower than expected, not by much, about $500,000. Chris Paul just waived. Interesting.
Yeah, Golden State waiving Chris Paul. So there's been rumors that he could go back to the Phoenix Suns, and of course they need a point guard. he would be, he's up there in age. He's definitely fallen off, but for a Phoenix Suns team desperate for a point guard, it makes sense for them to reunite. That's kind of where I expect him to go back.
I thought they'd agreed to push the guaranteed date back, so it's kind of surprising that they would just waive him instead of trading him, right? Or keeping it open for trades.
Yeah, a little bit. Golden State, who knows? They supposedly thought they were going to get Paul George if he opted in. The Clippers traded him, and then that didn't happen. And now Klay Thompson is said to be leaving. So that organization is just all over the place right now. We'll see what they look like coming out of this offseason, because right now it does not look good for the Warriors.
Yeah, but did you see the rumors on what, like, potentially the Clippers were going to get in that deal?
Not entirely.
So it said it was some combination of Kuminga, Moody, a first-round pick, and Chris Paul's contract. But the Clippers wanted pods, and the Warriors weren't willing to give pods. If that's any part of that is true, and the Clippers lose Paul George for nothing to a team like Philly with cap space, and I think the Warriors are kind of crazy for offering that kind of stuff, and I think the Clippers are stupid for not accepting that if they lose Paul George. So, and I just heard Shams right before we went on say that the Clippers are refusing to give Paul George a fourth year on a max contract, and Paul George wants that fourth year. They're offering him 3 years. That might lead to him signing elsewhere.
Yeah, I don't really understand that for either team. If you're Golden State, Paul George could maybe get that core back to contention. So what is your timeline right now if you're Golden State? Not giving up pods, like, I don't know, man. You should either go young, and I get it, Steph Curry, Draymond Green are legacy guys, but if you're refusing to give up Podziemski for a legitimate star in Paul George that could take you back to contention and get you another ring with that core, then it feels like you're prioritizing the youth over trying to get Steph another ring in a way. So I understand that it's a lot for PG if you're giving up Kuminga and Pods and a pick and Moody and Chris Paul's contract, but it would have made them better next year. Long term, obviously, it's going to hurt. So that's just kind of my question with Golden State right now, especially like they're moving off Klay, apparently. Apparently he's gone. I don't really know what their direction is, and I also think that made no sense for the Clippers to turn down because the alternative is they're probably going to lose him for nothing to Philadelphia.
Yeah, and like you tweeted, I thought Philly was out of the running for Paul George. Surprised they're not.
Yeah, so you actually had a comment after it said that they were like moving off of him, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember the exact comment, but basically it was, this seems like, oh, well, he wasn't going to go there, so now they're not interested. Right. And maybe it was because of this Golden State thing. Like it seems like Golden State thought they were going to land him. Philly thought they were going to land him, so they were moving on to backup plans, and now all of a sudden he's available.
And all of a sudden Philly's the front runner now because they have the cap space. I think they give him that fourth year to entice him to leave. Now you can debate whether it's smart to do so or not, but if you're going to go for it, you might as well give that fourth year. And then there's also the Orlando Magic, who would probably give him the fourth year as well, as kind of a dark horse. I think the Clippers, the Warriors, played this poorly. Philly just was patient and let things play out. I completely agree. I think that's what happened. Even Paul George thought he was going to be in Golden State, I think. And now that fell apart, it's like, oh, well, her new boyfriend was turned out to be a douchebag and didn't treat her well, so now she's available again, and you're going to be like, oh, no, I didn't like her like that. Nope, you're right back to like, oh, I have a chance again, right?
Yeah. It's always funny how it happened like that. How it can happen like that. Sorry, I got to respond to this text. Let me ask you this though. What do you expect the Blazers to do trade-wise right now?
I'm expecting them to trade at least 2 of Grant, Thibault, Robert Williams, and Anthony Simons. I don't know if they're going to trade all of them, but I'm expecting 2 of them, and maybe not today, but at some point, trading 2 of the 4 of those. And like I mentioned earlier, I'm expecting to be underwhelmed with what they get back for any of those players, except for maybe Robert Williams. If they get anything for him, I think you probably take it right now since you have Ayton and Klingon. So yeah, I think that's what I would be expecting.
I think right now it is very likely that one of Jerami Grant or Anthony Simons are traded. Mm-hmm. Apparently it's 50-50 that 2 vets get traded. I don't know if that means Anthony Simons and Jerami Grant, but those are obviously the 2 big names. I think at this point, if Anthony Simons doesn't get traded, it's more likely because the Blazers could not get back what they thought he was worth on the open market. I don't think they're, after Cronin's comments, after Ant's comments in his exit interview, I don't think those 2 parties are married to each other at this point. You had Cronin make the comments about trying to give Sharp and Scoot a runway, and there was no mention of Anthony Simons. And in the past, Anthony Simons has been mentioned with Scoot and Sharp, so maybe that means nothing, but that could definitely mean something. Cronin's comments the other day after they drafted Donovan Klingon.
Yeah, part of me wonders if, like, Anthony wasn't thinking anything, like, weird until, you know, like, they tell him he's the guy now. Mm-hmm. Last year once they trade Dame. And then, once again, like, all their moves are setting it up for a future that doesn't involve him, you know, and the fan base turns on him, you know, I mean, not the whole fan base, but I think more than not, most fans want him to be moved, which I don't understand fully. But like, I don't know, part of me wonders if he's just, like, feeling underappreciated, or like he isn't part of their plan, like you said, and is, like, okay with moving on, whereas a year ago I don't think this even would have been a discussion.
I think it's very possible he's okay with moving on. He had the comments in his exit interview saying he's tired of losing, he wants to play on a playoff stage, he's ready to win, he saw how everything went down with Dame, and then those comments by Cronin, it just feels like there's some legitimate smoke there. However, the number 1 spot is Orlando. We have to pay attention to what they do regarding Paul George and Isaiah Hartenstein. I think they land Hartenstein $20 to $25 million a year. What'd you say?
Klay too could be.
Yeah, I think Klay's going to LA. So if Orlando lands Hartenstein at like $25 million a year, they still have cap space to just outright absorb Anthony Simons in a trade, which is very interesting. So we got to pay attention to the Magic. That's the number 1 spot for Anthony Simons. It's just, if they're not on the market for Anthony Simons, then where does he go? Because it's not clear at all. And that's where I really get hung up with, okay, they could still keep him after all this just because there might not be enough of a market out there, even if maybe hypothetically, like, they're not fond of each other right now for reasons. Cronin's not going to look bad in a trade where he gives away a good player for nothing. So ultimately, it's going to be interesting to watch. There hasn't been any rumors with that around Simons so far, but that almost makes me think something is up, because there is no rumors around Denny Avdija. There was no rumors around the Bucks and Dame until it happened. This team, like, seems to get intel leaked about draft picks much more than they have intel leaked about trades.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I don't know. It could just be, like I said, I think that's because of what I mentioned this on our last stream, Cronin's the type that has people call and he just says yes or no to an offer when it regards his players. And then he'll say, like, call back if you want to offer more or whatever. He doesn't tell them what they want and stuff. So then there's no like, oh, well, these teams have been negotiating for a few days or something on a trade. But that's what we're hearing about Grant now. So does that mean it's not happening? But I think Drummond says the bottom thing isn't updating.
It's only one graphic. Yeah. I'll make it a slideshow at some point if I have the time. I'm just behind on the setup. I dropped a video earlier today, if you watched it, about Avdia Klingen. Dropped a podcast with Stephen Vaughn. That was fun. So dropping content, a little bit behind on the graphic setup. But it's free agency, you know? I mean, we got 4 or 6 minutes until it starts. I'm going to get the signings up on the left, and you guys will be able to keep track of everything. And the Twitter feeds are down below, so we're good to go.
Harden just re-signed with the Clippers, 2 years, $70 million.
Yeah, so that's under a max. You have to wonder, you know, if it's just because that's the most money he was going to get.
Yeah.
I think the dogs agree with that sentiment.
Yeah, I mean, for his age and production, I think that's pretty fair. Obviously, that wasn't what he thought he was going to get from Philly last year.
Yeah.
That was less than what he thought. But, yeah, I think that's pretty fair. I mean, that's probably an overpay still, but I think you have to keep him happy as well, especially if you're about to lose Paul George. So, yeah, I think that's decent for both sides.
Yep, 100%. What other rumors have we not touched on?
Well, there were a few signings over the last day. Pat Williams went back to the Bulls, 5 years, $90 million.
Much more than Avdia yearly. And Avdia is a much better player than Patrick Williams, in my opinion, at this point,
Sure.
man.
Absolutely. But there were rumors that he was wanting like a max contract or over $100 million last year. So he ends up betting on himself and doesn't quite get the payday he thought he would deserve.
Just can't stay healthy.
The Lakers re-signed Max Christie, 4 years, $32 million. What did you think of that, Tori?
I think that's a fine contract for like a eighth, ninth man, and he was kind of a fringe rotation player last year. Maybe not fringe. He played like 17, 18 minutes a game, and I believe around 68 games, if I recall correctly. So he's somebody that it's going to be interesting to see how much he plays with Dalton Connect in there now. I think Dalton Connect is better, but he's a solid player. He had a solid year last year.
Yeah. So that avoids him getting a bigger offer because he would have been a restricted free agent. His qualifying offer was a little over $8 million, so you actually save a little bit of money this year by signing him to a long-term deal. Yeah, JB Bickerstaff hired as Pistons coach this morning.
Yeah, did you like that?
I mean, I don't think it's bad. I think JB Bickerstaff is fine for a team like that. I don't really like him on a winning team, but I think in terms of a team like the Pistons, it's fine. I personally would have I would have taken a shot at an assistant coach or someone who hasn't gotten a shot yet.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's like bad or anything.
Yeah.
Royce O'Neal also re-signed with the Suns, 4 years, $44 million, right around what he was making. Kind of surprised at the length of the contract, but I think the Suns, after trading for him, didn't want to lose him for nothing, so I think that's decent for them.
Yep, makes sense.
And then the only Blazer news we've gotten, official Blazer news, was that they picked up the team option on Delano Banton's contract. It's still non-guaranteed until the start of the season for, I believe it's like $240,000 or something we'd have to pay him if we waive him from now until the start of the season. And then if he's on the roster day one, he's guaranteed a little over $1 million. And then going into January is when his contract becomes fully guaranteed. But it would be really stupid to trade for him and then pick up that option just to have dead money on the books. So I think it would be rather foolish if the Blazers then just cut them at this point. But I mean, that still could see them easily doing that and just say it's 200-some thousand. But so he's either going to be on the roster or traded, I think. And that also means the Blazers officially have 15 roster spots covered right now, unless they waive Tamani or Jabari Walker or make a trade. That roster spot thing is full. They don't have any spots other than their 3 two-ways. They have none for right now. They did sign, I don't know how to say his name, Kui. Do you know how to pronounce it?
I don't know. I know he had a couple of fans in our group chat before we picked him up, but I don't know how to say his name.
Yeah, so we signed him to an Exhibit 10 contract, which means basically it's either a two-way or he's going to get cut. It basically just gives the team an option to put him on a two-way. He's agreeing to have a tryout for a two-way, basically. And so he could be one of the two ways, I guess. They could be planning on just bringing back a couple other two ways. If that's the plan, that might be why they haven't signed anyone to actual two ways yet. Mm-hmm. So maybe Ibu Baji or Ashton Hagens or someone like that is brought back on a two-way contract. But yeah.
Free agency will open unless... Well, no, it just hit 3 o'clock, so free agency is open. James Harden got that extension. I'll try and set this up in a way that TweetDeck will update the Twitter feeds as well. I don't know how much of a flurry we're going to get, because oftentimes we get a flurry of re-signings, but since the NBA changed things up this year, there are a lot of guys that have already re-signed. That would normally be re-signing right now. You'd see contracts come in for guys like OG Anunoby, Pascal Siakam, but those guys have already re-signed. So it's going to be interesting to see if there's a flurry here or if it's just a little quiet. You got Luke Cornett is going to be the first. Well, it's not even a real free agent signing because he re-signed as well. He's going back to the Boston Celtics, according to Adrian Wojnarowski.
What was 1-year deal?
Yep, 1-year deal. Luke Cornett back in Boston.
The text is so small on my screen; it's hard to see.
Are you watching on your computer?
Yeah. Well, I have to have chat open too. So
Got you.
I can't make it full screen.
Are the Twitter feeds big enough? They're the same size they were last year. So, this is kind of the same layout as last year. So it should be fine, but chat, let me know if I need to zoom those out a little bit more.
They're saying it's fine.
Cool.
Just for the record, much like, or I guess it's not like the draft, feel free to chat immediately anytime you see news, but please, please, please double check that you're not getting ball sacked. Look,
and if you don't know what that means, it's a
person.
Fake tweet, it's a fake Twitter.
Make sure it is the actual person. Go check their follower count. If it's millions, then you're probably good. If it's 5, you're probably getting some fake news. So please don't flood chat with a bunch of fake trades or whatever. Yeah.
So Klay is departing the Warriors, according to Shams Charania, and sides will begin to work through sign-and-trade options, Eric. So if it's via sign-and-trade, what do you think are some maybe sneaky destinations for Klay? And before you say that, Kevin Love is returning to the Miami Heat on a 2-year, $8 million+ deal.
Nice. I think, see, when it comes to sign-in trades, I think you have to lower your expectations for what you're going to get. So I think it'll seem like it's not a ton of stuff back because one, Klay isn't the player he was before, and two, like a lot of teams aren't going to give up a ton for him. So I would expect something like maybe Kleba and Josh Green is about as best as you could hope for from the Golden State Warriors. But that would be helping a team in their own conference be better, possibly, unless they think Klay is so washed that he actually hurts them, maybe. But that kind of trade would also allow them to re-sign Derrick Jones. Mm-hmm. So if they could get Klay and have the money to sign DJ back, I think that's a really good move for them, a team that's made several good moves over the last offseason and trade deadline. So yeah, I think something like that would be the most they could hope for, because if he goes to a team like Philly or Orlando, like we talked about, they have the cap space to just sign with them. If he goes to the Lakers, I think he's just signing the MLE. I don't think they're going to trade between each other for that one. So I kind of, you said you thought you expected him to sign with the Lakers, and it seems from all accounts he got frustrated with Golden State offering in the low 20s for a contract. And he got so mad that apparently he's willing to just sign an FU contract for the MLE with a team like the Lakers just to spite them. And I don't fully get that, because this is a team that's given him a max contract even when he was out of didn't play a game for 2 straight years and all that, and has compensated him fairly well. But yeah, it sounds like he's just going to sign with the Lakers for and props to LeBron if he really does sign for less just to give them an opportunity to stay under that apron and hard cap to sign someone like Klay. I think that's really smart of LeBron, because what does like 15 more million on his contract really matter in the grand scheme of things for him?
Also, it's he's helping out the team that drafted his son.
Right.
So they got a good partnership there. Apparently, Klay and the Warriors no longer have a good partnership. It's crazy how things can change. I mean, Klay won 4 rings, and he'll let you know about it with that Warriors team. I don't think he's worth $25 million unless it's just a team with cap space to blow on a short-term contract where it's not really restricting you in any sort of way long-term. So it's a little strange that he got insulted by that, but ultimately it's going to be fun to see. I wanted a couple of big names on the free agent market over the next couple of days, because it feels like the past couple free agencies have maybe been a little bit mundane, and you got that right now with Paul George and Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson is going to have discussions with the Mavericks, the Lakers, the Clippers, and the 76ers. Now, Lakers, not a sign-and-trade destination if they use a full mid-level exception. Sixers, they got cap space, and they have, no free agents, so not a sign-and-trade destination. Mavericks are, Clippers are. The Clippers, though, can only sign-and-trade him if they lose Paul George, correct?
Yeah, I think if they lose Paul George, they could get their salary down. I haven't looked at it since the Harden signing, but yeah, I think they're pretty close.
Yeah, so that's probably full MLE, but I think he would go to the Lakers over the Clippers if they lose Paul George.
Yeah. Woj just tweeted Klay Thompson plans to discuss with Mavericks, Lakers, Clippers, and 76ers.
Yep. And then anything that's not on these Twitter feeds, please share in chat. That would help us out.
Yeah. Let me read off a couple of donations and member messages real quick. Mm-hmm. Nathan, member for 17 months, keep an eye out for Jake Layman. Would you want Jake Layman back, Tori?
Not really. No. I love Jake Layman, but yeah, he's not
And then our guy Josh Sargent with the $10 donation. I didn't have time to be on most of the live streams anymore, but I watch most of the recordings. Keep going strong with the 100 OG check mark.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it.
Yep. And then Bruce Davis, member for 19th month. Message, hi Tori, Eric, I'll not watch until sold. I think he means he's done with the Blazers until Jody sells the team.
I mean, if you can't find enjoyment out of this team at all with Jody still owning the team, then make the best decision for yourself. I can still find enjoyment with this team, covering this team, following along with this team, despite Jody Allen owning the team. So I'm still invested. I get all the frustration with the ownership situation. I also hope she sells. But until then, you got to make the best decision for yourself. Me, I'm still going to enjoy covering this team. I'm still going to enjoy paying attention to this team. The Avdija trade was fun. The Klingon draft pick. I live for that stuff. So
yeah.
Hopefully we can somehow get on the right direction despite the ownership situation. Fingers crossed.
Right. Jackson, member for 41-month message. LeBron pay cut, question mark. The cheap guy using Stream East? I don't know. For those that didn't see that, LeBron was caught at a game. I forgot what game it was. I think it might have been a WNBA game or something. On Stream East, illegally streaming some other game or something, which is funny. But in LeBron's defense, I have had situations where I pay for the channel to watch Blazer games and cannot watch them when I'm in certain places, not at my house either. So I have had to waddle into the Stream East myself a few times, into the waters of the stream,
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's necessarily cheap because you do Stream East, because I pay a crap load of money for my cable subscription, and I still have to use it sometimes.
Yeah, brutal stuff. Yeah, no flurry, man. No flurry. 3:10. We're gonna be live for 7-8 hours. We're just gonna hang out. I mean, we'll talk with chat. We might have an hour where we don't get a single shred of news. But I will try and do some digging during that time and see if I can share anything and try and keep it engaging, keep it fun. Right now, I'm just finishing setting up the rest of the stream because I was a little behind, but it's nice that I don't have to deal with a flurry right now.
Yeah.
We might have a 60-pick draft next year. I don't think there is any tampering.
Well, who was it? There was some... it was Chris Dunn, I think, was rumored to go to Phoenix.
Yeah.
Like several days ago. So if he signs with Phoenix, maybe they'll get another second-round pick.
They were going to tamper again?
I don't know. It was just funny.
For another mid-player.
That a minimum level contract was already being discussed for them.
What's funny is you can always buy a second-round pick, right?
Yeah.
So it's it's not really a bad punishment at all. Somehow I don't even know how the Suns ended up with 51 and 56. They pulled off a couple of trades somehow, ended up with 51 and 56 and traded up for 40. And so I don't think the losing a late second-round pick is scaring teams away from tampering. But I like having a 60-pick draft instead of 58. It's just a couple more players, a couple more guys that get to hear their name called.
Jack Tully says, nothing to do with free agency, but appreciate you blokes for always putting up streams and mint videos for us to watch.
Of course, man.
Yeah.
Of course, appreciate you.
Someone asked what we were expecting if we did trade Grant to the Lakers. We talked about that at the beginning of the show, but in my mind, they have 3 premium assets: 2029 first, 2031 first, and Dalton Connect, the draft rights to him. He hasn't been announced yet. They have a press conference scheduled for Tuesday to announce him and Bronny, or have their press conference. So I want 2 out of the 3 of those. either both picks or one pick and Dalton Connect. Anything short of that, in my mind, is letting LA off a little easy in terms of compensation, especially when you think of how much a guy like Mikal Bridges went for.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Rui to a third team for the second first-round pick might be the most realistic option there.
Yeah.
I feel like they're going to keep Connect, but I love Connect, and Connect fills a need on this team. So if you could get Connect back in a trade, then great. I'd take Connect in a future first. I'd take Connect and then Hachimura to another team if you can get a first back. So the Lakers are only giving up Connect and another Connect in Hachimura, and then they have they would still have their 2029 and 2031 first to put in play, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they could put that in play on top of D'Angelo Russell and see what they can go get, and they could have Grant plus whatever they get back for D'Angelo Russell and 2 firsts. But that is dependent upon Rui being able to get a first back from a third team. The Lakers are going to be better next year. If they can if they could add Jerami Grant, Klay Thompson on an MLE, and then package a couple future firsts, have them left over, and package them with D'Angelo Russell, very serious problem in the West next year. Because Klay Thompson, shooter, need that veteran. Like, I know Klay's washed, but he can still shoot the ball. Jerami Grant can shoot the ball. Third scorer there on that team. And another piece. That's very intriguing to me. I don't know what that other piece would be, but they'd be cooking.
Yeah, I think, in my mind, the Lakers are going to want to keep Connect. I think he's a really good fit for them. So
JJ Redick is gonna love coaching Connect.
Yeah,
man.
Pelicans already joked that the second they drafted him, JJ was already setting up pin down screens for him, like drawing up plays. But so I think it's that simple. You just say, we're letting you keep Connect, but dude, you got to give up your 29 and 2031 first then. And I think the pressure on Pelinka that Rich Paul's going to put on him and LeBron's going to put on him. You did nothing last offseason because you made the Western Conference Finals. You thought your team was good enough to run it back.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
And you still didn't do anything at the deadline, even though you thought you were going to. But, D'Angelo Russell starts to play a little better right before the deadline, and you end up keeping him. And so you went through 2 trade transactions where LeBron's begging you to go all in and use that 2029 first. And you told him, if we wait, we'll have 2 firsts available and 3 possibly if they would have used their 17th overall pick. So I think LeBron and Rich Paul are going to put pressure on them. And Pelinka is going to understand that LeBron's 40 or going to be 40. They don't have time to wait anymore. If they're going for it with LeBron and Anthony Davis, it's over the next year or two, and they have no other choice but to go all in if that's their path, and that certainly is the path they're going on. So I would just leverage that against them, and I think they're going to use those picks to overpay for someone, and why not have us be the beneficiaries of that?
Yeah. Can we benefit off something like that? It's funny because with the Avdija trade, Eric, I think it was an OKC fan, say, man, we couldn't beat that package for him? And it was like, wow, normally we've always been saying that about other teams' trades. It was kind of nice to be on the other side of that for once. So, I would like to obviously extract as much value as possible for Jerami Grant. I think it makes more sense to trade Jerami Grant than Anthony Simons if you just look at the market for both players. I think Anthony Simons is the better player. I think Jerami Grant has the better market. So ultimately, you just brought in a guy that can start at the power forward spot. They want to experiment with Ayton and Klingon together, Eric. I mean, it's just that's a disaster waiting to happen. But they got minutes at the power forward spot locked up with Avdija, and if they play, Kamara at some 4, Chris Murray next year, Jabari Walker, who knows? They don't need Jerami Grant. They can get off his contract, gain flexibility for the future if they get back an expiring. That's why I'm not a big fan of Gabe Vincent's contract back, but if you can get back future draft capital, you absolutely have to do it.
Yep. I completely agree. And, yeah, in terms of Rui, or whatever. Gabe Vincent, don't want his contract either. But if you get those two first, I think it's worth taking on whatever contracts they want to give you. And I do think those guys are flippable at some point, whether that's now or later. I think there are some teams that would take Rui. I don't know if you're getting a first flipping either one of those guys, but I think you could definitely send Rui to Chicago or something for Lonzo Ball and our pick back. And I'm not saying I think it's a priority to get our pick back, but that's an expiring contract instead of multiple years, and you get some value for Rui, and you solve the problem of him being on the team. And then who knows if Lonzo's going to play at all. So if he does, maybe you recoup some value at some point. If not, he just expiring contract, and you save money next offseason. So I'd be looking at things like that.
Wojbomb! The Jazz are planning to waive center Omer Yurt7. What is playing on my computer? That's on my laptop. Protein muscle milk ad. We got a bomb and we got an autoplay ad back to back, Eric. We needed to wake up chat. So there we go. Omer Yurt7, I mean, he could be a good third string center for someone.
Yeah.
For us, he'd be our fifth string center.
Oh, yeah, that was another rumor, speaking of the Bulls, that they have been offering to attach a first-round pick to Zach LaVine and still have not found any takers.
See, that's where, how many years does he have left on his contract?
It's 3. The last year's a player option for, 47 million or something.
Disgusting. Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I mean, if you could get a unprotected first, that's the type of deal you would do. But OKC would for sure do that a few years ago,
Yeah.
and then they would get a first trading him 6 months later, right? So yeah, I don't know.
Listen. I would be tempted if they were saying LaVine and an unprotected first for Ayton.
Yeah.
I'd be very tempted to do that.
I think we'd have to include Tease because he makes...
Yeah, Ayton and whoever.
Yeah.
I'd be very tempted to do that.
Yeah. So Ayton, Tease, and for our first back and LaVine and a 2027 or whatever first.
Yeah.
You do that?
Because that could be the number one pick in the draft.
Yeah.
You could draft your future star franchise centerpiece. Just, because you made a... People would be like, oh, why are you trading Ayton? He played so good. Why are you trading him for LaVine? It's another guard. I mean, in that case, you probably want to trade Ant and then just have LaVine be your sixth man off the bench behind Sharp and Scoot. It's not like... I don't know. It's not like you have to play LaVine. It's just he's still a decent player. Maybe you can rehab some trade value. Do something like the OKC did when they got Chris Paul and basically, they got an asset for taking him on, right? And then a year later they flip him for more assets. That's the type of moves that OKC has made. So something like that would be intriguing. It's just the Blazers, as Cronin has said, they're in talent acquisition mode, but they're also in asset acquisition mode. So if you can accumulate assets just by shuffling around some salary to different positions, that's fine by me.
Well, the way I look at it is Denny Avdia, right? 2 firsts, 2 seconds. We can argue about how much it would take if they were trying to save money, but let's just say it's 2 firsts for a player of Denny's caliber, right?
Yeah.
That means pretty much every summer there's a guy like that if you wanted to get, you could probably get him for 2 firsts. So I would much rather do those kind of trades and have the assets to be able to go after and keep adding a player of Denny's caliber each year than be stuck with the roster you have already.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
If you keep restocking that pile of picks, then you can always have that ability to make trades like that.
Yep. I wonder when the first non-re-signing signing is going to be, Eric.
Teams are really worried about tampering.
Yeah.
All right, we have to wait 24 minutes. Make it seem like we had this long negotiation.
Chat, feel free to ask us questions. We should be able to be pretty interactive today. So, it's a little different than Draftstream. Draftstream is just a steady flow of things happening where it's really tough to interact. But free agency is a little bit different. It's a change of pace. So feel free to ask us questions about the Blazers, especially about the NBA too, because we like focusing on the entire NBA as well. Shout out to Space Case for becoming an all-star member. Thank you for joining.
And shout out to Jack M for a $2 donation. SAG for flag. Love the stream.
SAG. I like that. Let's sag, Eric.
Yeah, that is good. It doesn't have to rhyme, so I still like capture the flag.
Capture the flag is, it's a good one. It makes a lot of sense. If it doesn't rhyme, it better make sense, it better be clever in some other way and capture the flag. Pretty clever, man.
Per The Athletic, according to Shaggy Squid, Nicholas Batum will not be returning to the 76ers.
Why? Huh. Normally you don't hear this player is not returning when it's like such a role player or a bench player. Also, he was good for them last year. Is he expecting more than a veteran minimum? Because that kind of sucks for the Sixers, because if they're chasing Paul George, they're going to have to let a lot of their own free agents walk, Buddy Hield, Tobias Harris, etc. To be able to get a versatile veteran forward that can be your 8th, 9th man off the bench on a vet minimum, bring back Batum would have made a lot of sense. So the fact that he's already not returning is a little strange to me.
I think they're just saying they're not. Or they probably were saying you have to wait, and he probably didn't like that. And it's like, well, I'm going to go elsewhere. I think the only one for sure willing to wait is Maxey, because he gets a lot more money and an extra year by signing with them, so it doesn't make sense for him to go anywhere else, because he's definitely signing the max.
He already knows what contract he's going to get.
Yeah.
And it's basically, just wait and sign this huge bag we're going to give you so we can also try and give you Paul George as well. Like, of course he's going to wait.
Yeah. And then, a guy named Users, or it could be a person named Users, asked earlier, what are we expecting from free agency? If you were referring to the Blazers in free agency, we're expecting absolutely zilch, because
it trades. Trades. Right, but
in terms of signings, nothing.
Yeah.
Unless we make a big trade where we have like 3 or 4 veterans going out and only 1 player back.
I mean, that's just impossible, because all our veterans make so much money.
No, I know. Well, like the Zach LaVine trade where we open up a roster spot type of thing.
Yeah.
Short of like something crazy like that where we don't have room.
Yeah, so like, I don't know, DeAndre Ayton and Matisse Thybulle for Ben Simmons and a pick. But I don't know why the Nets would give up a pick right now. They're rebuilding, right? So that destination doesn't really make sense. I mean, maybe you just do that without the picks if you really want to get off Ayton and Thybulle's contracts, and that would open up a roster spot. But still, the problem is, Eric, how much money are they saving? They still are right up against the tax. That's what's funny about the people that gave us crap for talking about the tax and then acting like the Blazers solved their financial flexibility questions by ducking the tax. It's like, you're still right up against it. So you can't bring in more salary via trade. You can't sign anyone to an MLE because you're going to go right back into the tax. So it's not like everything's solved and it doesn't matter at all anymore. It's still a thing that is going to affect moves, and that was the point that we tried to illustrate when we talked about the tax in the first place. So I don't expect much. But we'll see.
If they were going to sign someone, maybe there's a young player that they can get for like the minimum or something, and that probably would signify them moving on from someone else. So they'd have to be better than like Jabari or something to warrant cutting him. But I just have a hard time seeing that.
I don't know if he'd have to. I don't know if somebody would have to be better than Jabari for them to cut Jabari for them.
But I mean, he's under contract technically, and they're under the tax. They wouldn't save that much money by waiving him and signing someone else.
Yeah, but it's not really for money savings. I don't know why, but I don't know if Jabari's going to be back next year, just in general. So take that with a grain of salt.
Afro Thunder says, Yo, Tori and Eric, much love. Question about Utah's draft. I feel like the Jazz got away like bandits. Do you like their picks?
Yeah, I mean, Collier was a really good value pick at 29. Cody Williams was a good value pick at 10. Filipowski, I'm not a big fan of. And now
Fine in second round.
Now I'm a little less of a fan. Yeah, we're seeing all the weirdness around him right now. So, but no, they had a good draft. I don't think they had the best draft in terms of picks. I think actually what Washington did I like more, and what Minnesota did I like more as well. Those are my two winners.
Yeah, but I put Utah third. I really like their draft, in my opinion.
Sham Sharani, a tweet with cap space teams Orlando. What? With cap space teams Orlando focused on wing free agents and Utah focused on current roster decisions, and Knicks working to unhard cap. Sources say the OKC Thunder are in Eugene, Oregon, set to meet with Isaiah Hartenstein. I did not expect a Eugene, Oregon reference 30 minutes into free agency from Shams, but there we are.
I believe he was born in Eugene or something, yeah. And his dad, I think, played for the Ducks. So that's why.
Yeah, 100%. Hartenstein in OKC. You remember the mock off season I had a couple years ago, and I was the Hornets, and I got Chet and Hartenstein together.
Yeah.
And it was like, I've been a believer in Hartenstein for a long time. Shout out to Reese. He was very early on Hartenstein Island, but I joined him there pretty quickly, and he has been phenomenal. He was a big that we were begging for a couple of years ago as like an MLE signing when we ended up signing GP2, because we thought he was obviously much better than Eubanks, but we thought he could replace Nurk or maybe even be better than Nurk and be the type of big we need. And now he's turned into a top 5 defensive big man in the league, in my opinion. Offensively, can pass a little bit, and is just very solid. And pairing him next to Chet is a defensive nightmare for opposing teams. I like him in Orlando, but it seems like Orlando's focused on wings. Now, if Orlando misses out on Hartenstein, and Orlando misses out on Klay, and Orlando misses out on Paul George, I think that is maybe bad news if you want to keep Anthony Simons, but if you want the Blazers to get back good value for Anthony Simons, the Orlando Magic striking out on other targets could make them a little desperate to make something happen, and Ant, that is clearly the best fit for him on and off the court. He's from Orlando, and they need shot-making, shot creation in the backcourt. He's young enough to fit the timeline with Franz Wagner, Paulo Banchero. He can play the point guard spot, but doesn't have to handle all the playmaking duties because Banchero is a bit of a point forward. Wagner can handle the ball. And defensively, they were really, really great last year. So you're not relying on Ant to come in and contribute defensively. They have the guys around him. So it's just a match made in heaven, and Orlando has some other assets. So it'll be interesting to keep tabs with them through this free agency period just to see if they strike out on all these guys that they're after, because I guess they're hyper-focused with Klay and PG right now, Eric, but I don't think those two guys are as realistic for them as Isaiah Hartenstein is, and Isaiah Hartenstein fills a position of need. They need to fill that center spot. I don't like Wendell Carter Jr. starting there. But if they're kind of sitting out on Hartenstein right now because they're so focused on guys that are unlikely to come there, I think that might be a bit of a mistake, but might be a good thing if the Blazers are set on trading Anthony Simons for them getting back proper value.
Yeah.
Cidery tweet on Hartenstein right now.
It wasn't anything. I looked. Just that OKC's meeting with him.
Yeah.
Per Shams, which we already read off.
What's up, Dionysus? Some people aren't very logical, man. Thank you for being logical and having our back.
Yeah, I mean, but who cares? People think.
Yeah. Ant to Jazz, maybe? Yeah, maybe the Jazz would be a destination for him. I don't really know what their plans are or what their direction is. And I don't trust Joe Cronin trading with Danny Ainge. Timothy says, I just tuned in. Sorry if I missed it, but if anything, what interests you that the Lakers have that we could get back for Grant? Connect, 2029 first, 2031 first. Rui to a third team, maybe for a first. 2 of those 4 assets is the minimum for me. Will CP3 retire? No, I think CP3 is going to go to the Suns. Hey, Eric and Tori, if we trade JG to the Lakers, what would we even take? I wasn't here for that, but I just answered it, so hopefully you heard the answer 20 seconds ago.
And that's the 3rd time we've answered that question. I know it's going to be on a lot of your minds, but we can't just every time someone new comes in who hasn't been listening, answer the same question over and over.
Well, we can if the free agency's not going to do anything. GP, yeah, it's funny, but I mean, people just tune in and they don't know. They don't know. Keep asking your questions. We appreciate it. Just basically, if we ignore a question about Jerami Grant to the Lakers or something, it's not personal. It's probably something we've answered before. And at this point, Eric, I mean, there's not too much to go off of other than that. I'm hoping that there's an update regarding that situation before the end of the day, and we can talk about it more and talk about something with substance.
Yeah. We knew this was going to be a waiting game today.
Yeah, so kick up, get some popcorn, have some food. I don't know where you're watching us. If you're watching us on your TV, put your feet up on the coffee table. If you're working out, then maybe we can, I don't know. It's probably going to be too sleepy over here with nothing happening to motivate you with your workout, but hopefully we can. If there is anyone working out, Eric can give you a very primal, motivational speech if you want. Would you want to trade both Jerami and Simons, or do you want to keep at least one vet? I am okay with trading both, just depending on the value that you get back for them. I think it is very likely that one of those 2 guys gets traded. I've heard some people think it's more likely that Ant gets traded. But all the rumors have been around Jerami. It's interesting because with the Avdija trade in Washington, all the rumors, right before the Avdija trade, were across the league was they're trading Kyle Kuzma. And then out of left field, there was an Avdija trade. And it wasn't Kyle Kuzma. So just because there's one player in rumors more doesn't mean that they're more likely to get traded necessarily. And especially when it's a rumor like the Lakers and Blazers have had talks, then, it's just discussions. They could be very far apart for all we know. So I don't know exactly what's going to happen. I do think one of Ant and Grant get traded. I think it's 50-50 that 2 vets get traded. Vets could mean Robert Williams III, Matisse Thybulle. What would be a starting lineup you would like to see given the roster currently? 4 of the following 5, Eric. Let me know if you agree with this. Sharp, Scoot, Ant, Kamara, Avdia. I want 4 of the following 5, point guard through power forward, and then I want Klingon starting at center.
Yeah, I also would like Klingon to start at center, but that's not going to happen on the current roster. So I would say Ant, Scoot, Sharp, Avdia, Ayton is... Well, never mind. Because Grant's still on the roster.
Basically, I said 5 of those 4 because if they trade Ant, then you're starting Scoot, Sharp, Avdia at the 3, Grant at the 4. If you trade Grant, you're starting maybe Scoot, Ant, Sharp, 3 guards, Avdia, and then whoever the center is.
Yeah. Kevin asks, any free agents you would want for this team? Sure, but we're not going to sign anyone, so it doesn't matter. And Jason Howard says, do you guys ever get frustrated that big-time free agents never sign here? I always get tired of hearing about the same 5 teams every year: New York, the LA Lakers, LA Clippers, Philly, and Miami. So I don't personally get frustrated because since 2016, the Blazers have managed their cap horribly, whether it's Olshey or Cronin. And they haven't really had the ability to sign any of these free agents. Look at a team like Orlando right now, who's going to be major players for some of these big time. Now, maybe they get leveraged and don't end up signing any of them. But if you're an Orlando Magic fan right now, you could have said the same thing for a long time that, oh, we hardly ever signed free agents. And now you're in a position to be possibly one of the biggest players in free agency. I think with the new CBA, if you have cap space, you can be a player. If you don't have cap space or the ability to absorb contracts and things like that, you're not going to be a player if you're a small market team. So the only exception to that, I believe, if you have your full mid-level exception, you will eventually get your choice of several good free agents that don't get the deals they were expecting from other teams. So in the future, if you're not going to be having cap space, I think your best move is to open up your your non-tax full mid-level exception and just hope that you can convince one of the free agents that doesn't get a big deal to sign elsewhere. I don't get upset that the Blazers aren't mentioned as a team that's going after free agents because we don't have money to sign anyone. So it's not anything worth getting upset about. Am I mad that we are in a position in a rebuilding team to not have money right now? Yeah, that sucks because I think we would be able to take advantage of it right now and get a lot of assets. But right now, we don't have any way to sign anyone other than a minimum contract, and we have no roster spots available, so it doesn't make sense to sign anyone. We technically could use a mid-level exception or a chunk of it, but then that puts us right back into the tax, which we just got out of with the Avdia trade, so it makes no sense to do so.
The Clippers are trying to trade Russell Westbrook.
What? That's funny.
Also, I'm not frustrated going into this year because we're rebuilding. I was more frustrated in the past when it was like, man, we need to get one of these guys.
Yeah. So, yeah, but this wasn't anything but like the Gary Payton using our full mid-level exception or getting hard cap to sign Gary Payton when there were other free agents like a Bruce Brown that would have came here for the same contract. Those kind of things were frustrating. Don and Jay Torre with a $2 donation. You guys excited for the free agency? Big fan here.
Oh, I was going to say, normally he starts the donations with a big fan here. I was going to be upset if he didn't include it.
Yeah.
I mean, we're always excited to stream free agency, even if nothing's happened. It's cool to have, almost 700 of you in here hanging out, watching the stream. We appreciate that. It's just a big day for the channel, for the community. And during the off season, we stream Mondays, Thursdays, so you can still tune in for that. And those have been pretty lively this off season. But it's nothing like middle of the season post game shows, everything that goes into that. In case you're new to the channel, we do post-game shows after every game, full in-depth breakdowns of everything you see. But always fun to have a big stream and cover free agency and speculate on trades that could happen at any minute. And, the anticipation is killing me, man. I'm just ready for a bomb out of nowhere. A Woj bomb, right? Shams bomb, although Shams bomb doesn't sound right. What does Shams call his tweets? What do we call Shams tweets, Eric?
A sham?
Sham scams. Sham bam. I kind of like that. Sham slam. I like that as well. I wonder when there will be Donovan Mitchell news. Yeah, so that's actually something we haven't talked about. Thank you, Ashley. Donovan Mitchell, there was questions about whether he was going to be willing to re-sign with the Cleveland Cavaliers long term, but everything lately has been he's going to re-sign with them. Mm-hmm. That opens up the can of worms of, does Darius Garland get traded? Because there's been the report that Darius Garland will want a trade if Donovan Mitchell signs a long-term extension. And I think part of that is just due to Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland maybe aren't the best backcourt to coexist together. Garland had his best season and an all-star season the year before Donovan Mitchell got there. And since then, since Garland isn't the lead guard anymore, his production has slipped a little bit. So him looking out for the rest of his career and probably wanting to be the lead guard, if Donovan Mitchell resigns, then there's going to be potentially trade rumors around Darius Garland. But ultimately, I think the Cavs just play hardball and keep him. Cavs were in a weird position going into this offseason, but being able to re-sign Donovan Mitchell is a huge step.
Yeah, I think I heard a little bit of rumblings about a Garland for McHale type swap before McHale got traded. I thought that might have been interesting for both teams, but that's obviously out the door now. There's a lot of, because I think Cam Johnson or Dorian Finney-Smith would be a good fit for the Cavs, but I don't think you have to give up Garland to get either of those guys. So I think you're right. They end up just calling his bluff and keeping him, even if he's kind of unhappy.
Shamrock is good. A Shazammy.
Man,
If what?
I was just thinking about this. If I've heard nothing about this anywhere, but if the Clippers were for sure losing Paul George, would you try to get the Cavs to show some interest in him and do a Garland for Paul George type swap?
I mean, you got to do something, right? If you can get anything back, I mean, Garland would be amazing to get back at this point for Paul George. And, Paul George has to want to go there, though. And is he going to want to go there over some of the other destinations? That's probably unlikely, but,
yeah.
I mean, he fits what they need. I think swapping Garland out for Paul George makes him better immediately than, they can go find a point guard to replace Garland that is maybe less ball dominant but good playing off the ball and maybe a little better defender, and everything just fits better. That would be interesting. Is CJ coming off the bench next season? What do you think they do with CJ? They got DeJounte Murray now. I think Murray and CJ can fit together. I don't think that's really a problem, but I don't know. I think they start together. I don't know who else they'd start. Also, Eric, I just thought of something. What if Paul George leaves? We need to save some salary. We need a veteran mentor for Scoot now that Brogdon's gone. So we trade for Russell Westbrook.
I mean, who are we trading?
I don't know. Thibault for Westbrook, and
how are they doing that?
if Paul George leaves, right?
They're using their mid-level to absorb him or something.
Well, if Paul George leaves, they're under the apron, the first apron.
Maybe. But isn't Westbrook making like $4 million?
He's making $4 million, but like any minimum on top of that matches Thibault. Any minimum on top of that is like very close to matching Robert Williams as well. So I think Robert Williams would make more sense there. I don't think it's realistic at all. It's just, I mean, it would be funny. It would be funny.
I'm not doing anything like that unless we get like picks to do so. But after what the Blazers disaster class in the second round on Thursday.
Yeah.
I don't even care about them acquiring second round picks right now because they turned the 40th pick in a draft into nothing.
Yeah, into straight up cash, man. It's just disgusting stuff.
Oh, did you hear what the payout was for all the non-tax teams last year?
Yeah, like 11.6 mil.
11.96 million, almost $12 million that the Blazers got for not being in the tax last year.
Yep. How much do they get for their 40th pick?
I don't know. I never actually saw what it was.
Chat, if anyone knows what they got for the 40th pick, let us know. If you're just tuning in for the stream, we'll be here all day. We'll have the live updating Twitter feeds. You can put us on in the background, so we will react live when something happens. So that way you don't have to be checking your phone all day. That way you don't have to be hoping that your phone sends through the push notification when one of these guys below tweets, right? This free agency stream is designed to make things easy for you during the day.
Elizabeth Allen says the Nuggets have interest in Westbrook.
They just traded Reggie Jackson.
Yeah.
Could Russ even fit there, though? That's just a weird fit to me.
Yeah.
Emerson, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Has anyone heard what Vacation Jody is going on with all those cash considerations? Chat, where do you think Jody Allen is going with the $12 million tax payout? Nuggets interested in Micic, too. Micic would be better for them, I think. But isn't Micic on the Hornets? Wouldn't they have gotten him back? Or is he a free agent?
I think he's not a free agent.
Yeah, so I feel like they would have gotten him back when they sent Reggie Jackson to Charlotte. Going cheap and went to Sun River probably.
She wouldn't go somewhere in Oregon.
She's more likely to go to Antarctica than Oregon.
She's in like Jackson Hole, Wyoming or something.
Oh man. Shout out to anyone in chat if they get that joke.
Does she get access to the yachts?
She shouldn't be. She shouldn't be allowed access to the yachts. Was it? I don't. I'm not gonna go into her past. Just a little Antarctica joke, and that's it. Anyway.
Yeah, lots of people are mentioning that the Pelicans could potentially be interested in Brandon Ingram or in DeAndre Ayton. I find it hard to believe they'd trade Ingram for him. And they have trouble matching salary unless CJ is dealt to another team.
Bring CJ back. How could that work? Maybe I've set up a fanspo. A good old-fashioned fanspo.
We're not getting Zion for Aiden, right? Be real, man.
Alright, let me set up fanspo, actually.
I don't even know what teams would want CJ right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Aiden and Grant for BI is way too much money. That doesn't work.
Okay, we'll do this. Yeah. Get the ads off the screen will be good.
Aiden and Grant for Dame.
Okay. They're not trading Herb Jones. They already traded Larry Nance. Is Larry Nance... Is that trade official yet, or do they have to wait?
I think it had to be official because of DeJounte's extension.
Yeah. So let's just ignore those guys. Are they actually a second apron team? They're not, right? Fanspo is like...
I think they are because DeJounte bumps up to like 30 million now.
Dang. So yeah, they have to trade Ingram because they have to trade more salary.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think that's happening. So unless Ingram's going to a third team, and they value Ayton more than that.
What, like a third team and get a good cheap player where they could, but they can't aggregate. So Ingram would have to match Ayton, and then they'd have to throw somebody else in there.
Do they make the exact same amount?
Ingram makes $2 million more than Ayton.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah. I just, they'd need another player back that could like help them right away in order to flip Ingram for Ayton.
Yeah.
But they'd have to be cheap because you'd have to like throw in Jordan Hawkins to match. Or Herb Jones to match, or CJ maybe. Maybe they give up CJ and Ingram because then you'd have Trey Murphy, Herb Jones as your shooting guard, small forward. Yeah. Where do you think is a good spot for Ingram then?
Well, I thought Atlanta might, but he wasn't included in the DeJounte trade.
I know. Dude, I don't... Dallas? Lakers?
The Kings has been the biggest rumor.
Alright, let's mess with this. And let me know if something comes across the Twitters while I have this up. Kings? Is there a way to send CJ to the Kings as well? That's a lot of freaking salary, man.
I don't think so.
So, okay. We get back Herter. They get back Barnes and Ayton. And the Kings got to trade out another... Oh, goodness. Trey Lyles to Portland. Vezenkov to Portland. They still got to trade out...
They traded Sasha.
Oh.
It's not official yet.
Where did they trade him?
Toronto. They got Jalen McDaniels.
So basically in this trade, we'd have to take back CJ. Which is... I don't... They're like, what's the point, you know? Or you'd have to flip CJ to a fourth team. But what fourth team is trading for CJ?
Wait, what?
What's up?
Why does CJ have to be involved?
In order for them to get back like another player that's better. But I don't know. That's not from the Kings though, which is the problem. So there's really no way to make Ayton to New Orleans work. Because they're not trading Ingram for him straight up. So Ingram to a third team. Maybe they don't include CJ, and maybe we do. I guess the Kings could give up 2 picks. Like if they could get 2 picks in Ayton.
Yeah.
Then maybe I think it'd have to be.
But then what are we doing it for?
Kevin Herter.
Yeah.
I mean I don't know, dude.
Tobias Harris is receiving interest from Pistons, Jazz, Spurs, Mavs.
So 3 rebuilding teams and the Mavs.
Clippers are looking to trade PJ Tucker.
Where'd you hear that?
Shams.
Oh, did he tweet that?
I don't know. That's what Snaggy says.
Gotcha.
So I see a couple comments in chat. Joshua Willard says, please don't pick up Levine with fraying hands. And then I see James says, Portland for Levine, not on Portland timeline. No way PDX trades for Levine. All right. This is like super important. I'm going to have to repeat this several times.
Yeah.
But Portland is not in the same situation they were when they had Dame and they were trying to win. They are in a situation where they should be getting as many assets as possible. If you get some good premium assets for taking back a player, then you should be focused on what assets you get, not who the player coming back is. If they just traded like Ayton for Levine, that's stupid. They have no reason to do that, and it makes no sense, and I would completely agree with you. If they get a couple of firsts or something for doing so, because no one else would take Levine's contract and the Bulls are desperate to get rid of it, then I think it becomes more logical. But in a lot of trades we get, like if we trade Grant to the Lakers, in my opinion, it doesn't really matter. We know what 3 or 4 contracts they have to include some sort of to make it work. So they're not going to we shouldn't focus on, oh, Gabe Vincent sucks, I don't want him. Yeah, I don't want him either. But like you have to take him to make a trade work. And as long as we get compensated fairly in terms of assets for it, it's fine.
Yeah. There's contracts that facilitate a deal, and that's their only purpose of being a part of the trade.
Dro says Denny went from loser to loser.
Okay. Aeromancer is drinking early today.
What did he say?
Clinging
for
Gabe Vincent.
Why even type that, Aeromancer? What?
Because
what was the point?
That's a great trade idea. That's why.
Rugrat Snag says Laurie to Portland.
Good luck. They want like 10 firsts for him.
They are either going to keep Laurie or get an absolute haul for him. With the Denny Abdia trade, it makes no sense for Portland to get someone that's basically the same position. So I don't know why we would do that.
Yeah.
Maurice wants you to do ant trades on Fanspo. He wants me to get triggered, I guess.
Ant trades, huh?
Reese says 2 bombs. Woj bomb.
don't see anything from Woj, but Sham says Neemias Queta re-signed with Boston, multi-year deal.
Nice.
Yeah,
Wait.
we get Yurtseven, Queta, and Westbrook.
Jerami for Laurie, they're not going to accept. Why would Utah do that?
Yeah. Yeah. No way.
Andre Drummond to Sixers.
Nice. Do we finally get a new signing that's not a re-signing, although he has played there before?
Yeah. It's a re-sign from the past.
When is Paul Reed's non-guaranteed date?
I don't know.
Can you check Spot Track?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Drummond, that must have been a minimum, right?
Yeah.
I don't think there's cap space.
Two-year, $10+ million deal. Dang. I thought it was gonna be a minimum too. Well, Eric, we finally have our first signing.
It's non-guaranteed until January 10th.
That's strange.
Yeah. For it not to be like a minimum.
So are they? So is this Drummond signing them fitting him into their cap room exception after they use their cap space on Paul George? That's what I would guess.
Although I believe they have enough cap to do stuff after George.
Yeah, then maybe it's that. This, Eric, this means Paul Reed is gone.
You have to think so.
Yeah, there's no way they keep him. Because he's like 7.5, 8 million non-guaranteed, and they want that cap space, and they just signed Andre Drummond.
Yeah, they could still trade him, I guess. But they also, looks like they don't have to make that decision until into summer, so.
Yeah.
Drummond or Eubanks, who's better? Come on,
Drummond.
Max. Come on.
Drummond. Yes.
I'm gonna look something up.
Have fun.
All right. Guru of basketball. This is, I know you've been in a lot of streams lately, so I'm giving you one warning. Do not post bullcrap that you're making up. Next time, no warning, you're banned. We just won't stand for it, dude. It's stupid.
Hit his ass.
He made up a hiking tweet.
I need to see this fake hiking tweet.
He said Anthony will be dumped for picks per Hyken.
Yeah, because Hyken tweets that. That's exactly how he'd word that tweet. If you wanted it to be more believable, you should have said Hyken confirms somebody else's report that they're dumping Anthony for picks.
That's what I've been hearing as well. Aiden keeps asking this, so I'm going to answer it. If the Blazers had the first pick in this draft, do you think they would have taken Donovan Clingan?
Yes. Do you?
I don't know about one. I think he was...
I think they take him one.
He was at least top 3 on their big board.
I think he was number 1 on their big board.
But if he was, why wouldn't they have said that?
Because you're putting a lot of pressure on him for no reason.
Yeah, I guess. I think they might have taken Sarr, but...
I don't think so.
Although I don't know if Sarr would have worked out for us or not.
They absolutely love Clingan.
Oh, yeah, that's 100% sure. I think they might have... I think Ricochet might have still come into play.
I just think they had him number 1 on their board.
A different Aiden says, I like how you guys are streaming when we all know we aren't signing anybody. Much love. Well, I mean, it's still interesting.
Yeah.
It's still a big day.
We'll always stream. We're dedicated. Even if it's the Blazers doing nothing, we'll do it. But also, they might make a trade. They might make a big trade today, tomorrow. Who knows? We shall see. I might have to make a energy drink run, Eric. I need a little more energy.
Yeah.
And then that's when the Blazers will make a trade. But hey, if I make something happen by leaving for 5 minutes, then you're welcome.
So JP Savvy says the draft lottery was a blessing in disguise. Saved us from a lot of frustration of taking Clingan 1.
Yeah, that's what I said a couple days ago. I think our group chat was like, we'd be a lot more mad right now if we got the number 1 pick.
Yeah. Drew says it feels nice to kick back and know if nothing happens, we got Klingman and Denny already. Yeah, exactly. We got. Yeah. I think they made their 2 biggest moves in terms of players acquired. I think any other players acquired would be players that aren't really factoring into their core. They're more for assets.
Yeah.
Unless they get someone like you think they might get with Anthony Black or someone like that.
Yeah.
Would be the exception to the rule.
The Anthony Black stuff is just a guess. Like, if Ant gets traded, that's the most likely guy we're going to get back. But still, I mean, it's one team, one player, so it could be anyone.
Rich, I think Timmy is always stuck in the well with how much that dog barks, if that's the case.
What do you think is a reasonable timeline of when we're going to be competitive again? That's a good question. Eric, what do you think?
I still think it's not this season for sure. Outside shot if people pop and they continue making solid moves like on draft day, that it's 2 seasons from now. More realistically, it's probably 3. Until we're like a solid playoff team.
Yeah.
Not just fighting for the 10th play-in spot or something. Kat says, you guys think the Lakers have a real chance at Grant? I do. I think the Blazers are at a place right now where they finally, after acquiring Abdia, and if they're going to make or test out the Ayton and Klingon playing together thing, I think for the first time since they acquired Grant, they're open to moving him and realize that it kind of messes up any of their future plans with him still being here. So I think they are open to moving him, and I think the Lakers are probably, after Dallas lost Tim Hardaway Jr.'s contract to match salary, that puts them in a much tougher position to match on Grant. So I think the Lakers are probably the front runners, unless Philly strikes out on a bunch of other guys. Maybe they turn to Grant as someone that they're interested in. But to me, it's probably the Lakers as the number one destination for Grant right now.
Yeah.
Andrew B says, is James Harden still on the board? No, he is. He resigned.
I need to update that. My bad.
Oh, good. Wolves are the blueprint, so we just need to acquire Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, that's the tough part, is getting the Anthony Edwards part of that equation.
I just re-listened to the press conference a couple hours before we went on.
Yeah.
And one thing Chauncey said when talking about that, so of course he mentioned the Cavs with Mobley and Jared Allen.
Yeah.
But there's, like, he didn't mention that both of those guys are much quicker than Klingon, and Mobley can guard perimeter guys some.
Yeah.
But then he mentioned Jaren Jackson Jr. and Zach Edey. Okay, we don't know if that's going to work, right? Like,
yeah,
you can't just say, like, oh, well, Memphis is doing this, but that could be a disaster too, right?
Yeah, easily. Yeah, I thought that was kind of silly. That
Shams bomb.
Huh?
Kevin Porter Jr. What?
Kevin Porter Jr. is going to the Los Angeles Clippers.
Wow. That's kind of disgusting that he's back in the league, but
Porter had multiple NBA suitors.
If you're the Clippers, I guess that's the type of move that could pay off for you on the court. I just don't like the... Yeah. Elizabeth Allen says this league pisses me off with this stuff. Yeah, I agree. I wish there was much harsher, not only penalties for domestic violence or any of that kind of stuff, but also just, I wish, we see people like Colin Kaepernick get blackballed from the NFL for kneeling during an anthem, but yet Miles Bridges and Kevin Porter Jr. can get a contract the very next year after doing this. It's sick, man.
Yeah.
I wish more teams would just be like, nope, no matter what happens, we're not signing this guy. But aren't they the same team that signed, what's the guy from the Spurs that got cut?
Oh,
what
Primo.
Was his name? Primo, yeah. Didn't they sign Josh Primo last year, too?
Yep. Yep, they did. Yes, they did.
Yeah. Not that that was like a for sure like crime or whatever, but I mean, if you're just talking basketball, you probably got him on a minimum, and I mean, you're not really going to get a better potential player for that. Yeah, I agree, Max. You might as well sign Miles Bridges or trade for Miles Bridges now too. you're gonna take the hit. PR wise, you might as well just go all in, right?
I'm not putting. Yeah. Last year I didn't put Miles Bridges on any of my free agency graphics. This year I might do a list on the left for every position, top 10 players here in a little bit. I ain't putting Miles Bridges on there though. Oh, whoops. Sorry. I accidentally put that full screen. My bad. There we go.
Funny Alex Wolf. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure this animation works.
Snacking, Kelton Blevins is not retired. He's actually killing it overseas. He scored like 40 points in back-to-back games. Something like that.
League is he playing in?
I don't remember, but I saw he scored 40 points in back-to-back games. It was like the player of the day in their league, like 2 games in a row.
Yeah, is this a rec league?
No, I don't remember what. It was the Indonesia League.
Indonesia League. I have never heard of that. Good for him, though.
Yeah.
You know, good for him.
Asher Lamont says, over under 2 trades today. I will always take the under on anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Okay. There we go.
Oh, he says, did you guys see Noah Vonleh held hostage in China? Yeah, that was crazy.
What?
He caught someone like trying to break into his room or something, or like barricade the door. Like, I don't know. And like all this, he got robbed and all this other stuff happened to him over in China. Yeah.
That is wild.
Yeah, it was like the front office of his own team or something. Too.
A dude from his own front office?
Yeah.
That's actually wild. What? Okay, I'm gonna set up just a solo camera for you.
Isaac, no, we've been live for almost 2 hours.
Yep.
Yeah, the team is like refusing to pay his contract, and they're trying to blackmail him or something. It's weird.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. T says, "Good God, this opening to free agency has been so boring." What are you talking about? We got Nemius Queta re-signing and Andre Drummond going to the Sixers. We got Sam Hauser re-signing, or was it Sam Hauser? No, Luke Cornett. Who was it? I don't even remember.
It was Luke Cornett. It was Luke Cornett.
Yeah. Kevin Porter Jr.
God, man. I ain't putting him on no graphic, okay? No graphic for him.
It says change the date to 2024.
Oh, it still says 2023. Yeah, I got help with this, but unfortunately, yeah. Anyway, we'll just hide that.
Garben says getting a Grant trade today would make today real nice. It depends on what we get back. It could be frustrating or it could be good. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. We will see. I'm just gonna go back to this.
Jorge Lino says Blazers should let go Billups. I mean, if you watched that press conference yesterday, they're obviously not doing that. So
they want him. They want to pay him $2 million a year because that's not much money for a head coach in the NBA. They can make more money off of probably selling their 40th pick. They probably paid for Chauncey's whole salary next year by selling that 40th pick, Eric.
Mm-hmm. And just for the record, this is Cronin's third offseason, right? Is he his first one? His only real signing was Gary Payton. The second, did we sign anyone else that offseason?
No.
And then this last offseason, we didn't sign anyone other than Moses Brown.
He does not like free agency, man.
Even though he said that one of the big perks of having Chauncey as your coach is he gets you in the door and gets you
helps you win free agent battles was a quote.
Yeah. So if you were expecting the Blazers, even if they had cap space or anything, to do anything in terms of signing players, I don't know what you were expecting because
nobody's signing anyone. Alrighty. I'm gonna let you be for like 5 minutes.
All right. Go get your energy drinks.
Yeah, I need them because I am like starting to get a little sleepy because this free agency period is too sleepy. Anyway, I'll come back all hyper for chat and hopefully entertain them because the NBA is not entertaining us. Goodbye. Whoops, wrong one. There you go.
Rich says, but they have not shied away from pursuing the big name free agents. They're ultra competitive when it comes to that. Yeah. Just like second round picks are the new trade currency and they're very valuable moving forward in the new CBA, yet we just gave away 2 for nothing in the draft. So, yeah. Magic KCP. Does that actually happen? KCP to the Magic. Yep, Torrey just needed to leave. Let's go. All right, let me try to find this real quick. And Woj is not on it today. Who has KCP to the Magic? Who is reporting it? Jeff Zilgit. All right, so Jeff Zilgit says NBA reporter for USA Today. Contavious Caldwell-Pope leaving Denver Nuggets and headed to the Orlando Magic on a 3-year deal. That's something that has been rumored as the case. Woj got it now. All right, let me see. 3 years, $66 million. That's actually, I mean, that's a big contract, but I thought they were going to have to pay him $25. So You would think first year starts out around 20-some million. They could have up to 50 million after they let Mo Wagner's option, or they declined Mo Wagner's option. So, yeah, I think they still have close to 30 million they could offer either Hartenstein or trade for Anthony or someone like that. I think that probably takes them out of Paul George range, though. Yeah, Robbie says, dang, Denver lost KCP and Bruce Brown back-to-back years. That is tough for them. But good for both Bruce Brown and KCP to get paid off their success with Denver. Mute that bozo. We did get a 7-foot guy. Donovan Clingan is 7'1" 3/4", so almost 7'2". That MPJ contract looking worse and worse. Yeah, they might try to let it go. JJ Ben says, does this mean Ant Orlando is dead? I don't know. I don't know if the Blazers. This is where Tori and I kind of differ. He thinks that Ant's probably a goner. I don't think he is. Part of that might be hopeful, but yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's, like I said, they still have up to 30 million in cap space, so they could. I think their plan was always to go after 2. I says, is Denny starting for our team next season? I would assume so. I don't know why he wouldn't. Wait, you don't think Boston will make it back? Are you talking to me, Hoyle's Gaming? Crime Stopper, we did sign someone to an Exhibit 10 contract. I think someone said his last name is Key, is how it's pronounced. Exhibit 10 is basically a tryout for a 2-way spot, not an actual roster spot or anything. I actually do think Jerami will get moved. I don't know how soon, though. I mean, could be any second. It could be weeks from now. So. Kyle Neely says Denver dropped KCP to get Klay. Probably that's not how it works. So they still don't have any space to sign Klay Thompson. Tori went to the store to get an energy drink real quick. He'll be right back. But he has access to the graphics. I do not, so I'll have to wait for him to get back to remove him from the free agent list. David Lester says, when can drafted rookies get traded? Well, there's two ways they can get traded. One, I don't think any of them have officially signed a contract yet. So until that happens, you can trade their rights, and they don't count as any cash in a trade. So you can just trade their rights outright until they sign. But once they sign, you have to wait 30 days to trade them in a trade. Yeah, so to count as salary, you'd have to sign them now and then wait 30 days for it to do that. Rip City King says Cam Johnson and picks for Ant is a good trade. Why? why would we just traded for Abdia? We have a bunch of young forwards like Tamani. Why would we want to trade for another forward that has to play? I mean, I if the picks are nice, that might be something, but. Default username says, dang, KCP on the Wizards? No, it's on the Magic. Clippers are pursuing CP3, not a surprise there. Yeah. Like Tori said earlier, Phoenix also could be in the running for CP3. And we've also heard rumors that he might go to the Lakers on a minimum. Oh, well, if Gambo said it a few hours ago, maybe the Suns aren't signing Chris Paul. BH Urban says, do we keep Ant or where would a potential landing spot be? I still think they keep him, but I mean, Orlando does make the most sense still. Philly would make some sense if they strike out on free agents just like Grant would. There's a lot of teams that could use Anthony Simons. Not all of them can have the assets to trade for him, though. Yeah.
Muted. I was just telling Eric, chat, I told you guys I would leave and something would happen. So who's their starting point guard? If they're going to start KCP, they're going to keep starting Suggs. They got Bankero and Wagner, and then whoever their center is, like... I feel like this makes it less likely Ant could go there for sure. I listened to you talking about how, like, we differ. I just think at this point, Portland and Ant don't see quite eye to eye or have differences that could lead to him getting traded and maybe should lead to him getting traded. But the market just is not there. Not there. And if it's not Orlando, I don't know who it is. So this KCP signing, like, I am going to pump the brakes a little bit on Ant being likely to get traded, which is what I was saying earlier, but I thought Orlando would be the team to go after him. KCP kind of changed my mind a little bit because they still need a center. Ultimately, we're going to have to permaban someone. Also, who's the other team? I don't know, man.
Yeah, I think another thing that wasn't brought up in that discussion earlier, Anthony, the last 3 seasons, has had to sit out while not being injured the last couple months of the season. And I don't think he has liked that he's had to do that. I mean, he understands why, but he also has been frustrated that they won't just let him play.
Yeah, Thomas Ramsey said, this tension doesn't sound like Anthony's personality at all. Go rewatch his exit interview then.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think he's, like I said, he was just frustrated having to sit out a bunch of games at the end of the season. He doesn't want to do that anymore. And so if they're planning on tanking and they're all in on like the next draft or something and getting a high pick and making sure, and they've already said we're going to do that next season again because that's what's best for us. I could definitely see him saying, well, that's not for me then, but I don't know.
They've also clearly leaned into 2 younger guards.
Yeah, for sure.
Like writing's on the wall. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They value Sharp, they value Scoot. Cronin made that obvious at his last press conference. You know,
they have, up until the end of this last season, though, they've valued him a lot. They've been very high on him, and they've spoken highly of him, and all that kind of stuff too. Like, it's not like it's just the opposite way.
Well, it was just the opposite way. Cronin's last press conference.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't mention it.
And clearly mentioned having a runway for Scoot and Sharp.
But I'm saying is prior to that, there had been no, prior to the season ending, there had been no indication that they were frustrated with each other or any of that.
I don't even know if it would be frustration. Like, yeah. It's they clearly value Scoot and Sharp. And Ant wants to win and doesn't like the whole tanking thing. Mm-hmm. So ultimately, what does that lead to?
Yeah.
There's just probably no market for him. At least a market that makes sense for him. So, I mean, legitimately, there is a real chance that we just don't hear anything about that. Ant's back next year, and then they have to figure out who they're starting. But that's why I think if they can't find anything for Ant, they have to trade Grant. Because you're going to start Avdia. If you're starting Grant too, then you only have 2 starting guard spots. So you're going to have to bring one of Ant's, Scoot, or Sharp off the bench. I don't think they want to do that.
Yeah.
If you can slide Avdia up to the 4 and are forced to bring Ant back, then at least you can sit there and be like, okay, well, we're going to see how these 3 guys work together. We still value all of them. That, I think, might be, after this KCP signing, that might be the most realistic option. Mm-hmm. It's just tough to tell without knowing exactly what Ant's market is with Orlando making this move now.
Yeah. Kevin says, what's your opinion on adding Thibault in a Grant trade to the Lakers? I am all for adding whatever, whether that's Thibault or Robert Williams, to the trade. The only problem is then you're talking about having to take back Vanderbilt too as like a 4-year thing. So if you can, maybe that's what's taking a long time, is they're looking for other teams that want Rui or Gabe Vincent or Vanderbilt. I'm sure those guys would have some value in trades. To the degree, I don't really know, but I think a lot of teams would want some of those guys. So maybe that's what they're trying to decide. But if the Blazers are getting a bunch of those contracts and not flipping them to a third team, there becomes a point where getting too many crappy contracts from one team isn't really what's best for the Blazers. So I don't know if it's a difference between having to take on Vanderbilt or not. I guess it's fine, but if it's like all the guys that have bad contracts on their team, I don't know if I necessarily need to include Thibault then in that trade. Unless it gets you that second first for sure. If that's what it takes to get you that second first, you absolutely do it. I think Robert Williams is probably more likely, though, because they just re-signed Max Christie, who's kind of similar to Thibault in terms of role. So I don't know how much interest they'd have in Thibault.
Sorry, 1 second.
That's okay. Christopher, I don't think Detroit has their 2025 pick to trade. I think they'll get it when they're not in the playoffs, but I think it's still owed to another team protected. Yeah, and on a side note, despite what I feel about Grant on this team and have felt about him since we traded Dame, I still have to give Grant credit, and he'll always be one of those guys in my mind that chose to come to Portland to play with Dame and wanted to be here still. So can't ever be mad at him for anything because he's one of the few guys that tried to come and help Dame here in Portland.
Yeah, 100%, man. 100%. You know, it's just hopefully there's a team out there that Grant wants to play for that gives Portland what they deserve back for Grant. Both parties can be better off.
Yeah. Why Zebra says no team puts guards in worse defensive positions than we do. I kind of agree with that, and that's why I'm hoping the Klingon / Evdia moves kind of alleviate some of that.
Portland now has 2 point of attack versatile stoppers in Avdia and Kamara.
Mm-hmm.
Like, legitimately, I think that's your Aminu and Harkless, but Avdia is much better offensively than Aminu and Harkless ever were. And I think Kamara can be pretty similar. Defensively, that's really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about it before getting Kamara, whether it was in previous years trying to surround Dame with the right defenders, and then even after the Dame request talking about starting a rebuild, a lot of it was, how do you find two-way forwards that are versatile defensively, that can be your point of attack stopper, that you can put on guards, put on forwards, put on the best team's offensive player. Because they tried to use Jerami Grant like that, did not go well. Because Jerami just can't get through screens. He gets burnt by guards too much. He's a forward defender. He's a secondary rim protector. That is his best defensive role. Avdia is that guy. Kamara is that guy. So the fact that the Blazers have 2 and they're young and they're cost controlled, Kamara in the next couple of years, Avdia on a great contract for the next 4 years, they solved that issue quicker than I thought they would, Eric.
Yeah.
And, you know, part of that is Kamara being better than we all expected, and part of that is the Avdia trade that we didn't expect either.
Mm-hmm.
And now they got their rim protector, maybe their defensive anchor. That was the other defensive issue to solve. Getting somebody that could protect the rim at a high level. Now, maybe Klingon isn't a defensive anchor. We still have to see, right? He's a rookie. Who knows? But he projects as somebody that should be. So you're filling in defensive roles, but then also they're not completely stiff offensively. They're not completely garbage offensively. It's not like you drafted, Ryan Dunn. It's not like it's a Josh Okogie type player. That's kind of been the problem with the Suns in previous years.
I don't know. Have you seen Ryan Dunn shooting threes in warm-ups or practice?
I will say his form looks fine, man. His form looks fine. I don't really get why he struggles so much, but you gotta love workout tape shooters. But ultimately, it's like Klingon can pass. Klingon will be able to finish plays at the rim. Apparently, Klingon might be able to shoot. Avdia can pass. Avdia developed his three-point shot last year, shot 37%. He can handle. Like, you got these defensive guys that can do stuff on offense as well that fits in really, really well. So I feel very good about the role players they have going forward in their front court, which means for the next stage of the rebuild, there's 2 questions, okay? There's 3 questions. Which vets are you actually going to keep around? Which vets are you going to trade and accumulate assets for? I think they should trade every vet they can right now. Question number 2 is, how do Scoot and Sharp pan out? Can those guys both become stars? Because then you're cooking. If not, then you got some problems. In 3, can they get a star in the front court? Whether that's via trade in the next 5 years or maybe they get lucky in next year's draft. Because If you can trade vets and get good back return on them and accumulate draft capital, if Scoot and Sharp can pan out and be star caliber guards, and then maybe you hit on a front court player in the draft next year, or the draft capital that you got back in step one when you trade the vets, if you can accumulate that in the future and then trade for a front court star, then that's your recipe to become a contender.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a clearer path than it was before this offseason as to the Blazers' path to trying to build a contender. But they still have the toughest part left to do, which is to find that star or those couple of stars.
Yeah, the only thing that gives me a little bit of hesitation is they mentioned this in the press conference that Klingon's a drop big and that, oh, well, we play drop, so it's perfect. Great. That's all they're going to do is play drop next year. It's kind of, I don't know if that's going to lead to long-term success for their defense.
I mean, Milwaukee won a championship off playing drop. You just have to have a big that is very, very, very good at playing drop.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to... Here's the problem. When Klingon drops, guard drives downhill, the guard getting through the screen, guarding the guard, is going to be trailing him. What about pick and pops? Because that's the one thing with Klingon is, recovering out of his drop to three-point shooters, he's probably not going to be the best at. So you're going to have guys locked in off the ball that, stunt hard at the guy popping, one pass away, and make him, pause, maybe look to pass, and then you're going to have to try and play that passing lane and play that game where it's you're stuck between two guys just to give Klingon time to recover to the big that popped. And that's where having Kamara, having Avdia, having other guys that are just better defensively off the ball, it's possible to run it effectively. It's just tough to run drop and then recover to shooting big men. And Klingon's going to have to get better closing out on, I wasn't really forced to close out a ton in college. But if you're guarding Jokic and he's popping off a pick and roll with Jamal Murray and you're running drop, Klingon got to get out there on him or he's shooting threes. But then Klingon has to make sure he doesn't get beat being overzealous with his closeout where Jokic turns the corner easily on him and then you're in a bad position as a defense. So that is my biggest question with running drop. Otherwise, I think Klingon backpedals really well. I think his hand placement is really good. And he has a 9'7" standing reach. He'll be able to play 5 feet under the pick and roll and still disrupt 3-point shots. And given that cushion and given how well he backpedals, I don't think he's going to get beat to the rim. And even if he does get beat to the rim, he does a good job flipping his hips and still bothering the shot or just outright blocking the shot. So it makes it on, the guard's job is just to get over the screen and get back in the play. The problem is when we run drop with Yusuf Nurkic, it's he's not bothering those 3-point shots. He doesn't have the length to bother those 3-point shots. So Klingon, it's possible to, I think, run a good defense playing drop primarily. You guys know me, I've criticized drop. A lot of that was because the Blazers did not have the right defenders to just spam drop all the time. And we got cooked when we ran drop. It was part of why Terry Stotts had bottom-tier defenses for so long. Milwaukee won a championship off drop with Brook Lopez. He was a really good drop big. You had Giannis there to help.
That was it's been bad since.
Yeah, it has been bad since. Klingon, I think, could be maybe the best drop big in the league outside of Wemby, defensively, one day. Because Bam, that's not really his defensive archetype. So that's the hope. And then maybe if you get a good coach, you mix it up, because I still think Klingon is capable of hedging and maybe trapping occasionally, but that's probably not going to happen under Chauncey. You're probably going to need a different head coach because Chauncey's probably just going to run drop.
Yeah, that's my main thing is when you become predictable, and that was one of our biggest concerns with Stotts is just running the same thing over and over and not having any sort of switch up or switchability to his defense schemes. And so I feel like they're pigeonholing themselves into one type of coverage.
I'm okay if you run the same coverage if it doesn't have if you don't have weaknesses with it. If you can competently cover all the options the team has out of it, then it's they're making the same read, but there is no clear-cut, easy, good read, right? the biggest weakness is probably a popping big, but if the Blazers are running the same scheme all the time, like, guys one pass away should know how to stunt at that big, bother them, and then try and get in the passing lane and give Klingon time to get back. And if that's your biggest weakness, I mean, that's not going to be a weakness against every big man either. So ultimately, that could definitely be fine. It just, you have to perfect that, and you have to have the right defenders for it. I think they have proper defenders for it, especially if you have like Kamara at a 3. He's a big 3, so he can at least take up some space in passing lanes, off ball on the backside, and disrupt some things. And Avdia can block shots. You know, Klingon, if he's not in a pick and roll, is just going to be able to smother everything around the rim. So it's going to be really interesting going forward. I'm not ready to lament the fact that they're probably going to be playing drop all the time, because they've been playing drop. At least you got the right big to play drop with, finally.
Yeah, real quick, Andre Drummond's contract is not 4 years, $60 million.
Whoa.
That's recessed in chat. We'll get that corrected. But
wishes it was.
Yeah, probably what he thinks he deserves.
2 years, $8 million. Yeah. Thank you for correcting.
Or was it 10?
It was 10 million. Who was 2 years, $8 million?
Kevin Love.
Oh yeah.
I do want to read a comment in chat from Judith, who says, "You got to have good vets here. People will not go out to buy tickets. Blazers lost out on sales." I don't think that is necessarily mutually exclusive to like having veterans or not. It's just good players. Like, it doesn't have to be. If you have a really good young team, like if we had Anthony Edwards on this team, I don't think anyone's caring that he's not 30 years old, right? So, or like Luka or whatever, like, you don't need vets on your roster. You just need to have good players, or at least players that you can have fun watching and see that they'll become good players. So I don't think you necessarily have to have veterans.
1000% agree.
In fact, it doesn't necessarily make. I understand a lot of people like Grant. He's a great guy. He's fun. He's quirky. They got the fashion thing for people who like that as well. Just a really interesting, unique guy. And so, like, I understand people don't want to trade him because they like him on the team or whatever. That's totally fine. I just don't know if that necessarily has led to sales because we have Grant. I mean, I think a lot of people would be excited if we actually embraced the young team. And what happens if they start playing well and you have Klingon and Scoot and Sharp all taking a step up next year and they're looking really nice? I don't think people are going to be like, oh yeah, but we don't have Grant anymore, so I'm not going to go watch Scoot play much better in the second year, right? So
yeah, exactly. If they have a team that plays hard, plays defense with a starting lineup of Scoot, Sharp, Kamara, Avdia, and Klingon, and they play a fast tempo, exciting brand of offense, maybe still below average offense, but they get out and run, right? And then defensive end, they get after it a bit. They're going to sell more tickets than they did last year, where people would show up, and if the Blazers didn't have a fully healthy roster, they had to watch 15 Jerami Grant ISOs a game. So I fully agree with everything that you said, Eric. Like, no, who's watching this team for Matisse Thybulle, you know?
Right.
Tyus Jones.
I mean,
oh, man. What'd you say?
Some people might think he's cute or something. I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's why we got everybody.
Yeah, and the thing is with Avdia, I mean, people are gonna, a lot of people don't know much about his game because obviously he's played for the Wizards, and unless you're like really into the NBA, you probably don't watch many Wizards games outside of the 2 times a year they play the Blazers. And even then, not many people watched the Blazers last year when he broke out. I think, going into the season, initially people might be like, oh, we're starting this Denny guy over Jerami Grant, who we traded away. That's disgusting. But, watching him play, I think you'll see that he plays kind of a fun style. He can pass. He can create a little bit. He's got a little flair to some of his passes. And defensively, he's better than pretty much anyone on our roster last year. So I don't know. I think people are going to be excited watching him play.
1,000%. 1,000%.
BFO says, what are you hoping to get back from the Lakers if we trade Jerami to them?
Well, we haven't answered this question in an hour. We're getting quicker. No, we're getting more efficient at answering this. Okay, we want 2 of Dalton Connect / future first. Okay,
and they can trade a 2029 and a 2031.
Yep. So 2 of those 3. And if they're trading Hachimura to match salary, maybe you can get him sent to a third team and get one of those first that way and get Connect. I don't think they'll trade Connect, so the most likely trade, Hachimura to a third team, get a first-round pick from that team, and get a first-round pick from the Lakers. I mean, we could have the long answer, too. It's not like the NBA is doing a thing today, Eric.
Yeah.
See, I don't like the re-signings being before free agency, because at least we'd have, like, a bunch of news with that.
No, I know. It'd be fun. We just make that joke every time someone comes in and has not listened. Obviously, we've talked about that.
We like answered that question, and then 10 seconds later, like had somebody ask us that question earlier. So it's funny. Yeah. I mean, we've been live for 2.5 hours, so I fully understand if you missed when we answered that question.
What I don't want to see is like Rui, D'Lo, and a second-round pick or some crap like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Hell no. I mean, D'Lo, you'd have to flip to a third team. That's the other thing. It could be D'Lo instead of Hachimura to the third team. What do you think would be the best trade for Ingram and the Pels? Well, we can bring up Fanspo and talk about it. Best spot for Ingram, Eric, in your opinion?
I think the best spot for him is Sacramento. I don't know if it's the best trade partner, but Herter and picks, I guess, make sense for New Orleans. They could attach those picks to Harrison Barnes, who they'd obviously get in that deal as well, and maybe find another player that makes about that much to attach picks and Barnes to get one more good player. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the most likely, I don't know what the protections are on these picks, but I think the most likely trade is probably something like this.
Judith says, I bet Cronin screws it up if he trades Grant. Yeah, that's a different conversation, Judith. Obviously, we don't have a lot of faith in when Joe Cronin's been a seller in trades. It hasn't worked out to our advantage a lot.
Do you think we can trade Cronin to someone with our 2025 first? Cronin's going to cap dump himself, Christopher?
Can you imagine bringing that up to Jody?
I know. Can I trade myself somewhere else? What a question.
We need that meme for that.
You what?
We need the meme with the stick poking guy, like, come on, do something.
Oh, I know. Well, that's Steven's favorite sign-off. He was like, I need a sign-off when we started recording. And then finally he landed on his sign-off. And his sign-off is, come on, Blazers, do something. So I should just cue that up on a soundboard. Maybe they're taking the tampering thing seriously. I mean, at this point, like, it's well enough into free agency.
That KCP one to the Magic was rumored for a long time.
Yeah.
I wonder if the NBA is going to look into that at all. Jake the Snake just got off his shift, so now the real moves can begin.
Yeah, NBA was waiting for Jake the Snake. We're glad Jake the Snake is now off of his shift, so now the NBA can move forward with free agency. Thank you, Jake the Snake, for not working overtime.
Absolutely.
Coaches should be tradable, LOL. They kind of are, but there's like weird restrictions. Yeah, so the Nuggets are going to replace KCP with Westbrook. Are the Nuggets falling out of contendership, Eric?
I don't know. They still have Gordon, Jokic, Murray, and they have guys like Julian Strawther, Christian Brown that can step up. So I think they do need to make a couple savvy moves still, but I think overall they still have enough pieces to stay in the playoff race. I don't know about contending, but I think they still have the most important pieces to contend.
They need defenders, though.
Yeah, they do.
I love Strother, but he's not a defender like that. Brown can play defense, but he's more like hustle guy, not lockdown defender, Bruce Brown type.
Yeah. What do you think about Caleb Martin on the Nuggets? That'd be a good move for them. I don't know how they get him.
Drewby says some dude on a Blazer fan account just got 15K views on Twitter saying Tamani was the reason Blazers were a top 10 defense last year. They weren't a top 10 defense last year. They weren't even a top 20 defense last year. What the hell?
Yeah, they were 23rd. That guy has just been... He's a Denny Muse account. And he's been just spam posting Blazer propaganda. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
I mean, so the Magic have around $27 million in cap space after signing Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. Orlando appears out of the Paul George sweepstakes, but they have room to make a few more impact signings alongside Caldwell-Pope. I mean, Anthony still makes a ton of sense because KCP is not a shot creator. They need a shot creator. Eric?
Yeah, but I don't want them to trade Anthony.
I know, but like they still make sense for Ant.
I agree.
And I bet you Ant wants to play in his hometown. So might as well put on the NASCAR race in the background. Not on stream, just on my phone. Mariners suck again. It's brutal out here. I don't even... Oh, God. Yeah. Baseball pissing me off lately, Eric.
Yeah, Kyle asked, do you think Brooklyn would be willing to acquire Ant? I think they would take Ant, but I don't think they're giving up a ton of like pick assets to do so. So I don't know if there's a good trade there between the two teams. Yeah, you kind of jinxed it when they went up 10 games in the division.
I was just enjoying it. I'm not allowed to enjoy anything as a Mariners fan. I know. They're now. Do you know what their lead is now? That was like what 13, 14 days ago, right? Their lead is now 3.5 games.
Oh, jeez.
Over the Astros, because the Astros all of a sudden won like 1 million games in a row.
Yeah, they can't lose.
Brutal.
Max asked if I'm a Domino's or Pizza Hut guy. They're kind of the same. I don't know.
Domino's better. I'm a Domino's guy.
I don't really get it. I like Papa John's.
Papa John's is good.
If we're talking like that kind of pizza.
Cuddy Soup, absolutely. I mean, that's just your typical Mariners signing, though. Him, Polanco, they always get somebody that like looks okay, and then their career's over because they fall off a cliff. It's brutal stuff.
Emalam is now asked 3 times, what is a mock trade for Jerami to the Lakers? Can someone tell him?
Yeah, chat, you're going to have to start answering these questions for us. Oh, good idea, JP Sappy. You should pin a comment about the Lakers and Grant.
Oh, I thought you already heard me say that.
I didn't hear you say that. Alam, you're completely fine. We've just answered it like 10 minutes ago, and we've answered it like constantly. Whoa, there's a lot of options on the YouTube chat. What are these options? Moderation activity? Chat summary. There's an AI chat summary on YouTube now. This is a chat conversation among basketball fans. They are discussing various topics such as their favorite pizza. It went away. Where'd it go? Bring it back. Okay, this chat is about different topics. The Mariners fandom is being discussed as being painful. Another user asked about a potential trade between the Bucks and the Lakers. Pizza preferences are also discussed.
That's awesome.
That's funny.
I like that a lot.
Oh, man. It's pretty accurate, man.
Yeah.
Pretty accurate.
That's exactly what's been happening.
Shout out to the Breeze, $5 donation. How would Blazers make Ayton work at the 4th spot? They would pray, I guess. It wouldn't work, is the problem.
They would need
boost. No,
they would need one of Klingon or Ayton to become more of a stretch big than a paint big.
Yeah.
I don't see either of that happening like as soon as next season, maybe over time. And then defensively, I mean, quietly Ayton was not good defensively last year. A lot of people think he is because he's athletic and big. But he could not guard the perimeter. We had to play exclusively drop like Chauncey mentioned in the press conference. And so if you already have a big at center and Klingon playing drop coverage, you can't really play double big drop. And so I don't know how that would work on either end. I know Chauncey's going to experiment with it, and I know he's going to try to make it work or do some different things, which is fine, I guess, because once again, we're not going to win anything this year. But, yeah. Woj. Elias with
Okay, let me read this. Paul George agent Aaron Mintz of CAA, shout CAA, and Clippers president Lawrence Frank had a conversation a short time ago that resulted in no new movement on a deal and an acknowledgement by both that George is unlikely to return to the Clippers. The Clippers are screwed. He goes on to say, the Clippers exit leaves the 76ers as strong frontrunners to land Paul George on a free agent deal. Sources tell ESPN the Sixers contingent is set to meet with George in California tonight. The Clippers have remained steadfast on a 3-year deal similar to structure of Kawhi Leonard's contract. George is seeking a 4-year deal. Without George, the Clippers are proceeding into free agency armed with a $12.9 million full mid-level exception and a $4.7 million biannual exception.
Man.
The PG Kawhi thing did not work out. The PG trade, I mean, you got to make that trade because it also landed you Kawhi and you're going for it. But in retrospect, that trade is going to look like one of the worst deals in NBA history. And we could get a PG signing tonight. We're going to be live for a while.
And that's what the beauty of what Brooklyn did with McHale and then trading picks to Houston to get their picks back so they don't have to worry about this. The Clippers are absolutely screwed if they suck in the next few years because all those picks are still going to OKC. So they don't have many picks to rebuild with either, so they can't do that. They're also opening a new arena, which Ballmer's not going to want to have a 15-20 win team be the showcase of that arena. But yeah, and as Trevin says, everyone is screwed if they suck next year because imagine that being Cooper Flagg or Ace Bailey or someone like that, and the frickin' Thunder get him.
Yeah.
Cooper
Disgusting.
Flagg next to frickin' Chet and jeez, man.
Disgusting. No way.
Come on, Clippers, salvage this somehow.
They'll still try and be good because they don't have their pick, so, you know, but, yeah, I mean... It's looking good for OKC, man. We should, try and do what they are doing.
And frickin' Minnesota was kind of stuck in a situation where they're kind of stuck with the assets they have, and it's going to be really hard for them to add someone. And they somehow managed to get Rob frickin' Dillingham out of the draft, and like it's just crazy how these teams, like the Knicks, go all in, get McHale, and I don't know, man. It's just frustrating that other teams seem to make it work. The Blazers, there's always excuses.
Yeah, you don't say. Yeah, I mean, in the future, we're just going to have to be one of those teams that find a way to make it work, you know?
Yeah. Elias had a $2 donation. He says, have you heard about Grant to the... Just kidding. Thank you for the stream. It's all good. We're not mad at anyone who asked that.
We can just say check the pinned comment now, you know, so that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, are we gonna trade them a good player for who was their Kobe Brown? Was that his name?
Kobe Brown.
And say he was a first round pick talent from last year.
Yeah, well, we don't need Kobe Brown with Chris Murray with Jabari Walker. It's gross. Gross stuff.
Kyle Wilson says, according to Fanspo, the Blazers would need to acquire D'Lo and Rui to make the cap work. Is that wrong? Well, that works, but it could be Rui and a couple other.
Gabe Vincent.
Rui and Gabe Vincent works. I think Rui and Vanderbilt just barely works. I think they have options other than those two. Chris asked what we could get for Chris Murray.
A ham sandwich.
Maybe a second round pick, but that's exactly why I don't think they would even bother trading him. Yeah, so I don't know if they could get. They might be able to. It'd be really close. Maybe not with this Drummond signing. But if Philly could get Grant and Paul George, that would be huge for them.
How would they be able to do that?
I don't know.
I don't think they have the money for
I heard at one point they had like they could get up to like 65 million in cap space this offseason.
Is that counting roster holds though? Plus Maxi's cap hold?
Yeah, I'm assuming it was with
the whole bag, you know.
Yeah. I'm assuming that was with roster holds and it was obviously with Maxi's hold, but
yeah.
Mimi says Kling going from back-to-back chips to Chauncey Billups LMAO. I thought that was hilarious how much they talked about how good of a coach he had the last couple of years, like right in front of Chauncey.
I know.
That whole press conference. They kept mentioning what good coaching he had.
Yeah, what's funny is, this offense is probably going to be simpler for Klingon to run. Chauncey loves to act like his offense is so complex, Eric.
How awesome was that when he was like, "Oh yeah, we had all these like, it was so crazy because we had these plays, but there would be like all these variations off the plays and all these different things you could do from each screen and stuff like that." That man, made me really want Hurley as a coach.
Oh, dude, I do too. Next new ownership in the next year, and then give a bag to Hurley. He can come coach Klingon. That's my dream. That's my dream. That would be amazing. Hurley, the way
Go pay one of his assistants right now, you know?
Yeah.
To be one of our assistants.
Yeah. Hurley, the way he coaches his offense, they have different formations. It's like football. They have different formations that plays start from, and then they have like a bunch of different little differences coming out of those formations, like different sets coming out of those formations. So they disguise looks. So they're really hard to scout, because normally you scout a play and it's like, oh, if it's horns, right? Oh, this horn setup, like 80% of the time it's, passed to the high post and then screen away down into the corner. And teams can plan for that if you run that 80% of the time. But UConn has so many different sets and intricacies out of formations that it's impossible to scout and be able to tell, like, okay, this is coming. And basically, when they start to guard something a certain way, they have a different set that will exploit the difference, if that makes sense. Like, if you start overplaying something, it will be a way to find a guy backdoor. Cade Cunningham has agreed to a 5-year, $226 million maximum rookie extension, Eric.
Interesting. I think it's probably deserved, but...
Yeah. It's not like he's fully deserved it. But also, I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah.
At least it's something, though.
Yeah.
Go get Fultz.
I guess we didn't know what the new owners or the new front office would think of their current players.
Yeah. Adam Smith says, with Denny and now Klingon, our ball movement should really start popping. Also, Denny can hit Klingon on the roll or slash it. Yeah, I mean, that's where it's like, I wish we had Dan Hurley with Avdia, with Klingon, with our guards. There's no excuse anymore, Eric, for Chauncey to run an ISO-heavy offense.
Yeah.
You just brought in 2 front court guys that can pass. Klingon's passing is impressive to me, man. Like, I knew he could pass, but just watching back the tape after we drafted him, like, just because I just dove in on his passing.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was like, oh, he had a flash of a nice pass here or there because he only averaged like 1.6 assists. And I'd watch games, and, you know, it's not like he's carving up teams with 5-6 assists a game. But just the creativity on his passes is something that is very promising to me, man. Like, he doesn't seem to telegraph passes, and he had some creative bounce passes, little look-off passes. So I think he can truly be a good passing big man. Maybe not like special where he's Bam Adebayo, but if he can get close to that, that's intriguing. I know Bam Adebayo much smaller, like 6'9", and more mobile, but I think that's the hope with Klingon is, like Bam, he's a defensive anchor, maybe a top 5 defensive center, but then also can be a bit of a playmaker. I don't think he'll be a 20-point per game scorer like Bam. I don't think he has like the touch on mid-range shots, that sort of thing. But if he can provide you with the same rim protection and the passing, then you have yourself a phenomenal role player.
Yeah, to me, what sets apart Bam and Jokic and those kind of passers are their ability to put the ball on the floor. And that's kind of what limited Nurk sometimes from being a better passer than he was it's kind of stationary passing. So I agree that he's really good at that, but he just doesn't have the ability to like create a passing situation off the dribble.
Yeah, can he learn though?
I don't think he's close to being able to be like a ball handling center.
There's a difference between ball handling center and being able to like set up passes or like, you know, if the defense plays you a certain way, like straight line drive. That's my hope. Because he can set up passes with like being able to just maneuver enough with his dribble to like create an angle. And if for some reason he has a straight line drive to the rim, he can take one dribble and go up strong and get fouled. At least.
But that's nowhere close to what Bam does, is the problem. Bam actually
he's not going to
creates off the dribble.
Yes.
No, but I'm saying like the passing is different. That's what.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think he's ever going to be Bam where he's getting 5 to 6 assists per game. But if he can provide you with some of that and hopefully, optimistically, similar rim protection, that's a really good center.
Yeah.
And if he can stretch out his game to 3, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Because Adebayo doesn't really do that, then you're talking about a special player, maybe an all-star. Like, that's the most optimistic version of Klingon. Mimi says, Spurs absolutely blew it. They could have had Wemby and Edie. That would have been an awful pick, bro. No offense. Edie is not all that at the NBA level. Why would they want a post-up guy sitting around the rim when they have Wemby? No, Edie is Marc Gasol, not Klingon. In what way? Edie doesn't pass like Klingon or Marc Gasol. Edie doesn't shoot. He doesn't shoot jumpers.
Well, much like Klingon, he says he can.
I mean, I'm not even saying Klingon can. I'm saying hopefully one day he can. Chauncey's the one who said Klingon can. What'd you think of Chauncey asking Klingon after his workout? So you're a good shooter. Why don't you shoot more?
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a weird question.
Yeah. I like Klingon's answer to that, though. But ultimately, Eric, Summer League, I want Klingon shooting threes. Mm-hmm. I want Klingon shooting like 3-4 threes a game in Summer League. And just see how many he can knock down in Summer League. Preseason, I want him shooting threes when he's open the three-point line. Just to see where he's at, because I don't know. It's probably not going to go well. But like if he can shoot the 3 decently in Summer League and shoot the 3 decently in preseason, then you go into the season like, okay, sure, fine. You get an open 3, shoot it.
Getting an open three, just being able to shoot it if you're wide open, it's fine.
Yeah.
I just don't want him until he proves that he can hit an occasional open three. I don't want him popping to the 3-point line. I want him driving to the paint.
Oh, I think he'll still roll to the paint, but he can pass from the top of the key. And, if you're a good passer at the top of the key, even if you're not a shooter, it forces defenders to get out on you, just try and disrupt your passes. If you can just sit there and carve people up with your passing, then that's a problem for defenses. So that's what Klingon means by spacing the floor with his passing, which he's referenced a couple times. But the thing is if he's off the ball and he's out there, is he spacing the floor? Because ultimately, if he could become a 3-point shooter, it just makes it easier on Scoot if he's able to drag the big away from the rim.
Mm-hmm.
It makes it easier on Sharp, so... Clippers statement on Paul George parting ways following a significant gap in contract talks, exploring an opt-in and trade scenario and excitement about new opportunities and greater flexibility under new CBA to field a highly competitive team moving forward. Paul has informed us that he is signing his next contract with another team. Paul is a tremendous talent, an elite two-way player. We feel fortunate for the 5 years we spent with him. Over that span, he went to 3 All-Star games, blah, blah, blah. This is what he accomplished. Cool, blah, blah, blah. We traded a lot to pair Paul with Kawhi, and in exchange, we had 5 seasons of contention. Even though we fell short of our ultimate objective, we appreciate the chances we had with Paul. Heading into this offseason, our roster was constructed 3 great players, 33 and over, 2 of whom could become free agents. We wanted to retain them on contracts that would allow us, under the constraints of the new CBA, to continue building the team. We negotiated for months with Paul and his representative on a contract that would make sense for both sides, and we were left far apart. The gap was significant. We understood and respect Paul's decision to look elsewhere for his next contract. We explored an opt-in and trade scenario, but it would have left us in a similar position under the new CBA with very little asset value to justify the restrictions. We will miss Paul. At the same time, we're excited by the opportunities we've now been afforded, including greater flexibility under the new CBA. Kawhi is an all-NBA player, and we
keep
believe...
saying that.
Kawhi is an all-NBA player, and we believe... T. Lue is the best coach in the league. We will field a highly competitive team this season and moving forward use our organizational advantages to bring top talent to Intuit Dome. Got to reference the new arena. Also, Kawhi is an all-NBA player. He might as well be a bench player in the playoffs because he never plays during the playoffs. So good luck, Clippers.
Yeah, and
and Eric Gordon has agreed to a deal with the Philadelphia 76ers. Anyway, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah. You're basically saying you lost Paul George, but it's okay because you have a $12 million trade or mid-level exception and a $4 million biannual exception to sign 2 people that you think under the new CBA will be better for you than Paul George. Get out of here with that crap.
Yeah. Jake Fisher says, can't recall a statement like this in the early hours of free agency from a team president on losing an all-star to the open market. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Elizabeth Allen says, hell yeah, new CBA coming in quick to do what it was supposed to do. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
This is what most of the owners outside of the major market teams wanted, right? For teams not to be able to form
free agent
these
star
super
Chris
teams.
Paul intends to sign with the San Antonio Spurs.
Wow.
Here we go with the action. Let's go. Been waiting all freaking day for this.
It's a good mentor for Castle.
That is a really good mentor for Castle. Well, Wemby's going to have people that can give him the ball.
Aeromancer says Isaac Okoroban.
Isaac Okoroban. If Arrow's trolling us, I'm very disappointed.
Do we know how much Eric Gordon signed for? I'm guessing it's probably pretty minimal, right?
Yeah. Maybe something with the cap room exception if they can sign Drummond while still having max cap space for PG. You know what's funny? It's a Suns guy going to the Spurs, and it's a Suns guy going to the Sixers. You know, that's Gary's and Romp's teams. So, and all the Blazers go to the Suns. Those 4 teams just shuffle players around. Okay, let me get these graphics updated as best as I can. The real question no one's talking about, where is LeBron gonna go? I'm trolling. Was there actually an Isaac Okoro thing?
Apparently he was tweeting from his account, but some people are speculating that he got hacked.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Weird.
I don't see.
Oh, of course my scratch discs are full. Hate that.
Everyone's wondering if LeBron leaves LA. He's not leaving LA. Why would you say that? Antoine says, can we please send Grant to Utah for Cody? That's not happening. The reports are LeBron's willing to take less to stay in LA so they can sign someone with their mid-level exception. That's not... He's not leaving.
Yeah, he ain't leaving.
After his agent threatened other teams that Bronny would play in Australia if they drafted him.
Yeah, they get Bronny, LeBron leaves.
I'm not trying to be the fun police, but if you just post a bunch of joking stuff, it makes it hard to like know what's real and what's not.
Post funny stuff too.
It's better if we leave it to like actual stuff that's rumors. But I agree, it would be hilarious if after all this LeBron just signs with some other team. Does Jackie Key have a chance to make our roster? As a two-way, sure. That's it. We still have all three of our two-ways open. It's basically a two-way tryout he has.
Yeah.
Do you guys think Gabe Vincent would be a good or a decent third guard off the bench for us? I mean, I don't think it hurts to have him on the roster, but I would prefer if we look to move him again if we acquired him.
Yeah. Oh wow.
What?
Nothing. Not basketball.
You're just saying, oh wow, for nothing.
Oh no, I'm watching this. I'm paying attention to this NASCAR race. There was 2 laps left, and then there was a caution, so just took the win away because they're gonna have to have a restart.
Wyatt Bryan says, do you think Lakers are legit contenders if they sign Klay? I don't know about legit contenders. I think Klay's a decent signing for them if that's what they get. If they got Klay and traded for Jerami, I mean, they're still pretty old, but
They're more competitive.
I like that. I think that's at least a solid playoff team.
Keep
Especially
Connect.
Yeah, Connect is probably the biggest thing. Also, you'd have to assume the Clippers are not going to be in the top 6 anymore at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think what other teams. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm forgetting a team that could fall off this season, but definitely the Clippers. Aaron Gordon, $3.3 million. So basically, Eric Gordon, sorry. Basically a minimum.
Yeah.
Denver? Falling off? I don't know. Denver's still a solid playoff team. I don't think they're falling off.
I mean, they kind of are falling off, but they're falling off
from
championship winner to playoff team.
I'm just talking about, like, the top 6 or, like, the playoff, for sure playoff teams.
Yeah.
Warriors, there you go. That's another team. Chris Paul not Chris Paul. Steph Curry at some point is going to start to slow down like Klay did last year. Draymond obviously is a ticking time bomb. And if Curry gets hurt or is starting to show signs of age, I don't think you can really say there for sure. They didn't make the playoffs last year, so. Aeromancer, can you sum up what this Isaac Okoro thing you were talking about is? Will the Blazers have a better record than the Warriors this year? I don't think so. Because I don't think the Warriors are going to tank. I think they're going to go for one last run with Curry, so I think they'll be a little...
I hate scratch discs full, man.
What does that even mean?
It means I don't have enough storage on my laptop to be able to edit my Photoshop graphics.
Yeah, we read it off a couple minutes ago, King Sam. Do you guys like Keldon Johnson? Not for the Blazers. Elemental says you're no fun, Dad. Flynn, do you think I'm a no fun dad?
No, I do a great job.
Let's go.
I'll pay you later for that.
That's so funny. I love that.
Him and I went to Bullwinkle's last night. Played mini golf. He was for the first time was tall enough to ride the go-karts by himself.
Nice. God, let me just fix this Eric Gordon graphic, please.
Funny, Matt.
$1 year, $11+ million for Chris Paul. He got paid. A little more than I expected.
11 million?
Yeah.
Wow. No wonder he chose Spurs.
Yeah.
I think he was getting minimum, or if not that.
Yeah, good for him. Jonas Valanciunas, 3-year, $30 million deal with the Washington Wizards.
What? Why?
So they can play Sar at the 4.
What if the Wizards, man? Teams cannot get out of their own way.
I don't think there's a problem with that.
Well, they just Holmes opted out of his contract to sign
Yeah, that was a little
basically the same contract, and then they don't pick up the team option on Tristan Vukcevic, who just came over in the middle of last year.
Yeah.
I don't know. Seems weird. Pelicans need a center. They got Missy.
Yeah, is Yves and Missy even a good fit there?
I don't know. That's probably why there were some rumors they were interested in Ayton, but like we discussed, there's no real good matching. Hartenstein to the Pels could be in the works. How would that work, JD? I don't think they have any cap space.
Oh my goodness, man. Sorry, I gotta stop reacting to this.
Is it still the NASCAR thing?
Kyle Larson pisses me off.
Shams bomb about the Wizards.
It's a Woj bomb.
I know. All Things Phone says Wizard Shams bomb.
It's probably the Valanciunas thing. Oh, that's what I should be deleting to clear storage.
There is a salary floor, Jaden, that now all teams have to meet by the first day of the season, or they do not get any luxury tax payments at the end of the year and have to pay their players up to the minimum salary level. It's 90% of the cap. Emma Lom with the $5 donation. What seed do you guys think a Scoot, Shaden, Denny, Kamara, Klingon be? Keep up the great content for the Blazers. Watch you over.
Thank you.
Watch you over Blazers games. Oh, thanks, Emma Lom. Well, if you think about it, maybe the Clippers implode. The Spurs, you've got to think the Spurs are, at the very least, right there with us, if not better than us. Rockets are better than us. I'm just trying to think of teams that would be worse than us in the West.
There really aren't any.
So even if we do play well or whatever, it's hard to imagine us being like everything breaks our way perfectly. See a jump and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And you have injuries or teams falling off. I still think we're like at best 11th seed.
Yeah,
and that's like if every single thing breaks our way. But
yeah, we ain't making no plan. Which is completely.
And you also have to factor in that if they're 5 games out of the 10th spot with a couple months left, they're probably not going for it. They're probably doing the opposite like they've done the last few years and just pull the shoe. Herb for Aiton doesn't even work. It's their salaries are too far apart. Ashley asks, is it possible for the Pels to trade for Aiton? It's possible, but it's very unlikely. Their salaries are just weird. Like maybe they basically have to accept Aiton and a very minimal asset for Ingram to a third team, but I don't know. Tay Play says, can you talk about the new assistants? I mean, Dorkran has been a good assistant, smart guy for a long time. Don't like couldn't didn't do well as a head coach, but hopefully he's good as an assistant, and like he was in Toronto. Fleming, I don't really know a ton about. I know he's kind of an X's and O's guy, so I hope he provides some of that, but I don't know if it's going to matter too much. But I am excited that there's some new assistants in town, and that we've kind of changed some of the dynamic there.
Yep, fully agree.
Don't we have a trade exception? We do have a trade exception, except for we don't have any way to use it because our roster's full, and if we used it, for anyone making more than $4 million, that we would be over the cap again, so or over the tax again. So very, very unlikely that they're going to do anything signing wise or trade exception wise short of a big trade clearing out roster spots or saving them money, which the saving money part might happen, but the clearing out roster spots is actually probably going to be the opposite problem where we have to take on several contracts in a trade.
Dang.
Bless you.
Thank
Bless
you.
Ingram for Jared Allen swap is interesting. Something Crushables has brought up several times. I think the Pels that's a pretty good move for them. I think Jared Allen would be a pretty good fit. And they got DeJounte as well. I think they'd probably be like the 6th seed in that case. Chris, we did actually bring up that exact trade scenario earlier in the stream. I just don't see the Pelicans trading Ingram for Aiton straight up. It just doesn't make sense for them. No, Adam. I don't think any of the Lakers players coming back, other than Connect, the Blazers would be interested in, particularly short of what they could get from other teams for them. But I think any players coming back from the Lakers would be strictly value in the trade market to flip, or just simply having to take them on because Lakers have to match salary. DJ Vega says they like Ingram on the Warriors, but they don't have enough salary to match without including Wiggins. Well, what would stop them from including Wiggins?
Alrighty. Once again, thank you for tuning in for our free agency live stream. Could have some fireworks tonight. We're going to be live basically all day. And we'll see if there's anything regarding the Blazers. If not, we'll see what the days ahead have for us. Also, chance PG signs with the Sixers tonight. We will cover that, of course. And we'll see if there's any update on Klay Thompson as well.
Could the Warriors want Jerami? Sure, but I don't know what they're giving up, really. I don't really want Wiggins. Adamson says, seems like Vanderbilt's stock has fallen then. I guess health concerns and limited offense. Don't know his game well. Yeah, well, his extension, he signed a big extension. So he jumps up from making, $4 million or something like that to 11 or 12 million for most of his contract. So that's not quite as valuable. Also, he needs to be in a situation that's kind of suited for his game, and there aren't a lot of good fits for that. Why Zebra says we shouldn't want to trade Ayton unless it's for a haul, in my opinion. Priority should be to rebuild his value. How is it going to be higher than the last few months of the season?
Yeah, how are you going to rebuild his value exactly? Is my question.
I'm very happy to be wrong about this. I hope I am. I hope Ayton's a changed man. But I've been, a manager, boss, owner at several different places throughout my life. You always get an employee whose punctuality is terrible. They're late for everything. They have attitude problems or whatnot. And you can talk to them, have a discussion, say, you got to be better moving forward. And they're good for a while and stuff like that. But it's never a case where it's like, oh, this person's changed completely. They're so good now about being on time and all that kind of stuff. And so you can fake it for a while. And like I said, I hope I'm wrong about this and that, Ayton has really matured and is different now. But I think in the back of everyone's mind, including the Blazers front office, they're worried that at any point, any little thing could set him off, and that's why Cronin has to call him when we draft Klingon to talk to him and make sure he's okay and understands. But when someone has issues, like he had issues with the Blazers, the front office was really frustrated with him for a lot of last year. And so when that happens, you don't just all of a sudden think he's a changed man. You're constantly worried about him defaulting back to the way he used to be at some point and becoming a problem again. And so I don't know if you can ever fully trust it, even if he is matured.
1000% well said. I would not change the way you worded any of that.
And as Elizabeth Allen said, the Blazer fans are just forgetting his market before Portland got him. Like they had to basically give him away.
Yep.
Froggen says if we get a first each of Grant, Ayton, and Robert Williams III, is that ideal? Better or worse than you're expecting? In my opinion, we need 2 firsts for Grant, or a first and a good young player. Ayton, if we got a first, I would be happy. Yeah. Robert Williams III, I would be doing backflips if we get a first, because I just think with his injury concerns, and only playing, 6 games last year or something, combined with his injuries from the past, I just don't think he has that kind of value in a trade. So if we got, I guess, total 3 firsts, 2 for Grant, 1 for Ayton, and we just traded Robert Williams for a second or nothing, I guess that would be kind of close to what I was expecting if we traded all 3. So I guess your question is correct, but we need at least 2 for Grant, in my opinion.
Yep. Agreed. Okay, I'm done working on graphics for now. I got my storage cleared. My scratch discs are no longer full. Alrighty. Whoops, wrong thing. There we go. Okay, chat, what's going on? How you guys doing? Where are you guys watching us from? Are you watching us on your TV, on your tablet, on your smartphone, on your Tesla computer dashboard? Where are you watching us from? And if you're eating food, I am jealous of you. Let me know what you're eating. Garben says he's driving car stereo. Drive safe. Alex Wolf says from his bathtub. Well,
nice.
Little weird, but good for you. Eating beans. We got Brad in here. What's up, bro? Says eating beans and watching on my smart TV. I can't handle beans, man. I'm starting to realize they do not make me feel good. We need Ayton's play finishing next season if we trade Ant. What? Please elaborate. What do we need Ayton's play for if we trade Ant? In order to accomplish what? Winning games? Is that what we're trying to accomplish? Video of PG on NBA Central. Let me pull it up. I'll share it on the stream too. Oh, it's an old clip. Never mind. Basically, he says, I owe them a trophy. That's what I owe this organization. This is a window that we're trying to capture. My commitment and my job is to bring a title here. Paul George on the Clippers in 2020. Well, it's 2024. And things have changed.
I'm seeing tweets of Clipper fans liking this other Clipper fan posting his new profile pic of the Damian Lillard telling Paul George, keep switching teams, running from the grind, your boys is chumps.
That's funny. There's also a tweet. Great news for all Spurs fans who kept their Brandon Paul jerseys. Yeah, Brandon Paul wore number 3 when he played for the Spurs. I don't even remember how long ago that was. You know what?
So, like, their version of Connor, that one person that had a...
That's exactly what I was thinking. So their version of Connor is pretty happy right now.
Do you think we'll ever get another Ryan Arcidiacono that wears number 51? What number was he? So 50, was that right?
Mm-hmm.
So that Connor would have a new jersey. That's an old jersey.
That'd be good for Connor. CP3 is with Wemby right now. Is that Wemby? It doesn't really look like Wemby. Why is there a
He was back on the Knicks for part of last year, freezing clouds. So he says he needs to go back to the Knicks for to fill the gauntlet of Villanova players. Clippers FLE on Miles Bridges. That's actually might as well at this point.
I'm so annoyed.
Is it over?
No. It's going to go into like a fourth overtime. And my driver just wrecked after having his best race like all season. Because of Kyle Larson. I don't like Kyle Larson. Tori, what is the hat you're wearing? It's a Tillamook hat. I got it from the Tillamook gift shop at the Tillamook Cheese Factory. Shout out to the Cheese Factory, man. I like the Cheese Factory. Go there every year. Seeing Klingon shooting Summer League threes, I can't get past it. Eager to see him put some up. I agree. Umpqua ice cream all the way. That's bannable. Bannable comment, Eric. It's Tillamook all day.
Umpqua's Oregon too, and decent, but yeah.
Nah. Tillamook.
No, I'm just saying it's not.
That's what I represent, Eric.
Okay. Maybe I should get an Umpqua ice cream head.
Nope. Then we got beef.
What if Umpqua sponsored us?
Are you asking me if I would sell out for Umpqua?
Yes. That's exactly what I'm asking you.
Maybe. Very possible.
We could have a bidding war for whose ice cream will represent.
Tillamook cheese is the best, though, for real. Man, I don't even want to talk about food right now. I should have actually gotten food. I got caramel junior mints.
Jackson Burgess, the $15 Australian donation. Sharp breakout season loading, by the way.
What are your goals for him next year, stat-wise?
Dude, I just want him to be healthy and play.
70 games played, then?
Yeah, at least 70. I want his efficiency was bad last year. I mean, we know he was getting run to the ground a little bit, but efficiency better than his rookie year, and improvement on defense, and be healthy. It's basically what I want. I don't necessarily like to put up points per game on it or anything, but I don't think the Cavs have done anything yet, Alex.
What's up, Jared? Jared, this is insane, bro.
King Sam wants Jaden to take an all-star leap this year. I mean, that would be awesome, but I mean, we can't really. I mean, like, that's just something. You can't, like, when you're talking about realistic, what you want to expect, you can't just say all-star, in my opinion.
Blue Bunny ice cream? I've never heard that. Honestly, I don't eat much ice cream.
I mean, pretty much all ice cream is good. Adam asked if you think, or if we think that Denny could be our new Draymond Green. In my opinion, he's more of a point forward than a. Draymond's almost like a center forward.
Yeah.
so like, or a center guard. So I don't know. I think defensively they're a little different. Denny's a little better at the point of attack, whereas Draymond's a better help defender and inside defender. So they're a lot different. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like that comparison, but if you're just talking purely assists and rebounds and stuff like that, maybe.
Tori, them's fighting words. Oh, I don't eat much ice cream. Who are you? Somebody that likes to be below 230 pounds. You know, that's at 6'4". That's my goal. Full transparency. So, I've been eating better lately. I lost like 10 pounds in 3 weeks, so you know I'm doing pretty well right now. Anyway, Tillamook's frozen pizza is pretty good. Yeah, that is pretty good. It is pretty good.
What's the Jabari Smith Jr. trade scenario, and what's the likelihood? I think it's pretty unlikely. I don't know why they would trade him. Booker, Kevin Durant or something, but they're going to save their assets for those type of players, not for like Jerami Grant.
Sorry. I am so preoccupied right now. Tori, are you shrinking? I swear you were 6'5.5" 2 years ago. That's with shoes, Krish. I took off the shoes. Do you think the Blazers will do anything today? I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see. We'll be live for when it happens. Instant reaction. If it happens today.
Why are you not in the NBA, Tori?
Why are you not in the NBA? Great question. Jared, that's not happening. You must be behind, Jared. I blocked Peyton Pritchard before. I thought that would be good enough to get me to the NBA. It turns out nobody cared. So, you know, what can I do? I don't know. Was it from half court? No. It was at the rim. He drove baseline. Robbie, a little bit more than that, bruh.
.2.
You don't gotta say. Is Rumix holding tryouts again? Not sure. I couldn't have tried out last year anyway because I like sprained my ankle extremely badly. Right before anyway, but I wasn't about to spend 300 for no reason. How tall are you again? 6'4". Why didn't Eric make it to the NBA? Now, that's a good question, Eric.
I didn't even play in college. I mean, I could have played a small college, but
Yeah, well, why didn't you play at a small college and become the next Dalton Connect?
I'm 6'6", and I am a slow-ass white guy who, at the time...
Why are you a slow white guy? That's the next question.
I was like the same height and weight as like Michael Jordan growing up, so like I'd play the same position as him and Clyde Drexler and stuff, and I'm not good enough to play shooting guard in the NBA. Plus, I don't have I probably have a negative wingspan too.
Genetics suck, yeah. Only got 6'6" height, but the rest of it, just like me, the rest of it, not athletic enough.
Yeah, if I was like 6'8" or 6'9" and could have been more of like an inside player, probably would have been.
I love this comment. You guys should do another Rip City 3-on-3. Well, they should have another Rip City 3-on-3 because they haven't had one since our last one.
Yeah. We should do a different 3-on-3 tournament.
Probably have to travel for that,
huh? I mean, there's some around town. There are smaller ones, but there's the Hoopla, I think it is. I think it's in Salem. It's
Me, you, and Stephen Vaughn.
You guys are probably banned anyways. What does that mean?
Banned from what?
For winning? Well, Sean, community colleges don't give scholarships, but
yeah, they do.
Yeah, I mean,
like not like full scholarships though. It's like
yeah. Well, when I was in school, they did not give athletic scholarships at any community colleges, and so
it's like a stipend plus like some coverage on classes, I think, or something like that.
My dad wanted me to go to a 4-year college, and all the 4-year colleges I could have gone to and played were all like private colleges that were way out of my price range, so kind of screwed. Who wins one-on-one is Tori. Because I'm like 20 years out of my prime.
That's funny.
We've played one-on-one a few times, and he's kicked my butt every time.
Whoa. Okay. Finally. Have you ever blocked Tori, Eric?
Yeah, probably.
I don't remember.
I think I've gotten you a couple times. More like just knocking the ball away when you go up, I guess.
Yeah.
Tori's pretty crafty about like shielding his shot, so it's kind of hard to block.
Thank you. Can you guys not convince the sponsor to help fund a community 3-on-3 tournament? I mean, that's so much setup, so much work. I mean, we gotta start convincing more sponsors for our post-game shows. Let's like the stream, chat. Absolutely. Almost 600 people in here. Shout out to you guys for hanging out with us during this dead free agency period. 153 likes. Leave that like on the video, on the stream. Let's get to 200 likes. That would be amazing. What's up, Jordan? Bet he can't handle this D. What a comment. Snackin' K. It's been a minute since I've seen the Snackin' K profile picture. Interesting profile picture. JP Savvy, people don't leave likes unless you ask for them. So, and I don't really ask for them much. People come in our chat and ask for likes more than we do. What do you guys think the next starting lineup will be, assuming they keep Randall? It's Brunson, McHale, OG, Randall, and then whoever their center is.
Hoyle's Gaming, the schedule comes out later in the off season. So yeah,
it's like middle of August usually. Grants for Rui and Vanderbilt. Better be more than that. Thoughts on the Summer League schedule? I wish they mashed us up against the Grizzlies, Eric.
Huh. You want to see Klay get dominated by Edie again?
Dominated?
He had about like 37 and 10 in the...
Let me look up that box score.
I'm just joking about it.
Nah. I got to defend
my
guy Donovan.
That's what Edie fans say.
Wasn't he like under 50%? Purdue, UConn. I mean, we got the winner, not the stat stuffer. That's all I'm going to say. Edie was 15 for 25, 37 points, 10 rebounds. Klingon was 11 and 5 for 8 from the field. Oh, yeah, 0 for 1 from 3. I forgot he attempted a 3 in that game.
Cam23, $5 donation. His first super chat says,
Thanks,
aren't T-Wolves the best blueprint for us? Gobert, Ant and Jaden equals optimistic. Klingon, Shaden, and Kamara. Scoot could be as good, better than Conley. Learnings.
Thank you for the donation. I mean, that's being very, very optimistic. My question for you, Eric: which one of those comparisons do you think is most likely to happen in terms of production?
I mean, all three are kind of crazy in my mind, but probably Klingon is Gobert, but I mean, he's like the 4-time defensive player of the year, so I don't think that's a good comparison either. Like, I don't know. But like in terms of just closest style, it's probably that. I mean, if Sharp is Anthony Edwards, like, we're set.
I think archetype-wise, like, those guys are like the same archetypes. It's just those three are so good.
Yeah.
I think Kamara maybe being Jaden.
Yeah, maybe.
Is like the most likely. Because I just don't see Klingon
but
being
that's like
4-time defensive player of the year and Sharp being... Like, I think Anthony Edwards could be the best player in the league in 3 to 4 years, outside of Wembanyama. He's the outlier, right? Basically, Anthony Edwards could be the best human in the league in like 3 or 4 years because Wemby's an alien. I don't think Sharp realistically has a chance at being that good, so I would go with Jaden McDaniels and Kamara.
If you're the Bucks and shopping Brooke Lopez, what player would you be looking for in return?
Not sure. I'm not sure.
I'll
be back in a couple minutes. You answer that.
It's always weird when you're trading a center because you want a different type of center. So you'd either have to find a team that is also okay with moving the center they currently have for your center just because it fits them better, or you need to get the assets in that trade to do it because they don't have a lot of ways of making their roster better if they trade Brooke for someone that doesn't fill a need. So they can't just take the best deal for him without thinking of how it'll shape out their roster, because they also can't wait any time to field their roster out over a year or two stretch. So yeah, they need to find someone that fits the roster better if they're moving him, and I don't know who that is. What players do you think Klingon plays with this season? I'm assuming he just playing the minutes at 8 and is not on the 4. I think they're going to try Klingon with pretty much everyone, just like all the rosters. They're going to mix up the rotations and stuff. I don't think it's set. So play with everyone. I think they're also going to try to make it work with playing both of them together some minutes. So I don't know. But this is why I'm not really in love with having Ayton long term. I think I just think with how much they talked about Klingon and how much they feel like his role is going to be in the future, I don't know if you need Ayton, even though Klingon's never played a ton of minutes, so I don't know, man. What do I think would be a reasonable extension for Tamani if he was eligible for one right now? I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say with the money that's being thrown around right now, because yeah, I think you give him like $10 million a year based on potential, but Christopher, don't bring up that dude on this show. DJ Vegas says, I think the Bucks will end up signing a cheaper center and free agent like Mo Wagner or Jalen Smith, and then they play Giannis at mostly center in the playoffs. Yeah, but Jalen Smith just opted out of 5-something million. And then Mo Wagner was set to make $8 million. I don't know how, because the Bucks are right up against the second apron, so they won't have. I think they're pretty much stuck with minimum contract signings as of right now, unless something changes with their cap situation. So I don't see them being able to sign a free agent center other than minimum contracts. Is Klingon just a younger Nurk? I don't know. I guess there's some similarities in their game, but Klingon's a little taller, so I think he's, I don't know. Does Portland have any free agents? Just Moses Brown, and then there are 3 two-way guys, so Ivy Baji, Justin Minaya, Ashton Higgins, I guess. Can I discuss the Ayton extension ramifications? What Ayton extension ramifications? I don't understand what you're asking.
I never want to hear the words Ayton and extension in regards to this team, okay? That's all I'm going to say.
Like, we're going to give him a max contract extension on the 2 years we already owe him?
I would fall out of my chair, bro. Are you kidding me? That's gross.
Christopher, stop saying that name in chat. I'm serious.
Why is he saying that name?
Apparently he had some tweet about a trade idea or whatever.
Oh, God. Yeah, no. Will we go an hour before one of these Twitter feeds updates? Chat, what should one or both of us have to do if these feeds go an entire hour without another tweet? Right now we're at 42 minutes. Give us ideas.
Tom Fisher says, what levers do the Blazers have for this free agency? Nothing. They don't have any levers outside of what gets opened up by whatever trade.
Go get some food, DoorDash it. I don't got the budget for DoorDashing right now. You have to both walk away for 5 minutes. I mean, but then our viewership dies. Dionysus, you know that ain't happening. Eric Gordon traded? No, he signed with Philadelphia. He was a free agent. Shadows, I don't have any cardboard. That would be funny though. If only I was rich and had like faces on a stick. Venmo one lucky viewer $100. Yeah, I definitely don't have the budget for that right now. If I don't got the budget for DoorDash, I don't have the budget to give away $100. You both need to chug an energy drink in a race. Yeah, I could go get a beer. You could go get a beer. We could shotgun a beer. See who finishes first. That sounds like an awful idea. Tori has to 1v1 me on Rocket League. You know what? If we go a whole hour, I might play. I might just start playing chess on stream. Not even lying. Until we get something.
Yeah, Dionysus, I don't see any way they're extending Ayton right now. Ayton's going to want max money still, and I don't think Portland wants to lock themselves up to more than they already have with him.
What's your go-to opening? Stonewall or Sicilian, a probably wrong accelerated dragon version of a Sicilian. I don't got time to study opening theory.
Chris was asking if we're doing Summer League coverage. We usually do post games, and we'll, of course, have our Monday, Thursday shows if they line up with game nights of those as well. Who are your guys' favorite non-Blazers players? Can't say Dame.
Chet Holmgren. Easy.
My new favorite player is Ulrich Chomsky.
There you go. Jalen Tyson is up there.
Shadows in my mind says who would be on the roster for Summer League. They haven't announced yet. I'm assuming Scoot's going to practice with the team and maybe play a game or two. Yeah. Obviously, Klingon's going to play. Jackie Key, he'll play. Chris Murray, I'm assuming, will play. Not sure about Tamani. Yeah. I don't think Shaden's going to play because he's not playing for Team Canada for that same reason. I know he's training with them, but not playing. I think they're just going to... Yeah, Rupert probably will be on there. Good call, Junie. Yeah, I think the plan is just to give him the whole offseason without pushing it too much, so it's fully healed. They don't have to worry about it flaring up again. When is Shaden extension eligible? That'll be next offseason when he's through with his 3rd year, going into his 4th year. Have we traded Grant to the Lakers yet? No, we have not.
I trolled. Oh no.
Are you gonna get wrecked in front of everyone?
Yeah. I'm not a what is it, blitz player. I'm not a good blitz player at all. Oh yeah. Damn.
Wayne Lamb checked the pinned tweet or pinned message. Pineapple says play Rocket League with Eric, so everyone can see how terrible I am at Rocket League.
That's funny.
Are you playing a live person?
Yes. Exploding Pants is his name.
Why Zebra? It's way too early to know anything about what's going to happen next offseason with Shea. It's totally determined on what happens this season. Truly, Spencer Crushables doesn't actually play 2K. He just does rebuilds on 2K. Anymore, at least. Marie says we should get Neil Olshey on one of these streams.
Neil Olshey.
Would be pretty funny.
That would be pretty funny.
Dude, why is no one tweeting?
I know. I just want to see if we go an hour. Oh yeah, I'm cooked. I'm beyond cooked.
Do you think Olshey's mellowed out at all, or is he still all bristly? And...
Was he humbled? Was he humbled? That's a good question. I'm not sure. Oh man. Brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal.
If the Blazers offered you a front office role, would you take it? Yeah, why would? No, my lifelong dream of being in the Blazers front office or working for the Blazers, yeah, I would just turn it down.
You would work under Jody, huh?
I mean, yeah.
What's up, Crush? We're just waiting for somebody to do something somewhere.
Oh, speaking of Crushables, there he is. He just appears when I start talking about him.
You should hop on our stream. Crushables, let me know. Let me know if you want to hop on the stream. We're very bored. We could use your entertainment.
I would accept any NBA front office role, yes. No, someone asked us if if Tori and I could beat you in a game of 2K, and I just mentioned that you don't really play the actual game anymore.
When I was in college, I had a teammate. We played probably 120 games of 2K in like a month, and I forever hate playing 2K since then. Well, at least like the actual gameplay. I might be down. You got to be more committal than that, Crush.
Might speech.
What am I supposed to do with might be? Man, this dude is as non-committal as the NBA is right now.
If Jody Allen offered you a Speedo and a bodyguard job, would you take it? I mean, yeah, sure. Yeah, it's not family stuff.
We are his family. Just kidding. Yeah, if you want to. Or I could see what Stephen Vaughn is up to and see if he wants to come in here and debate Eric on Anthony. That could be fun. It was fun recording with Stephen last night.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that video pop up this morning.
But well, I was gonna do a preview because we had like discussed it but never actually committed. So then I texted Eric. He's like, I'm not gonna be home till 11:30. Eric, what were you out doing last night?
I already told you I was at Bullwinkle's.
Oh yeah, you were at Bullwinkle's. I was thinking you maybe did that during the day. Okay.
No, yeah, my mom and my youngest daughter wanted a girls' night. They went and got their nails done and went to the zoo and watched the movies that my daughter wanted to watch, and because there's my son around, so they have to kind of pick stuff that they both want to do. So she wanted a like only girls' night, and so my son and I had a boys' night, and we went out to Chang's for dinner, had some going grill, because my daughter doesn't really like that place, but my son does. And then we got like the 3-hour unlimited pass at Bullwinkle's. Yeah. And so like, I had just started that like when you texted me, and I was like, crap. I just paid, it was like $45 each for 3 hours unlimited stuff, so yeah. But yeah, we had a lot of fun.
Sounds like fun.
He was ecstatic about his car driving skills because it was the first time he'd ever gotten to do that by himself on his own. So yeah, he said he was wrecking fools out there on the track.
Bro, people are so funny when it comes to Steven. I swear, okay, for those of you in chat saying, I can't watch Scorching Trails because I don't agree with Steven, is it just the Ant takes? Or is it other takes? Alex says, have you guys considered doing streams where fans join the stream to chat with, debate with you guys? We actually did that like a couple years ago on post-game streams. It just ended up like taking too long, and it'd be fun to do. You just never know what people are gonna say.
Yeah.
And the setup was kind of wonky, so it'd be cool. Trent says, I like Scorching Trails on the Steven dynamic. Yeah, me and Steven just get to go at it. It's fun. I enjoy it. It's called Scorching Trails for a reason. It's gonna be a little bit fiery. It's not like Steven's an asshole about any of his takes either. He's like very cordial. Like you can debate him without it being weird or like, it's still civil. And that's why I enjoy recording with him, because we disagree on so much. It's fun. It's fun. JP, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. He has his opinions. You got your opinions. I probably agree with your opinions more than his, but is what it is. It's a different dynamic. Like, that's kind of the whole point, is a different dynamic. Spencer, I get it. I get it. Fully understand. $57. Alright, it's... You know what? It's time for another game. Hopefully I do better.
Crushables, we're in this for the long haul, man. Yeah, the batting cages were cool. It's too bad they took them out. Is this a chess channel now?
Yeah, something like that.
You should be playing someone from chat right now.
Yeah, I'm down to play someone from chat if someone from chat wants the smoke.
I don't really think that's true, Freezing Cloud. He says everybody waiting for PG to sign, the market will open. I mean, what? Like 90% of the teams don't care where PG signs.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
I'll be back in a minute.
Alrighty. Alrighty, chat. I'll engage with you after I'm done. Oh, I just win as a rook. That's crazy. Oh, no, I don't. I lost. I suck. Okay, no more chess for me. No more chess for me. All right. Crushable. He seems too locked in. I'll join you all in like 30 if that's cool. If y'all still want. Yeah. Sure. Basically, we're just killing time right now. You know? Don't really know what else to do. It's been very, very dead today. This is such a long, like, hiatus. So, if you join the stream and cause something to happen, that would be great. That would be great. Join Sun Valley Pod? I mean, they'll say some stuff that, you know, will get me canceled. Doesn't get them canceled. They're impervious. They're invincible. I'm not. So, you know. Ashland says, most boring free agency. Yeah, it's pretty mundane. I mean, we'll see when PG decides on something. I just got back and we playing chess now. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to do right now. There's a tweet. Troy Weaver got to the Wizards, drafted Sarr, and handed out $55 million to Rashawn Holmes and Jonas Valanciunas. Yeah, that's funny. Can we get Rich on to do Stephen Vaughn? No. Nah. Unfortunately, no. Is the West really more competitive than the East? I feel like the West is deeper than the East. I feel like the East might be better at the top. Denthard, let's play or you're scared. Send me a request. I'm much better 10-minute chess than 3-minute chess. Also, I'm much better playing on my phone. I'm looking at my group chat right now. Are they still streaming? Yes, we are. Will I play Bullet? Tory Jones 20 is my username. I don't know. Once Eric's back, because I'm too focused to say anything.
Back.
Denthard is trying to run it.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to do, Eric. If you have other suggestions, I'm all ears. Or if chat has other suggestions, I am all ears.
Yeah, the 2016 free agency was crazy.
I know. See, like, at least right now we'd be getting re-signings, you know? That's just where that part kind of sucks for free agency stream, free agency day. I think next year's might be a little wild. I think the free agent class might be deeper. But man, there's just nothing. It's just crazy right now. Oh yeah, we played before. I've played Denthard. Who had the best mock off season? Eric, in your opinion, who had the best mock off season? And why is it me?
I'm having a tough time remembering right now.
What are you up to, Eric?
Nothing, just checking. See if we're missing anything.
Does the Paul George trade go down as the worst trade in NBA history? I mean, it gave them a chance to legitimately like win a ring. I don't think it's as bad as the Nets trade for Darren Williams, Gerald Wallace, because they were never good enough to even like contend.
Yeah, if injuries didn't happen.
Like, if you're going to take a risk, at least have there be the potential of enough reward to justify it. And when you get Paul George, Kawhi, at least it was a justified risk versus reward that didn't pan out. So I don't even view that as, like, that bad of a trade, to be honest. It just didn't end up panning out for him. Mm-hmm. They're a play-in team next year for sure. Without PG. Harden, another year older. I mean, they'd have to do some really good work with the MLE in order to avoid the play-in. Does talking to a player's agent count as tampering? Yes, it does. Like before free agency? Yeah. Where do you think DeMar DeRozan goes, Eric? Oh, I gotta update this Valanciunas thing. Anyway, go ahead.
Good question. I think one of the LA teams, if they don't get Klay, could be in play for him.
I think Clippers then.
Yeah.
I think Clippers. He goes back to LA. He's from there. Yeah, that easily my prediction is the Clippers. The thing is, in our mock offseason, people will always give, like, the super long, like, extensions. So you'll have Klay stay in Golden State. You'll have PG stay in LA. There's never really, like, chaos like this. Is that a mint box I'm hearing?
A what?
A mint box or something?
That you're hearing?
Yeah.
No, it's my dog eating her food.
Oh, got you. No, it's fine. I was just curious what it was. We like some ASMR over here. Don't we, chat? Who's the next free agent I should put on this graphic in place of Valanciunas? That is my question for chat. Who's the next best free agent? You got... Here are your options. Markelle Fultz, Buddy Hield, Nicholas Batum, or Jalen Smith.
We got a signing.
Something happened! Let's go! Mason Plumlee signed with the Phoenix Suns. So they basically drafted Oso Ighodaro, and then they got slightly more athletic Oso Ighodaro. What do you think of that signing for them? I don't really like it.
I actually like it if it's a minimum. I think that's all they could do, right?
Yeah, he doesn't give them anything different than Nurk. Bro, is he gonna back up Nurk?
Yeah, maybe.
They love their former Blazers, man.
He's better than Drew.
They love their former Blazers. Do I put on Suns Valley podcast, get their reaction? First time I hear a curse word chat from Suns Valley podcast, we're dropping the stream. Okay. Let's just hear what they have to say on this.
Lead to the Suns.
Gabe isn't even there.
Yay, yay, yay. This stream was worth it, boys. B says. Look, as long as he's better than Drew stinking Eubanks. Someone says trading Nurk incoming. That would be wild.
Anyway. I don't know if you heard it, Eric. Sundo's reaction. As long as he's better than Drew stinking Eubanks.
Nice.
They hate Eubanks over there, too. That's funny. That's funny. Maybe next year we do this stream where, like, you know, I know a lot of NBA creators now. There's like RB's live. I don't got his permission to share his stream, but like that would be a fun way to do it. Sixers do something, share his stream. Maybe I could share his stream. He probably wouldn't mind. Drew tampered Eubanks. Yeah, where's the Eubanks signing? We finally got something. I'm just happy we got something.
Heck yeah. Made some plum dog.
We reset the clock, guys. All right. Tori, I vote for Healed as the next guy on the list. Yeah, I'll probably put Buddy Healed. That makes sense. Makes sense. Anyway. There we go. Buddy Healed. Next guy up on the top 10 list. Y'all just love being the Phoenix Blazers with all these centers. I know. Nurk, Plumlee, Eubanks. Oh, that was in their chat. I still have their stream up. I thought it was our chat. I'm reading their chat. That was what Jared said in their chat. Shout out Jared. Jalen Smith is a low-key good pickup for a team.
You have to pay him, though.
Yeah. How much do you think he makes?
I think he's hoping for more than $5.5 million.
Yeah, that player option. Phoenix will sign Moses Brown as their third center watch. Yeah. They got Iguodaro, so they just want passing bigs. Nurk, Plumlee, Iguodaro. Bol is their third center. Oh yeah, they got Bol. Bol better than Wemby Bol. Bitadze is underrated. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Najee Marshall signed a 3-year, $27 million deal with the Dallas Mavericks, Eric. We finally are cooking again. Najee Marshall, man. My guy. One of my undrafted sleepers right there. Getting paid a little bit.
Wait a minute, though. That means I don't think they can re-sign Derek then.
So Derek Jones Jr. gone.
Unless he took, like, hardly any money.
I mean, but they're now hard capped at the first apron. So they're now hard capped at the first apron, correct? Yeah.
I believe so, because that's more than the tax.
Yep. Yep. $9 million. Yeah. I like Najee Marshall, man. Like, plays okay defense. Knock on him coming into the league was he didn't shoot the three ball well. That's why he went undrafted. But he's become like a league average shooter. And then can handle and pass a little bit. I don't really know how he fits there. I don't think he necessarily fits there better than Derek Jones Jr. He's a better shooter than Derek Jones Jr., but I don't think he's quite the defender. And do they really need him to handle the ball at all? He's like a tertiary playmaker. Is that what they need? I'm not sure. They need that lockdown defender, and I'm not sure Marshall was that good defensively on a contending team.
He's pretty good defensively.
He's good. Is he Derrick Jones Jr. good though?
I don't know. I'm just surprised after trading Hardaway to free up enough space to sign Derrick Jones that they
Didn't do it.
use that before he even signs with somewhere. I mean, I guess Klay could still be in play.
Klay could be in play for who?
Mavericks.
How so? Sign and trade?
Sign a trade, yeah. They can't sign a trade with themselves, so they're out of the Derrick Jones Jr.
Yeah. Klay wouldn't be a bad pickup for them.
Yeah, I like that for them.
So 3 years and $27 million for Najee Marshall heading to Dallas. And then you had Mason Plumlee sign a 1-year minimum. That's basically what it has to be. With the Suns, leaving the Clippers. Chat, what do you think of these signings? Let us know in the live chat. Crush is ready. Yeah, we'll bring on Crush here. I don't know how the webcams are going to sort themselves out. We'll figure it out. It doesn't even matter. We can just have his voice too. Let me finish this Plumlee graphic and then I'll give him a call. Do you guys like the new Clippers logo? Do you like it more than the old one? Let us know in the chat as well. I love the new Clippers logo every time I get to use it. It's just a clean logo, Eric. Not as clean as the Blazer logo, but it's, you know, it's good. Put your Cam over Woj, Eric's over Shams, Crush over Chris Haynes. Well, those would be very narrow cameras. Unfortunately. And Skype's weird. We'll figure it out. We'll see in a second. Okay. There we go. Plumlee on the board. Oops. Derrick Jones Jr. was an awful fit here, which wasn't Stott's fault. Stotts just parked him in the corner and didn't have him cut, didn't have him move.
Stotts also took him out of the rotation.
Yeah, so some of it was definitely Stott's fault.
Josiah says, what if we traded Grant for Jordan Hawkins in a first? That doesn't work in the CBA. You have to match salary, and they don't really have the contracts to match that are realistic.
Yep. Okay.
Is the new apron scaring teams? I don't think it's scaring them. I think it's just preventing a lot of teams can now not make moves that they could have in previous years. So.
Let's see if this works.
Hello.
Hello. Wow, you're loud. What's up? All right, hold on. You got webcam or no? Hello? Eric, are you still there?
All right, I can hear you now. Sorry, my headset wasn't connected.
You're all good. I can't hear you, Eric.
I'm here.
Okay, there you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. All right. Okay, how are you enjoying free agency?
Oh, there I am. Right?
There you are. Let's go. Awesome.
Let's go.
Awesome.
All right.
We'll just do this.
Boring,
instead.
man.
This works.
It is dark cave.
It's I gotta put on the lights. Sorry. It's boring, bro. It's been boring.
I love your
That's
lighting.
where we're at. Thank you. Turn it on right now. But yeah, it's not been very fun, man. Get Luke Cornett at the buzzer, when everything drops, and then outside of that, we got Paul George news, which is nice, but
where do you hope he goes? Like, do you want him to go to Philly, or do you have a preference?
I don't really have a preference, but Philly is interesting. I'm not sure how they're going to fill out the rest of that roster, though. I do wonder, but I think Philly is fun, though. I think it is fun. I could see it failing miserably, though.
Yeah, because they've tried it before. They've done the Jimmy Butler. They've done the James Harden thing. It has not worked out for them, so maybe third time's the charm with PG. I do think PG's a better fit next to Maxey and Embiid than Harden and Jimmy Butler would have been. So I think that's their best chance, but it's going to be tough for them even with PG to get through the Knicks or get through the Celtics. I still don't think they're beating them in a series.
Orlando getting him would be weird too, but they just took themselves out of it with the KCP signing. So they still have enough money.
Actually, I was thinking, could they sign and trade for him? But I don't think that's really possible. And the Clippers don't want to take on the salary. So yeah, they are out. You're right.
Yeah. But weirdly enough, they still have enough money for Anthony, though, technically.
Yeah,
so
like
that might still be an option for them, because I still think they need a shot creator in the backcourt. I like the KCP signing, but they definitely need like a guy, I think, in the backcourt that can control the offense.
He can't be their best move. Like the two guys they've added so far, Tristan da Silva, KCP, they're just not shot creators. They're guys that can play some defense, knock down some threes. Tristan da Silva can pass a little bit, but it's more like just functional passing. So Ant is just such a perfect fit for him. And if they don't get Ant, they gotta get a guard that can create. I don't even really like Klay Thompson for him. I know he'll help their shooting, but I don't like him creation-wise. The problem is maybe DeMar DeRozan would go there if they paid him enough, but he's not a good enough shooter. They just need somebody that can shoot and create. And out of all the guys on the board, wait, Tyus Jones went back to Tyus Jones. Oh man, I gotta fix that.
I thought he said he signed somewhere. I was about to say.
maybe Caleb Martin. But is that good enough creation? I don't think so.
No. It'll be interesting what they do, for sure. But yeah, I feel like the only team left for Paul George is Philly, pretty much. I mean, like, I guess you could sign to, like, Detroit, but that's not happening, obviously. But yeah, so I think Philly and Paul George is probably a done deal. It's just a matter of when it gets announced, probably.
Yeah.
We have a Mark Stein tweet related to the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dallas pivoted to signing Najee Marshall, league sources say, after unexpectedly conceding tonight that it likely would not have the wherewithal to retain Derrick Jones, while the Mavs focus on sign-and-trade pursuit of Klay Thompson. So I don't know what changed there, but obviously at some point tonight they realized that they were not going to be able to re-sign Derrick Jones.
Sad news.
Them pursuing Klay, I wonder if Klay would start for him if he goes there. I wonder if they'd have to give him some sort of concession that he would start in order to sign him. Because I feel like he'd probably start for the Lakers.
I could see them just starting him where Dirk Jones started, right?
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's what I would assume. I just defensively, man, like I do not like that in that lineup at all. He's just not the same defender he used to be, especially defending up.
Sorry, stay consistent on your mic distance. Is my mic cutting in and out or something? Sorry.
Probably talking to
bad.
me because I'm always very inconsistent with my mic distance. But
Yeah,
it is.
I do that a lot too.
I wish I had it on a arm where I could like sit back in my chair and relax, but I got lean forward.
Right.
And my desk doesn't pull, or my chair doesn't pull all the way into my desk, so it's like, I don't know, I can't like sit upright on my mic. It's like lower than me. It's tall person problems. It's like lower than me, so I have to hunch, and then my back gets sore. It's just problems over here, unfortunately.
His mic came in super crazy. Oh, okay. Well, hopefully it's fixed now.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're good now. You're good.
Okay, just making sure. So Najee Marshall goes to the Mavericks. The last thing that happened. Plumlee's on the Suns. So those are the last two bombs we got, huh?
Yeah, in like the last hour and a half.
Not much. Man, I can't believe. I thought this free agency period was about to be crazy, and just not that at all.
I mean,
I'm
you
surprised.
do have the Klay saga, and you do have the
Paul George.
PG saga. So
Yeah.
at least you got something. It's just, I don't think it's like necessarily less crazy than last year. It's just last year you had a bunch of re-signings, and this year all the re-signings happened already.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
That's why I
We
didn't
did
really
have
like the change.
I remember you guys mentioning that concern though, like where all these guys were resigning, so you were wondering if it was like going to prevent free agency from being good.
Yeah,
It's
it's turned out
kind
that
of
way.
gone that way. Yeah.
All right, we'll add this graphic.
I've also been updating things in 2K as as these signings have been happening.
Oh, you've been updating the rosters. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I remember when I used to do that, man. Good days, good times.
Eric is 6'6", Tori is 6'4", and I'm like 5'9" on a good day.
You were a point guard then.
I guess.
All right. What do I need to do here?
What's the next rebuild? I'm not sure yet, to be honest with you. It depends if something crazy happens tonight, I guess.
Yeah, I watched your Blazer one. I watched your Blazer one. Where you
Heck
got,
yeah.
Cooper Flag.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was cool, man.
Well, is Colin Murray like a good prospect or something? I've never heard of him before.
Colin Murray Boyles. I don't know why you
Yeah.
said Colin Murray. Does
Yeah,
the,
it's because
who does
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask, who does the top draft classes on 2K? Who's like the top guy for that now?
There's a lot of them, but the guy I don't know if there's a lot of them, but the guy I use, his name is Joda Kelmer.
Gotcha.
And 2K has this dumb glitch where you have to like misspell prospects' names because they take, for some reason, they like register prospects' names as profanity, like no matter what it is. It's so dumb.
I used to make 2K draft classes, and like one that they would register as profanity was Charles Bassey.
Yeah,
Like-
exactly.
So you'd have to mess with that. And then there was I don't know if you remember a prospect named Simi Shitu was his name. So, they did not like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure I remember that one.
But I saw like you drafted Bryson Tiller and they had it as Tilly. Like, where's the profanity in Tiller?
I know it makes no sense, man. It makes literally no sense. It's been a problem for years, and 2K refuses to fix it. I know the NBA, my NBA or my league, whatever you call it, is very ignored in the 2K world, which
That's
sucks.
why I quit playing. That's why I quit buying it, because they do not care. Like, because it's just no microtransactions, and I'm sure pouring all the effort into stuff that gets microtransactions is the best business play to maximize revenue. It's just like, man, just spend a little bit of time on my league. I will buy it just to play my league, because it helps me stay up to date with knowing who's playing well during the course of the season when I start a start today file, and it helps me learn future prospects just by loading up a 2027 draft class when we get there, right? So,
Exactly.
it's been a little bit different because I haven't done that in a while. I just wish they would put something more into it, because there's just a lot of little things they could fix that would make it much better, and they just refuse to.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have to deal with and like the progression and regression in 2K and some players makes no sense. So like you have to deal with that too.
Yeah, like if you send them down to the G League for the whole season, they'll be like 10 times better at the end of the year. Yeah.
They've fixed that a little bit. It's not as bad as it used to be, but yeah, that used to be a crazy thing you could manipulate. I still do that sometimes, but it's not as like crazy as it used to be, thankfully.
Yeah, it's still just unrealistic. Like big players get too good, and then you have like 200 players that think they deserve a max contract, and it's just a mess. It sucks. It sucks because I'd play it if they did a better job, man.
I know it sucks.
But it's like even the simulation and stuff. I'd love to put our mock off-season stuff into a 2K sim like that. And
I know Chase, I think, did that. I should have done that. That'd been cool for a video or something.
That would have been cool.
Been really
for a video. It's like Scoot someday in 2K is going to be shooting like 44% from 3. Like the percentages get all out of whack. I don't know if they fixed that, but that's what I remember.
Yeah, like the draft class creator, I'm sure like it's not his fault, but or I guess maybe it is, I don't know, but like Donovan Clingan like shoots 45% from 3 in his rookie season and like it shoots like a ton of them.
I mean, I think part of that is on the creator, but it's like you'll just have these wild percentages. Like Luka, I remember Luka one season shot above 50% from 3. Just crazy stuff. So I've retired from that.
Yeah.
I'm a chess and Rocket League player now. Although I got my ass kicked in 2 chess games, I'm done playing chess on stream.
And then another stupid thing about 2K is that the Celtics are horrendous in the simulation. They suck. Like they missed the playoffs entirely right after winning a championship. Makes no sense.
It doesn't at all. Yeah, I don't. There's always like the teams where it's like, oh yeah, this playoff team that like might be able to win a first round series is gonna win the championship in like half of simulations. There's always that team, man. Like,
bring NBA Street back. That was dope back then.
Eric says, I'm gonna have to read off Eric's comments. I guess says Mavs don't really have the pieces to get Grant anymore. Adam Smith's hard to match salary. Where do you think is Lakers right now, right? And then Philly, they're gonna get PG, so like Grant's out the window, unless PG miraculously goes somewhere else, and then I think they would be the number 1 team for Grant.
Yeah, it'd been nice if Philly just took Grant's contract entirely, but that's probably dead.
I don't know who I'm forgetting about. There's probably a couple other teams that could be players. Apparently LeBron called Klay Thompson right when free agency opened at 6 p.m. Eastern. What's Mark Stein talking about right now with the Mavs? Eric talked about it a little bit ago. Let me pull up his Twitter, though.
It's kind of similarly said. Sources say Klay Thompson completed a signing trade that lends Thompson to its looming Tim Hardaway exception.
Okay, so they're going to get a trade exception for Tim Hardaway Jr. because they're only bringing back Quentin Grimes. And Grimes, I think, fits into probably a smaller one if I had to assume. So that's like 6. Go ahead.
They're putting Grimes into the biannual exception.
Oh yeah,
since they're hard capped anyway. So
that's a new rule. You can use the biannual exception or the mid-level exception to absorb salary like a trade exception. What's funny, Eric, is me and Eric like thought that was the case a year ago when the new CBA was ratified, and that was like a new rule. We read it somewhere, but then for our mock off season, looking back, we could not find anything regarding. Or no. We got confused because we thought it was you could use a trade exception to sign free agents into that trade exception, right? I don't remember. But basically, new CBA, new rule. So that's interesting. So basically, they absorb Grimes' contract with the biannual exception, so it doesn't count as money incoming for Tim Hardaway Jr. Like Tim Hardaway Jr. is just thrown in extra, essentially, So they get a full trade exception for his entire salary that they then can use to absorb Klay Thompson's salary in a sign and trade. Man,
That would be cool.
Dallas has been really well ran the last couple of years, just with some of the moves they've made, some of the creativity that they've had. Like, this is a creative way to land Klay Thompson. They got Najee Marshall for an MLE. Of course, the Gafford lively pickups, PJ Washington. They're a well-ran franchise now. They're going to be, I think, a little bit better next year with Najee Marshall plus Klay. I just don't know, like, without Derrick Jones Jr., do they have that on-ball stopper they need? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I love what Dallas has been doing, man. There was so much pressure from everybody saying that they're going to lose Luka, and they've done nothing but make good additions since then. So, shout out to the Mavericks.
And for the record, I've seen this brought up many times in chat. Thibault is still, for another, I think, 2 weeks, ineligible to be traded to the Dallas Mavericks because of the terms of him signing an offer sheet with them. So I doubt that's part of anything they have cooking right now.
They're going to be close to the first apron, too, and that's going to be a hard cap. So they're going to have to send out, like, basically similar salary. And who even is that? Dwight Powell plus... I don't know.
Ayton to Indiana Pacers.
Not going to happen.
I could not believe the trade I saw in a video for Ayton to the Pacers, like literally just a week ago. I'm like, what on earth? Like, the Pacers are not giving us that for Ayton. That's insane. We were going to get like Jarris Walker and Mathurin for Ayton. I'm like, there's no chance that happens.
A certain local media member said, "Don't be surprised if Thibault's name came up for the Mavs as point of attack defender. Get Josh Green in return." I don't think they're getting Josh Green in return for Thibault.
Why would they trade Josh Green for Thibault?
Yeah, what are we talking about, bro? Don't be surprised if the team that tried to get Thibault tries to get Thibault. Amazing.
MD says they're less tampering, so people aren't talking before free agency. Maybe that's why it's slow. I think Torrey's been saying this all along. I think it's just simply a lot of the signings happened beforehand that we would have heard about right away in free agency. Because they re-signed with their own teams.
Aeromancer says Thibault's a worse point of attack defender than Green, lol. Yeah, Thibault is your off-ball roamer type of defender, not really your point of attack guy with how he gambles and doesn't get through screens the best and closes out too hard. I don't like Thibault for them at all.
Brandon Romero had a $2 donation. Who do you guys think the Blazers are signing? Brandon, they have a full roster, and no, they don't really have any room under the cap, or under the tax. So there's not really anyone for them to sign. So I should be shocked, short of a trade changing their situation, that they'd sign anyone this offseason. Other than two-way guys, but they don't seem to be in a huge rush to do that for some reason.
Watch, the Blazers are going to make their trade when you're working and when I'm working, Eric. That's just how it's going to go.
Yeah, probably.
We might sign a two-way guy, but I feel like we already would have done it.
That's what I'm saying. They missed the main window for that if they were going after an undrafted free agent. And so, I mean, I guess there could be some players that were on rosters last year that go unsigned, and if they don't get a minimum contract somewhere, could get a two-way. Could definitely do that. But yeah, I don't know. Tyler James said, could Bari be a two-way? Man, I don't think he's signing back with us on a two-way.
Ain't no way.
I'm about to say that'd be crazy. Gets waved and comes back on a two-way.
I don't think Skylar Mays is eligible anymore for a two-way. I think he's been in the league too long now. But I wouldn't be surprised if Ivy Baji and Ashton Hagens are back on two ways.
The Blazers have done nothing Michael today, at least. That's what the Blazers do best.
All right. Kendrick Perkins said he's willing to bet his left big toe that LeBron won't take a pay cut for LA. That's funny.
According to Sneggy, I don't know who tweeted this, but Derek Jones Jr.'s situation got complicated by him switching agents this week. I guess there was a 15-day waiting period to change representation with the NBA Players Association. So the timing of it made no sense, and then they weren't even able to talk to him.
Really?
Damn, that's crazy.
That actually is wild. I've never heard of anything like that. Why would he do
Yeah,
it then?
Yeah, from their perspective.
That could cost him millions of dollars. I don't get it.
And that could cost them losing out on anybody else if he went somewhere else after they waited all that time for him, too.
Yeah, that's wild. That makes no sense. You know how amazing this live stream would be, going from 0 to 100 if we got a Grant or a Simons trade?
Oh, man, that'd be awesome.
Sad if that second.
Well, yeah, a Grant trade would make me a lot happier.
I just want fireworks. Blazers do something, as Steven says.
You think
Artists
the
is-
Lakers are waiting for Klay before they do anything for Grant?
I don't think those two have to be in lockstep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. I was just wondering if...
Artist says, what do you feel about Jalen Smith and Indiana coming to PDX for JG and whatever else it takes? Well, one, Jalen Smith's a free agent, so that's not happening. Two, I don't know why the Pacers would want Jerami Grant. They have Siakam. They just re-signed Obi Toppin. They're pretty loaded at the 4. I guess Jerami could play some 3, but I don't think Grant makes a ton of sense for them. And they also have, I don't know how they match salary, who they're trading out to match Jeremy's salary.
Okay.
What would be the ideal Grant trade? Check the pinned tweets
Yes.
or pinned message in the chat.
One Piece says, this is for Tori since you're a movement guy. Were you not impressed with how nimble and light on his feet the Chomchi was? So there's a difference between like being able to move your feet and being able to like move well with your dribble, being able to change direction. Like there's a lot that goes into movement pattern stuff. So like the stuff I look for in terms of being able to move is mostly like as a creator, and Chomchi, I have not seen like a single thing of Chauncey creating from the perimeter outside of a straight line drive, so he doesn't really fall into that category for me.
Eros is your quiet. So according to Anthony Irwin, who was the guy who had all the Grant rumors, Lakers are a pretty distant second to Dallas in the Klay Thompson race right now.
Yeah, so they're going to need a little bit more firepower. So, Jerami Grant, you are a Los Angeles Laker. There, is this better?
Yeah, no matter what you do, like, I know, not to call anybody out in chat, but I had the same problem where even if you pin the message, they still ask the question.
Yeah, it's just easy for us
That's
to say, check the pinned if you want your answer.
Yeah.
You know,
Because I'll whenever I'm streaming for the draft free agency, I put like what time it starts, and it never fails. Someone still asks, "What time does it start?"
yeah.
JP Savvy wants us to die, Tori.
What?
Very rude. He just said he wanted us to die, man.
JP Savvy says, you know what would have been a great way to make the stream more fun? Take a shot every time someone asks about details for a potential Grant Lakers trade.
Oh my.
Yeah, he wants us to die.
Yeah, it'd be 15 shots. At least 15 shots deep by now. Probably more.
At least, yeah, like 47. And then you have the knuckleheads that would do it just to make us take
just to
shots. Yeah.
They would actively kill us.
Yeah.
James, that it is still possible because Orlando still has $27 million in cap space, and they still have tradable contracts. So yes, it's still possible.
Good that you didn't then. Yeah, you don't say. You don't say.
What do you think?
Does anybody need life advice from Crushables?
Oh yeah, let's get some life advice going. We got nothing better to do.
It's been a
right
while
now.
since we've given life advice, and people love the life advice because we are not just a Blazer channel. We are also life coaches when you want us to be. So,
how would you go about remodeling your kitchen? See, this is what I would do. You're in the hands of an expert, because I once upon a time worked at Lowe's for years, right? So what I would do is I would go talk to all the special people at Lowe's, all the salesmen, and get in contact with them and have them, paint out a plan for you, and that's probably where I'd start.
I've seen pictures of his kitchen, and it's just like all torn up.
Really?
I think he's at the point in the process where it's not really about planning; it's about salvaging his remodel, because it looked like a mess, man.
As a young father, would you have it any other way? Is that what you mean? No, I like being a young father. It's made me grow up quick. Not that I wasn't already, but I like it. I don't have any problems with it.
Yeah, I'm sitting here with two dads. And the only thing I've
So the advice is go to Lowe's, basically. Yep. That's the best I got for remodeling a kitchen. You can try it yourself, but I don't know.
My advice for remodeling a kitchen, unless you're freaking rich, don't do it. Just make do with what you have, dude.
Yeah.
It's a pain.
Aeromancer's pretty rich though, so I think he's fine.
Yeah, that's true. Money bags.
A kid in your 20s or a kid in your 30s, did you want to get travel ambitions out of the way? I mean, I'm never going to have that option to choose from, but, obviously I'm living through kids in my 20s, and I don't think I have any regrets. I enjoy it a lot, so. But everyone's different.
Did you have something happen to your kitchen, Aeromancer?
His house is like 120 years old or something like that. I forget. Something around that. So I don't know. It was a convoluted story when he told me.
I had a issue with the water that ruined the floors, but it was covered by insurance, so got new floors and stuff. New dishwasher, new oven and stuff like that, but not really remodeling the whole thing.
Life advice question: if your girlfriend was a Laker fan, would you dump her right away? Well, I'd never get with her in the first place, Max. So you've already made a mistake.
Well, Max is kind of a Laker fan that watching this, so.
Well, that's my answer. He also asked how to quit his Blazer Uprise addiction, and the answer is you don't. You just embrace it.
Yeah.
It's not a bad addiction. I promise.
I would not dump her because it'd be cool to have a girl that actually likes to watch sports anyway. I'd be grateful for that.
You just want the tension.
Would that be weird though if your girl's like analyzing your rebuild of the Lakers and stuff? Like, why?
It'd be different.
Why did you re-sign Jared Vanderbilt to that contract, dude?
That's true. Good point.
Be kind of fun.
Life advice: should I get Wendy's or McDonald's nuggets? Wendy's. Wendy's has like sauced nuggets now. They're interesting. I don't know. They're kind of weird. But you could try them. What if she was a Laker dancer, though?
And then there's no way you're getting it.
Then you got to be very secure in yourself in order to trust that.
Yeah.
Arrow says, also the kitchen is original to the house with old-ass metal cabinets. Oh, hell no.
First step is to don't own the house, just rent it instead, I guess.
Well, he owns it, unfortunately for him. So when I take them out, I'll have to redo the walls, too.
Damn.
Yeah. See, he was... going to Lowe's is... I don't think that's enough for Arrow. He has some serious issues.
Yeah, no. Lowe's is overpriced anyway.
Dude, I haven't been inside a Lowe's or a Home Depot in like 5-6 years. The smell is just different there. You smell a different way if you spend any time in there.
I worked there for years. I worked in delivery for the most part. I delivered to some nasty houses, man. I'll tell you that.
No. Life advice question: should I continue the family business or try for Ivy League law school? I think this is slightly outside of my jurisdiction, but are you continuing the family business to try and how do I phrase this?
Well, what's the family business?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that depends on a lot.
Yeah, that does depend on a lot. And also, is it like you trying to live up to your own expectations placed upon yourself to like live up to some sort of family name or keep your family happy? Like, are you running that business for them or are you running it for yourself?
Also, what do you mean by try for an Ivy League school? If there's a possibility you couldn't do it, I think it'd be foolish to give up the family business to attempt to not even knowing if you can make it into an Ivy League school or not.
I mean, you're going to have to pay for that Ivy League school, so you might have to do both.
Yeah. But if you want to be a lawyer, obviously you should go to law school and become a lawyer.
Or you could just read what Slim said and do whatever makes you happy, King. We supply kitchen and bathroom supplies. I don't know how to answer that.
Life advice for idiots who are contemplating booing a recently acquired player just because where they're born. Yeah, I mean, I don't like mixing politics with that, especially from somebody that, by all accounts, listened to his teammates like he's a good teammate and a humble guy. So, yeah, I think that's just people that want to mix their politics with their sports, and I understand it, but I don't like that at the same time. Thoughts on CP3 with Wemby? I mean, he's going to be able to get Wemby the ball. He finally has somebody that can throw him lobs.
You think that means Castle comes off the bench, or what do you? How do you think that looks?
Comes off the bench.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
I think you can start them both together.
You could, yeah. But I
don't
think
think
that's a good mental on Castle too.
Yeah, I don't think Castle is quite ready yet to run an entire offense. So
yeah, I like that a lot for the Spurs.
I mean, if you can get into Columbia, you already have it. That's what you want to do is be a lawyer. I mean, obviously, it's going to be a lot of work to get there from this point, but I would do that.
Jerry says, I might be in Vegas to catch a Summer League game. Who from our main roster do you think will play? Klingon, Rupert, Chris Murray, maybe Scoop,
Denny-
maybe Kamara?
Scoop for a game or two.
And Denny Avdia? No, I'm kidding. Someone was asking me the other day. I'm like, there's no chance he plays Summer League.
Honestly, maybe Duop Reef, but
Appreciate the gas, Michael.
ever served on a jury. I got called in for jury duty twice. One I extended to the day after Christmas and then nobody was in, so I didn't have to go. And then one was late March 2020. So then COVID happened and saved me from that. So never actually had to do it.
I have been summoned once, but you call to see if they need you, and they didn't end up needing me, so I have not actually ever done it.
I think it was like a year or so ago. I had, up until this point, had always been, like Crush just said, you call and then they say they don't need you. But I actually got picked for a trial last year on jury duty, and it was a really messed up.
Gosh, I'm not ready for when that happens to me.
Yeah, it was like stalking, sexual assault type thing.
Yikes.
Yeah, and it was pretty bad to have to listen to.
Yeah, no, I don't want to ever do that, but I know eventually it might happen.
JP Savvy is from overseas. I don't know the exact country, but it's from overseas, so not American. Yeah, in America, you just randomly get summoned and you have to show up, legally.
Yeah, and it just comes in your mail, and
Yep.
you have to. Just like when you turn 18, I think you're eligible to be drafted because I think I got a letter about that one time, or I forget what age it is exactly, but I remember getting a letter about that when I was still at my mom's.
Will we have another hour-long hiatus?
Surely not.
I mean, it's 42 minutes right now, man.
That's true.
You've made this a little easier, though, Crush. Thanks for joining us, because
Thanks,
it's a little
Brady.
rough.
I'm glad to hear it.
It's a little rough. Is the biggest free agent
Josh
signing really going to be Najee Marshall? Is he a bigger free agent signing than Chris Paul, though? What were you going to say?
Wait, what?
Oh, I thought you were about to say something.
Oh yeah, I was saying I almost streamed for 6 hours. So what's another whatever mini time I'm here?
I know, yeah.
Damn, AJ's rude. If you don't say hi to him back, he says I'm hello again like that with attitude.
AJ, I literally read off your GC comment from earlier on this stream when you weren't even here. Back when you said, "Are they still streaming?" As if you can't just open up your YouTube app and check in 5 seconds.
AJ's infuriating, man.
Oh man.
Oh,
Of course
hello
it
is
is,
just
Trevin. I didn't even know that.
How
but
am I
of course
supposed to
it is.
know? Yeah, I was like, how am I supposed to know that?
This dude loves his freaking frog, man.
How long left of free agency? Free agency doesn't end. It just slows down eventually because everyone's signed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or hopefully it
let's-
speeds
let's-
up.
Yeah, I guess it's already slow right now. I don't get it. If Spurs are in rebuild, why Asian CP3? Because I feel like CP3 is a good mentor for Stephon Castle, and you get a point guard that can actually pass to Wemby. That was a huge problem for them last year. So that's CP3 on a 1-year deal is a no-brainer for them, in my opinion. He's also a guy that's not gonna like jack a lot of shots up either, so like he's not gonna mess with anything they have going.
What would be a good replacement for Jerami Grant? A Thompson, perhaps? Like a Men or a Sir Thompson? I mean, we're not getting into those guys. So it would, I mean, we've got our replacement already. It's Denny Diaz would be the power forward.
Tristan Thompson.
This is crazy that he's still in the league. Tina Thompson.
Two people beat you to the punchline of your own joke, Aeromancer. How do you feel about that?
Where do you think Brook Lopez is going? That's a good question. I mean, they can't. If OKC strikes out on Hartenstein, I could see them getting Brook Lopez.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Maybe.
what were you gonna say?
Said maybe. That makes sense.
Maybe Memphis. I don't know how set they are on starting Zach Edey. Likelihood we run it back with Jerami. 50-50. What Bruce Brown trade arrow?
He's joking that there are rumors that Milwaukee's going to trade for Bruce Brown, just like in the mock-up season. So.
Why doesn't OKC want Ayton? I think it's pretty clear why they don't want him.
They value their culture. They got dogs. They bark in post-game press conferences. I mean, I'm sure Ayton would bark and then say dominating at the top of his lungs in their interviews, but I don't know. He just does not seem like a fit there locker room wise.
No, not at all.
So says, can we dump Jeremy for picks or do we need salary back? There are only a couple teams that could trade for Jeremy without trading salary back, so most likely we need to take salary back.
Golden State signed Kevin Knox to their summer league team. You remember the last time Kevin Knox was a Warrior?
He got traded to us, right?
It was for like 5 minutes that he got traded to us.
Don't get AJ too excited.
That was so funny. Slim says LFG. Something exciting happened, Slim?
Maybe Kevin Knox signing the Golden State Warriors Summer League.
I'm just like so ready for just anything exciting. I see LFG and I get excited. Like, maybe something happened. What's up, Umar? How was the doctors? Kenneth Fareed Blazer. Fire emoji. What a lackluster day, says Umar. Yeah, I'm kind of slowly going delirious. We'll see where I am in like another hour. I know that if we stream till like 9:30 and then get off, the Blazers will somehow sign GP2 at like 10 p.m. Again.
Yep.
When does the stream start tomorrow? If something happens, I don't know. Like, I got some work to do. If there's a trade, I'll try and get out of it. But otherwise, it might just be something tomorrow evening. I'm not sure.
Definitely have Blazers Uprise live tomorrow evening at some point.
Yeah, at the very least.
Might go earlier if there's a lot of stuff to talk about.
Yeah. I don't have like too crazy of a schedule tomorrow. Like all my work meetings are Tuesday, Wednesday right now.
Jerry Main says people have talked about Grant to Houston for Jabari Smith. How realistic is that? Who's talking? What people? I don't think that's realistic at all. It's more realistic that we get Jayshawn Tate and Jock Landale and future picks. But I don't think they're going to waste any of those assets for someone like Grant. I think they're going to save him to make a run at Booker or someone better than Grant when that becomes available. Why do people bring him up every show? That's the other local media member, Tori, saying that.
Huh? Who said what?
The same person that you said earlier, or read off that comment about him saying, I forgot what that was, is the one spreading the Grant to Houston for Jabari Smith rumor.
I think that's unlikely. For Jabari Smith and what? Just straight up? I mean, they have to trade out more salary, right? So, like,
it didn't say straight up. It just said,
yeah, no, these are just the questions I have. Like, okay, if that's actually legitimate, then what? I just don't trust. Just don't trust that.
Aramancer, that's the only reason I was disappointed Clayton fell to us. I really wanted to see what the Blazers would have done at 7 without Klingon on the board.
Yeah.
I think he only said that, though, because all the sports books odds were changing to Cody Williams being the favorite to go to us.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Oh, that was the other one that he was saying Dallas was still interested in Thibault. Yeah.
I mean, that part's not the part that I think is silly. The Josh Green part for Thibault is the part that I think is kind of ridiculous.
Celebrity boxing match, Tori.
I'll play him one-on-one.
Harold to the 76ers.
I don't... What?
Someone said Harold to the 76ers. What is this, like the 20... I don't know, whatever.
2021.
Christopher, what year do you think it is? And if that is real, then what year do they think it is?
Well, in his defense, he did say this is the 2023 offseason.
Is your cup fall? I love the background noise. I'm like trying to guess what it is.
My wife making dinner.
Ooh, what's she making?
Brats and tater tots and a salad.
Oh, I need that.
Heck
I've
yeah.
eaten all day. Outside of some freaking Junior Mints.
AI asked, do you think we can get a top 10 pick 2025 or 2026 for Grant and from which team? It's going to be really hard because most of the teams interested in Grant would be contender teams or playoff teams. The Lakers, for example, don't own their 2025 pick, so we could maybe get a top 10 pick in 2029 or 2031, but not. I think they're going to have a tough time. Like, back before when Dallas could probably trade for him still, their 2025 first was tradable because they gave up their 2024 this year. But I mean, they're probably going to be in the playoffs. So unless a team like that we traded for and then they ended up having a bunch of injuries or such, it's going to be tough.
I didn't get to ask you guys, but what do you guys think about what do you guys think the Wizards are doing at their center position? They have such a logjam there right now.
They're playing Sar at the 4, and
Well, I know that, but they still have like Bagley, Holmes that are making money. I know they don't have to play those guys, but they're still making like some decent money. And then Vucevic is a free agent for them as well, so I don't know. It's kind of weird. The Joe Val signing was weird to me. Like, I see how it makes sense, but they just have so much committed salary already to that position.
I think Valanciunas was fine. I don't really understand the Richaun Holmes thing, although he did have a player option that he was going to opt into otherwise, so...
Yeah, I mean, he was going to accept that no matter what. I was surprised they gave him an extension.
But it makes sense why
Although
they traded...
it's basically the same thing, just as a team option next year or non-guaranteed next year.
Yeah, they're definitely going to trade Kuzma, I think.
Oh, yeah, definitely. They should.
They're going to start Koulibaly at the 3, Sar at the 4, Valanciunas at the 5. Jordan Poole's still there. Brogdon's there now. I feel like Brogdon's going to be there next year. So he can start at the 1 or the 2. Yeah, I don't think... I feel like they don't start Bub right away, though.
Mistake.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little raw. He needs to get a little stronger. He should be in the rotation for sure.
Johnny Davis, too.
See if you can finally get anything out of him. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Adam Smits, how do you think I feel about Tejan Salon going to Charlotte? What do you think I'm feeling about that? I'm just messing with you. Yeah, obviously they have the 2 wings now that I wanted. Yeah, so we'll see how it goes.
Oh yeah, Shady. Kawhi, or not Kawhi. I read your last name is Kawhi, but yeah, they're absolutely stuck with Poole. No one's trading for Poole right now.
Shout out Truly Spencer PDX, $2 donation says, "Can we start a dono train to get Tori Uber Eats?" Unfortunately, like I don't think I'd get the money until August 21st. So, yeah, you guys are good. You guys are good.
Kevin H says, "Is Salon going to be a bust?" No.
Yes.
But Tori will say yes. There you go.
Eric liked him too much.
How dare
Cursed
you
him.
say that?
Tori didn't like him enough.
If he ends up being a good player, it's only because of LaMelo.
That'll give you a good time to work up an appetite till August 21st.
Jeremy says, Eric, would you have liked Salon over Klingon? I mean, he had Salon at 3 and Klingon at like 16 on his board, so...
Yeah. Blazer fan said, "Would you trade Simons for Benedict Mathurin?" I don't think that makes a ton of sense.
No.
Some people wanted Matas Bozelis, says AJ. By some people, you mean you.
Yeah, I mean, I like Matas, but his workout with the Blazers apparently went poorly. And, yeah, I knew he wasn't really an option. The Ignite guys apparently did not work out well at all. Ron Holland got drafted by the Pistons. Apparently, the Pistons never even worked him out. So,
That's wild.
They couldn't disappoint him in a workout.
yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Like, oh, well, that's why he got drafted 5, because otherwise he might have fallen.
It's pretty crazy.
Jack M with the $2 donation. Train car number 2 on the Uber Eats train.
Why are we Team Uber Eats? We're Team DoorDash.
Who wants to make it 3?
Thank you, Jack. Can we change this into a DoorDash train? A little cheaper, a little easier. Uber Eats prices are crazy, man.
You know, I used to, or no, you did. I know you did DoorDash. I used to do Uber Eats also.
I did Uber Eats and DoorDash. I would just double app and then be pickier with
I don't
my
know if
orders.
I might have said this before to you guys. I don't know if maybe I have, but I stopped doing Uber Eats because I went to a terrible part of town, and the guy in that terrible part of town tried to get me to take him to an ATM. I was like, "There's no chance that's happening."
Yeah, he's gonna take you to the. He was gonna have you take him to the ATM, and then he was gonna
Yeah, it was very
force you
weird.
to like withdraw money out of your account and steal it.
Yeah, oh, I know. He tipped me through the app, and then he tipped me in person, and then he asked me, to take him to an ATM, and I said, "Oh, nah, man, I gotta go home." And he's like, "Oh, I was gonna give you some money." I'm like, "Nah, I'm going home, bro.
That's
I can't.
sketchy, bro.
There's no way I'm doing that." So after that, I kind of stopped doing Uber Eats.
Yeah, I never had anything like that. Portland told Charlotte they would take Salon if they traded to 9, which stopped Charlotte-Memphis trade so that Memphis couldn't jump us for Klingon, forcing Charlotte to take Salon at 6. Maybe they would have taken Salon at 7, but if they weren't, then that's actually a big brain Joe Cronin play, Eric.
There's a good chance that happened.
All right. So, a couple of things for that. One, Charlotte is stupid if they told Portland who they wanted.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, maybe Portland just knew somehow. I don't know.
I mean, that wasn't really out there information. But
It was out there
two,
earlier in the day, but yeah.
Portland traded both 34 and 40. 40 for nothing, right? So Charlotte couldn't convince them to get 34 and 40 for the Blazers to move up one spot. They should have called their bluff on that, I think.
I don't think it's worth the risk to call their bluff.
But like the Blazers, I think would have given them 34 and 40 at any point to go up one spot.
Who's to say?
Yeah, all they-
even- I don't know.
Maybe all they had to say was, "We're about to trade with Memphis if you don't give us this or whatever or something." Maybe.
Oh, orange juice. No.
Yeah. I had well the Hornets take Salon at
Yeah,
6 on
well,
like the Hornets information graphic because it was reported before the draft.
It didn't matter though because like people said the Spurs might have taken Salon at 8, so if they traded back to 9, the Spurs, even if we didn't take him, probably wouldn't be on the board.
Right.
Still a good play though, if you know that's who they want.
The Blazers really wanted Klingon. I don't think if the threat is, oh, we're going to take your guy, I don't think the Spurs if the Hornets said, okay, fine, take our guy, we're going to trade with Memphis because they're offering more unless you give us 34 and 40. I don't think the Blazers say no to that. I say this. I think they say fine, we'll just do that.
Yeah, but who knows if Charlotte knew that like
Who is
I mean there's all
running the
reports
Hornets
about
now
Klingon being
anyway?
their guys, so they probably did, but I could just see him not really caring enough to like even risk anything and just like we really want Salon, let's just take him.
Yeah. I will be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, you will. Who do you think is better, Edie or Klingon? Klingon. Did you think Team USA will win the Olympics? No, France will.
Yeah, I'm about to say, man, I think those overseas teams might start taking over.
France especially. Gobert and Wemby, man.
Yeah, that's
dangerous.
disgusting.
No defensive 3 seconds. Good luck.
Yeah.
Nobody's scoring within 10 feet.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And Repair. Is Repair playing for him?
I don't know.
Do you think that France has higher top end talent these days than the US? They have Wemby. Like, they have Wemby. And no defensive 3 seconds. They have Wemby and Gobert, no defensive 3 seconds. That's better than anything I think the US can put up against them right now.
And I feel like they also have players that like commit more than US does. Like we just don't take it seriously anymore, it feels like.
Yeah. I mean, they're just going to be able to park Gobert at the rim and have Wemby roaming. You're not going to get off a shot within 10 to 15 feet. If you do, it's going to be very, very tough. Like, it's going to be crazy. I wish the NBA would allow goaltending. What, you mean when it's already on the rim? Because you can't allow blockage shots when it's going down at the rim. Like, that would obviously ruin the game.
How many first-round picks would Wemby be worth in today's trade market? Think about how much the Thunder have, and that still wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, like, infinite. Like,
Yeah.
there is like, San Antonio wouldn't trade Wemby for anything.
Yeah.
So there really is no answer to that question. He's going to be a top 5 player ever.
Yeah, no doubt. As long as injuries don't stop him, he's going to be insane for years to come.
Is Sarr on the French team? I don't know. If all the teams in the NBA pooled their future pick assets, would it be enough? No. Norman Swords, welcome to starter membership. Appreciate you joining.
Do you think Shepard can pass Stephen threes? That's some crazy expectation. Although Shepard's not that I've watched a lot of him at all, but he is a sniper, isn't he?
Shooter. You just have to wonder if he can get ahead early in his career because there's more 3-point volume right now. But Steph still shot a lot of them.
That is true. That's a good point.
Probably not. No. Very, very unlikely.
Ben Shepard, absolutely. I think a lot of players will pass Stephen threes. You'll be surprised. Yeah, I guess in today's NBA with how many are hoisted up, I didn't really think about that.
1 hour 7 minutes ago was the last tweet.
Man.
Brutal stuff. I might have to go get some drive-through. And just leave the stream going.
Do something, NBA.
I agree. Can Cronin pull off a late-night trade?
I don't know, man. Doesn't feel like...
What would you get? Not sure yet. Sleepy Joe Cronin? Yeah. He's going to bed soon. Probably.
He's probably asleep already.
So's Valley's still streaming. They want to do the whole day thing too, but I don't know if they realize what they signed up for. I don't think they've done this before.
I'd watch Crush play 2K while Tori's gone. Well, my 2K isn't really connected to the stream.
Yeah, unfortunately not.
Yeah, most of my stream was just me updating my roster on 2K. Like, barely was on Twitter.
We could play Battleship.
How do you play that?
You've never played Battleship?
Well, no, I've played Battleship, but how would we play?
Online.
Oh, yeah, sure, I'm down.
There's better games. Connect 4. I'm a Connect 4 pro.
Dalton Connect 4. Okay.
Dalton Connect 4. How many years of rebuild would the Clippers be going through, Tori? Good question. Have you ever played Codenames?
I don't think so.
I think you'd like Codenames.
What are you playing this on?
What, Codenames?
Yeah.
Online. Like in Discord.
Well, I know. But... Oh, and Discord? It's on Discord?
No, we like hop in a Discord call and then we'll play it like there's like a web page for it.
Oh, okay.
We hop in Discord all the time, like voice chat
Yeah.
and run stuff. I tried Jersey Mike's cheesesteak for the first time. It's fire. I don't like steak. You will not catch me eating steak.
Really?
Yeah, I don't like steak.
Damn,
I
that's
also
crazy.
refuse to eat seafood.
See, I'm not that big of a seafood guy either, but I'll eat some shrimp.
I think it's like gross. Like so gross that I don't even care what it would taste like. Like I will not eat seafood or consume anything with seafood in it because it's just like, gross to me.
What about some sardines?
No.
No, those are gnarly.
No way. Like if it comes from water, I think it's like gross to eat.
Interesting.
Unfollowed. Vegetarian. I have a vegetarian mindset towards seafood. What about sushi? That's seafood.
So you could never ever be a pescatarian then.
I don't even.
That's
know
a
exactly what that
seafood
means.
diet.
Oh, that's the seafood diet? Yeah, hell no. I'm the opposite of that. Even salmon? Does salmon come from water? So much for surf and turf.
Tuna.
If it comes from water, I'm not eating it.
I'm surprised about the steak thing. I've never heard a lot of people say they hate steak. Interesting.
Would you eat an anchovy pie if it meant we got Cooper flag next year? Why do I have to suffer so much for anything good to happen to this team? Like, why is that a prerequisite for anything good to happen, bro?
Like, yeah, I wouldn't eat anchovies either.
Jared, I have had good steak. I don't like steak. I always love when I'm like, I will not eat anything from the sea. I just think it's gross. You haven't had good seafood then. No, I don't care if it's the best made seafood ever. If it's from the sea, I think it's gross. I'm not eating it. Same thing with steak. I just don't like the texture of steak. Even if it's like cuts
Even
like
if it's
butter.
cooked differently.
Yeah, I don't like steak, man. I don't know what it is. I
Some
don't like
people like
soft
it well done,
meat,
and
but
yeah.
it's either chewy or it's like soft, and I don't like either of those.
Interesting.
Evan Sidery tweet. Oh, we'll take it. We will take it.
Yeah, might as well.
I'm gonna add him to the Chris Haynes, Jake Fisher feed. How do I do that though? Because I set this up last year.
It's nothing really that new, but
How do I add a person? Do you know TweetDeck? I don't know TweetDeck.
no, I've never used TweetDeck.
It's the best setup for Twitter feeds. Okay, I'll just search it and I'll read it. Let's see. Do we have something? Anything?
It's nothing new, but you can read it. It's kind of new, I guess, but it's something.
Paul George will meet with the Sixers soon in Los Angeles, which will likely conclude with an agreement. Philadelphia is prepared to offer George a 4-year, $212 million deal. Yeah, so we're gonna stream until Paul George signs, and then we'll see if we have anything else.
Yeah. Man, I never would have thought George was going to leave the Clippers like this, but it's kind of exciting that it is going to happen.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Where do you think that, I asked my chat this, but where do you think that puts them on the Eastern Conference totem pole then? Do you think they because I think I would still put the Knicks and the Celtics above them, just based off.
They are in the same tier as Milwaukee, Indiana, Orlando, Cleveland.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But I kind of feel like Orlando might be like the Sacramento Kings and take a little bit of a step back if they don't get a creator.
Yeah, I agree. Can't stay complacent.
Because they were pretty healthy this past year, right? Right?
Sacramento?
Yeah, or no, Orlando. I know Wendell Carter Jr. missed some time, but it's like he hasn't really been impressive lately, and I know Batadze played well for him.
Didn't Suggs miss some time?
He might have. I don't think they were as healthy as the Kings were when they got that 3 seed, but Suggs played 75 games.
Okay, so he didn't miss that much.
Wendell Carter Jr. played 55 games, so he wasn't even hurt for that long. Banchero played 80 games. Franz Wagner played 72 games. Yeah, they were like relatively healthy. So they could take a step back. Because that was the thing with the Kings. They had like historical health. Got the 3 seed. Didn't really change their team. And weren't as healthy and just weren't that good. And didn't make the playoffs. So Orlando, I still think, has to go trade for an Anthony Simons or get some sort of creator.
Anthony Irwin has an interesting tweet if you want to pull it up.
Sure. Tori, do you specifically hate steak or all cow products? Just steak. What's the tweet?
It's about Jerami Grant.
Oh, Anthony Irwin was the LA guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you spell Irwin?
It's I-R. Yeah. Gotcha.
The Lakers are just kind of stuck waiting right now. They don't want to move both their firsts for Jerami Grant, and they're waiting on Klay before they move on to other options. Move both your firsts for Jerami Grant, please.
Yeah,
Please.
man. What are we waiting on? Why not? Grant is worth it.
Yeah, 2 unprotected firsts in 2029 and 2031. You'll sign like 10 stars when 2029 comes around. You'll be fine. You don't even need protections.
Give us Connect and 2 firsts.
They don't want to trade 2 firsts for Grant.
The thing about that is that means we're probably asking or won't trade him unless they give up 2 firsts, which I completely agree with. Good job, Cronin, if that's the case.
That's a good point.
It's funny how it's like, good job, Cronin. You know how to properly value an asset, we think.
Yeah, hopefully.
I mean, so we hope the Lakers just get desperate.
Yeah, at this point.
So I assume it's with Rui and Gabe Vincent and 2 seconds, and they don't want to do the 2 seconds. So maybe there's a team out there that wants Rui bad enough, but I don't know.
Do you think it'd be Vanderbilt at all instead of Rui?
Oh yeah, maybe it could be Vanderbilt, huh? Because he had a bump. I keep thinking he's making like $4 million.
It may not. He makes like $10 million, so it may not still. They might have to throw in another salary.
Let me pull it up.
Yeah.
Let me pull up Fanspo.
I know, obviously, we were interested in Vanderbilt at one point, but I know that was a long time ago. Or it seems like a long time ago now.
Yeah, he has been injury prone and just not that good.
Slim, I agree. If Cronin fleeces the Lakers, I will laugh my butt off. Yeah, I would too. That'd be the funniest team to fleece for once.
Don't let the Lakers know we'd fleece them. It's a good trade for them, okay? Okay, Rob.
Yeah.
You guys would win a championship with LeBron and Bronny together. They'd make a movie about it one day. And you could
at least
star
AD
in it.
is a really good rebounder, so Grant would have that going for him.
Okay. It's still on screen, right? No, it's not. Okay.
I see Fanspo.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure like the top is just cropped correctly because I messed with it.
Oh.
All right. All right. Vando, Vincent, and yeah, you're right. That's probably what it'd be. Cam Reddish.
Oh, imagine.
Hell no, dude. I do not want Cam Reddish back on this team. Well, we'd probably cut him, actually, just because of roster spots.
You'd have to hear how he could be the next Paul George again.
So they're... I think they're under the second... Or are they under the first apron? Because they were trying to sign Klay to their full level exception, which would hard cap him there. So I don't think this is true. If it is...
Yeah, I saw this earlier. I don't think they are over the apron either, second apron either.
Yeah, if it is, like 6.8 mil gets... If they did like Wood plus Hood-Schifino would get them to 28.5. It's still not enough for Grant, so they'd have to trade out like 5 players for Grant.
Yeah, I don't see that happening then.
I don't.
We have so many.
Yeah, I don't think they're over that. Fanspo is always tripping on that.
I think it'd have to be Rui, or I guess D'Lo could be in it, and technically, but hopefully we're not keeping him.
Yeah, it could be D'Lo. I just think if they're giving up 2 firsts, they don't want to give up somebody that's like a key part of their rotation, like D'Lo or Rui. So
yeah,
it'd probably be this. They could bring back $7.5 million more, so that's 29.2. So they'd have to trade out a 3rd player. Maybe they would throw in Hood-Schifino. I mean, these are all cap holds. Maybe it's Maxwell Lewis. I have a feeling it would be Maxwell Lewis. I don't know where they are in relation to the first apron, but this, if they're under the first apron, does match. And then you're looking at 2029 first. I don't know what protections Portland could get on it. I feel like they'd both be protected lightly. But the most likely package, ignore this, because that's just based on Fanspo saying they're over the second apron, which is not the case. Like, they're trying to put their full level exception in play, which hard caps them at the first apron, let alone the second. So, Vincent, Vanderbilt, Maxwell Lewis. I just do not like Vanderbilt's contract, man.
Yeah, it is a few years, 4 years. Yeah, I could see it just being Rui and Vincent. That'd probably be the easiest way for them to match too.
I just think if they're already hesitant to give up 2 firsts, I feel like you're getting Vanderbilt instead.
PG in chat says, I listened to the guy's live stream meeting Anthony Irwin's, and or whatever his name is. He said it was either D'Lo and Vincent or Rui and Vincent. Okay. He said also maybe connect in it, and if that's the case, you get away with trading 1 first.
Damn.
We'd all take connect with 1 first, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Freaking lootly.
I mean, I would trade Grant for connect straight up right now. It'd be good.
Dude, if after all this we get connect still.
Yeah.
Damn, that'd be wild. That'd be awesome.
I would love it. I would love it, man. I would love it.
Carter Dick with a $2 donation. How do you value connect in relation to their firsts? I think they're all pretty evenly valued, but I mean, if they would rather give up connect than give up 2 firsts, I'm taking it.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
So you're saying it looks like this. You're saying it's either D'Lo. I mean, you could probably flip D'Lo for something, right? So this.
Surely. Think you could.
100K difference. Crazy.
I think it makes sense for them to send D'Lo out more than it would.
D'Lo to Orlando.
Yeah.
Okay.
For like a second into cap space, we save a ton of space. I mean, we could just give them D'Lo for all I care.
I feel like you'd be able to get something off of them, though.
Just saying, like, worst case scenario, we'll just give them away and we save all that cap.
Like, would they give up a first for him?
I don't know about a first, but I think you can get something. Maybe Jet Howard or something. I don't know.
Wait. We're cooking. Oh, we're cooking.
Rui Hachimura, Austin Reeves, and 2 first picks for Jerami Grant. I don't think we're getting Austin Reeves. Austin Reeves is not.
No, they're not trading him. Bro, give me this right now.
Jet Howard, connect plus connect.
Crush.
Maybe.
Little CBA quiz for you. This trade on the screen right now. What's our trade exception that we get out of this?
Let's see. It would be like, hold on. Wouldn't it be like 20 something million trade exception?
More.
Yeah,
So
like 20 over like 26 or something like that, right?
no. So here's how it works. Robert Williams matches Gabe Vincent.
Right.
Portland has a trade exception big enough for Jet Howard.
Oh, okay.
So they're trading Jerami for nothing. So they get a $29.7 million trade exception.
Wow.
Also, even if they don't have a trade exception for Jet Howard, when you push through trades to the league office, you can like word them as separately, basically like separate parts of the deal. So Portland would put through this call, even if they didn't have a trade exception for Jet Howard, and say, we're trading Robert Williams for Gabe Vincent and Jet Howard, since Robert Williams matches Gabe Vincent and Jet Howard. And then they'd say, we're trading Jerami Grant for nothing, and they would get a $29.7 million trade exception. So I don't even think we need to use the trade exception on Jet Howard there. That's how teams can like manufacture just giant trade exceptions. We get a $29.7 million trade exception. We'd have a full mid-level exception in play if we really wanted to put it in play. We get a shooter, bench shooter, like just kind of a throw-in Jet Howard and the 2 firsts. I mean, this is about as good as I could expect from a Jerami Grant trade.
That'd be awesome.
I just don't know what the protections are on these picks. Question is, would you rather get one unprotected pick or 2 top 8 protected picks from the Lakers?
I'd rather get one unprotected, to be honest.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I wonder if maybe it's something where if Portland can get back something for D'Angelo Russell or Rui, maybe they'd be willing to take back one unprotected pick.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Eric, do you see this? Did you like this trade?
Yeah, I love this trade. The problem is, since it's 29 and 31, you can't really protect picks. It would be like a 1 year, you get it or not get it.
Yeah,
and I hate that. So
I mean, basically, since they have their second in 2031, right? Or
it'd be their second instead.
If it's basically like this: if you top 4 protect a 2031 first round pick, and then if it's top 4, it turns into a second. You're basically getting a pick between 5 and 34. Mm-hmm. Because if it falls in the top 4 protected range, their second round pick is going to be very good. It's going to be like between 31 and 34.
Yeah.
Ultimately, though, give me Dalton Connect, please.
Yeah, they don't even have him on there yet.
I asked Crushables this, Eric. With those picks, would you rather get 2 picks that are top 8 protected from the Lakers, or 1 pick that is unprotected?
I'd rather have both protected.
Yeah, Crushables said one. Or both unprotected? Oh, the one unprotected?
I didn't know I could answer it like that.
I like what Aeromancer is saying. If it's protected, if it doesn't convey in 2029, then the 2031 becomes unprotected or something. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I agree. Dalton Connect, man, instead of one of the first. Like, maybe you can get an unprotected first and Dalton Connect.
That's a home run.
I'm dreaming. I like that is very optimistic. I just like, especially if you're giving up D'Lo or Rui. It's just the fact that you could potentially get D'Lo or Rui with 2 firsts is really good value. Mm-hmm. If we get that, I am doing backflips. Well, I'd break my neck, but figuratively.
Who else could the Lakers, in theory, trade for anyway? Because DeJounte Murray was like the obvious one, and he's gone. I don't think they're going to go for Trae Young, but never rule out anything LeBron would want to do, I guess. And Atlanta is probably not going to trade him because they don't have their picks. So, like, is Jerami Grant their best option, or am I just, like, completely forgetting about somebody?
Eric, do you have any names of mine?
They get Kuz back, I guess.
Kuz is another one, yeah. Well, they can get Klay regardless. Can we get Bronny back in a trade? Imagine that was the hold up. We want Bronny.
Okay, time to change the title. Lakers.
It makes me feel a little bit more confident in Cronin as long as he doesn't cave. If he is telling the Lakers right now it's the 2 firsts or nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Playing hardball. I mean, we'll see if he can sell a piece for good value for once. Honestly, like, if he did something like that, it'd be his best 2 trades in one offseason, back to back. And they get the guy, like, that they wanted in the draft.
Maybe he's just developing as a GM.
Yeah.
Learning on the job.
We weren't patient enough, man.
Yeah, maybe, man.
I mean, yeah, the Norman Rocco trades are terrible, and then the Dame stuff is
when
just
he
BS.
started out of the gate.
But listen, it's like, he's going to be our GM, despite how we feel about the whole Dame thing, so we still want him to do well.
Right.
Like, I mean, if they do a trade like what I showed on screen, or maybe you substitute Dalton, connect him for one of those first, this offseason is an A.
Absolutely. Would be amazing.
I know I joined late, but did we already run through Simon's trades in the trade machine? It's just hard to find, like, a lot of Simon's trades or trades that make sense. I don't think he has much of a market. I think it makes more sense to trade Grant. And then you start Sharp at the 3 if you bring Ant back, and you start Avdia at the 4. Who is Podcast B sign with, you think? Sixers probably going to go down here in the next hour or 2. Still not sold on Denny, and I'm super not sold on Klingon, though I like Klingon in his breakdown and interviews. Why are you not sold on Denny?
That's funny. Yeah, I don't know why he wouldn't be sold on Denny. That's interesting.
But, yeah. Ant is not the Julio Rodriguez of the NBA. Come on. Julio
Seattle
Rodriguez has already
Mariner.
been a multi-time All-Star. And is younger than Ant. Did they talk about the new Jerami Grant Lakers rumor yet? Yes, we did. Landon like 5 minutes ago. Man, we'd be 60 shots in. PG says, how much are you buying into this Cronin not mentioning Anthony when talking about the future of the team? I am buying into it.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to it.
There is. I just don't know if the market is good enough for them to trade him.
And Grant to Sacramento is definitely still an interesting option. He would make sense for the Kings. It's just a matter of what would we get back. Because you're going to have to take Barnes' salary back in that trade.
Multigun said, just been watching various videos and breakdowns. Some Wizard podcasts felt like he was inconsistent, would show progress and then regress again, and thus felt like last year could be a fluke, etc. I mean, they're coping. They traded away a really good player. They're coping. He can play defense. He can pass. He can handle the three-point shot. Even if the three-point shot regresses, like, he did so many things well that even if 1 or 2 things regresses a little bit, he's still a bargain on that contract. And he's still 23. So, like, he's presumably going to keep improving.
Yeah, man, you got to look at the first stage. You got to look at how Wizards fans reacted when they first saw that. Most of them were pretty surprised and mad about him being moved. But then as you go through it, obviously you start to like sell yourself on it and like, make reasons why, that's why we traded him because of this, blah, blah, blah. Every fan base does that. With anybody.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I did a little bit with Klingon. Aeromancer,
Yeah.
Aeromancer says, do a Jerami Grant to the Kings mock trade in the machine. It'd be Harrison Barnes, Lyles, and 2 firsts starting in like 2027 because they've traded their 2025 first round pick away to I forget who has it.
Wait, who?
Sacramento.
Atlanta has it, I think. Or is it? Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Atlanta.
the Hawks. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I knew it was a team that we looked at recently because it's like top
For
12
the
protected.
Herder trade from the Herder trade.
Yeah, so it'd be 2027, 2029 first, or a first 2 years after the 2025 first conveys to Atlanta, and then another first 2 years after that first conveys, plus Harrison Barnes plus Trey Lyles.
Think about it this way, multi-gun. When Washington Commanders traded for Carson Wentz, I absolutely hated it at first, but then eventually I sold myself on it, and I ended up being right the whole time. So just think of the first initial reaction, and that's usually what's right. And the Wizards were upset, or Wizards fans were upset about trading Denny. So
yeah,
there's probably something good there.
Yep. Trust me, I wouldn't be telling you Denny Avdija is a really good pickup by Joe Cronin if I didn't have confidence in it. Oh, man, I am just fingers crossed. You know how happy I'd be to get Connect in a first back?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
I'd be happier than the Avdija trade, honestly. Just because I'm just a fan of Connect. And shooting-wise, like, on this team, you just got another defender playmaker. Like, he's just a good fit.
Tori, I have some extra brats if you want some.
Oh, yeah, let me just drive 45 minutes down there, and I'll see you soon.
No, AJ, it's not. You wouldn't slender Cronin for a month. You would actually have to become a crow nut if that happened. You'd have to put that in your bio.
I literally might have to go get food, which I'd be gone for like probably 15 minutes. I don't know.
All right.
Y'all could probably hold it down for 15 minutes, right?
Parker said you misspelled Tyus Jones.
Again? Why is it reverted back? I already fixed it like 3 times.
Tyus Jones. I needed a drink, so.
You just love him for being a fellow JUCO hooper and rising up. We do need his shooting, though. That's funny. He's good, man. He's good. And he just fits what we need. Connect unprotected first. Make it happen, Joe.
You're about to get a seafood and steak burrito.
Hell no. That sounds like,
Imagine.
that sounds like death.
It's not a Corona. It's a Mike's Hard Lemonade Green Apple, which is freaking good, but that's all I could find on short notice.
What's your address for Grubhub? Use some boneless wings with ketchup.
Yeah, Jetson, let me just tell you my address on stream. You ready? Write it down. Honestly,
I'm getting sloshed off one drink. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good call,
6'6" Eric Brandt is such a lightweight. Where's my McDonald's gift card that I still need to use that I got like 6 months ago? That's probably what I'm gonna do, and I'm probably gonna regret it. But
So you Outback Surf and Turf combo.
here, let me hold on. I'm going to do this.
Chipotle's still open.
Yes, it is.
Might be closed for me, but it might be open for y'all.
Okay, hold on. I'm setting up cameras. Because I'm starving. And I feel like if I leave, something will happen. I'm willing to make the sacrifice at this point.
Oh. They call me Juicy. You should go watch the stream where we fired Stotts if you think this is intoxicated.
They call me Juicy. What a name.
Multiple Erics.
Dude, I should just put like 5 Eric cameras just randomly placed all over the street.
That'd be fun.
No hoop hype. We have not done anything.
We've done nothing. The closest thing we've gotten to anything is Anthony Irwin tweets.
Yeah, at least it's something. Whoa, what did I move? Look, I did it. Kind of. Hold on.
Yeah.
Almost there.
PG wants tampering back because he was expecting a blow up in free agency started.
Bring back tampering. That's funny. Hey, wait, hold on. Chat, are you guys proud of how I fixed my internet?
I am proud.
Like, no lag all day, knock on wood, but just flawless. Flawless. I did it, finally.
That is awesome.
Yeah, it's... Thank goodness, because I didn't want to stress about that. It's very stressful. Did I get fiber? No, I just had him come out and... like replace a part that was really old, like before high-speed internet or something he was saying, and it melts in the summertime. So I think it melted when it was like 120 degrees here, when there was that heat dome a couple years ago, and like messed with the signal, because that's kind of around when it got really bad. So it sounded kind of weird, but it's been completely fine since. It lagged on draft night, but that was like my software crashing, not internet.
Trevin says it's gonna lag while you're gone and the stream will end.
Well, at least I wouldn't be here to stress about it, so I'll be back in I'll be back soon ish. Okay.
Alright. Okay.
What's up, Hoops Crush edition?
Yeah, let's get a Hoops Crush episode going.
Where's my gift card, man? My freaking McDonald's gift card.
OKC won the PG trade. Are you sure? I don't know if they did.
Still on.
Yes, I will mute myself. Goodbye.
That's not my camera. It's something that Tori left on the top of there.
Okay, I'll fix it. Hold on.
Oh, good. It doesn't.
I'm glad you love it, AJ.
Thank you to all for the love. Jerry Mate says, Eric, do you like steak and seafood? There's nothing better than steak and seafood. Yeah,
disgusting.
Steak and shrimp. Steak and shrimp are like the 2 best foods. What are you talking about, man?
You're drunk.
This is
the person with like the non-normal opinion is not like you're saying I'm drunk.
Hey, I've never been normal. I will never say that I'm normal.
No, I'm just
different.
saying like that. But that means you're drunk, not me.
No, I'm just different, and I'm proud of it.
Did you see that question from AJ?
Did you see the question from Robbie? Or not a question, but what Robbie said? Tori? Tori might be gone by now.
No, what'd he say? I'll leave after this. I know chat gets unhinged the second I leave because their supervision is gone.
You have to read that yourself.
They start misbehaving when I'm gone, man.
You have to read that one yourself.
Tori is going to Yeah, I'm not going to read that. That's crazy.
Well, that's not even...
stream, Tori?
It's the one above AJ's comment.
Wait, there's another one that's unhinged?
Tori's lying, and yeah, that one by Robbie.
Oh yeah, I'm just so bored with free agency.
We got an actual little bit of a bomb from Mark Stein.
Really?
Read it.
Clippers could emerge now as a suitor for Derek Jones Jr. Maybe not so much, but it's something.
That's
and
a grenade. AJ, that's not a bomb.
Yeah, that's true. I should have said that. And AJ, no, I would not hang up a Mr. Fogg poster. I have no idea where Mr. Fogg's even from. I don't even know, where you got that at. But no, I would not. Sorry.
Oh man. All right, I'm out for real.
There's a show called Smiling Friends, and this guy AJ is a 22-year-old man who's like obsessed with this frog from this show, and it's like really weird.
I would have never guessed AJ's 22. That's crazy.
Yeah, he acts like he's 12. We should drink Everclear on stream. Yeah. Although I do have some hard alcohol that's basically like 100 proof, but
I have some Fireball in my freezer.
For the record, there's nothing wrong if you like Smiling Friends. It's the level that AJ is obsessed with this frog from the show. Like he's like a part of his personality. Like, it's weird. I don't know.
Tori's secretly going to Red Lobster. They're closing, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Man, I don't think we're getting anything else tonight, sad as that is to say.
Oh, we're gonna get a Paul George signing with the Sixers.
You think that happens tonight?
Well, that tweet that you guys read,
Yeah, it did make it seem like it.
indicated that it looked like they were gonna offer him a 4-year max, and I'm sure he's gonna take it.
Yeah, that's true.
Because there's no other teams that can offer him that much outside of a sign and trade. So he'd be risking, or I guess Detroit could, but he's not going there.
Yeah.
So yeah, you'd be risking a sign and trade not working out, like he thought he was going to Golden State a couple days ago. So I would just take the money if I was him. I mean, I'm not guaranteeing that's what happens, but
Man, the Clippers are just kind of screwed now.
yeah. I mean, getting Derrick Jones Jr. That message they sent out about, oh, well, we now have salary cap flexibility. And
I didn't even read it all. Is that what they said?
Yeah, it's like it opens
God.
up salary cap possibilities. Basically just the MLE and the mid-level exception. So
Yeah.
they're basically trading Paul George for Derrick Jones Jr. if they sign.
We missed Paul. We're excited. And then we've now been afforded included greater flexibility. Yep. Kawhi's an all-NBA player, and we believe Tyler Rose is the best coach in the league. Oh, my. I still think their best chance of replacing Paul George would be DeRozan. And that's still not the same type of player at all, but it'd be like at least your best thing you could do, I think.
I agree. That's who my target for the MLE would be if I was them. You'd probably get away with it a little bit with Kawhi being a good defensive player, at least if he's healthy.
And then they're going to trade Russell Westbrook, it sounds like. So I was like concerned about Westbrook and
I couldn't believe he opted in.
I know, I couldn't
I
either.
thought for sure he was going to opt out.
That's crazy. People were wondering if he could go to the Suns, and I guess in theory they could trade Nasir Little to get Westbrook, right? I guess if the Clippers were desperate to get Westbrook off their team, they could do that and get Little back. But that's like all the Suns could really do, I think, to get Westbrook. Would be weird to see Westbrook and Durant on the same team again in Phoenix. Clippers will surprise people. 1.5-star players multiple good role players will be better than people think.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a lot of time to play without PG and Kawhi.
But that's you're banking on Kawhi being the one that carries you, and I think at this point Kawhi can't do that anymore. Just can't stay healthy.
Did you guys read off Lucas Debus's donation?
What was it? Something about Jerami Grant's trade, right?
Yeah. You guys
I read it off, but I didn't thank him or anything.
$5 rand donation. Thank you, Lucas. Rui Hachimura, Austin Reeves, and 2 first-round picks for Jerami Grant. Yeah, they're not giving up Austin Reeves, and they'd rather just
no way.
Yeah, they let Brandon Boston walk as well. Didn't offer him a qualifying offer.
Mm-hmm.
They do still have Harden. We signed him today. What? How long has it been since Shams tweeted?
Let's see.
Like 3 hours?
Yep, 3 hours.
Jeez.
Crazy.
Yeah, Landon, we just talked about that. Derrick Jones Jr. to the Clippers, possibly.
Any news on Spida? No.
Yeah, the thought was that he was going to sign an extension sometime soon, but who knows?
You know, another interesting team, because and it looks like Mitchell is going to stay. Like he's already having conversations with Kenny Atkinson. So, Garland then maybe becomes available then, right? So like you kind of have to wonder where Garland might end up.
Yeah. Would you call his bluff and just, since he's under contract for several years, just see if you can make it work, or would you actually trade him?
It depends what I'm getting back. Like if I'm not getting anything back that helps me compete around Mitchell, then I just keep him. But at the same time, they didn't look great together, or I don't know. They don't really, I don't know. But it's like, I don't know where he could go. I thought about Orlando, but I don't know if Orlando has, I mean, maybe they have a few things Cleveland could want, but obviously San Antonio's got their point guards now. That was the big rumor. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where Garland would go if he is traded. Utah, I guess, could be interesting. That's not a bad one if they want to compete with Markkanen. Although they, just drafted Collier. Not that they have to be committed to him, obviously, but yeah. Brooklyn, that'd be weird though. After going rebuild mode and getting Garland.
Yeah, but that could be.
I guess he would fit the timeline. Yeah, he would fit the timeline. DG for Ingram and Herb. I mean, they got DeJounte Murray. I guess in theory you could have a Garland Murray backcourt, but I don't know.
Antonio, I guess that could be true, but if it's not, please do not post fake signings in chat.
Just went back and read Dame's goodbye letter. Bad idea.
YZ says Clippers only have 13 million in cap space or something, right? They don't actually have cap space. It's just they opened up the full mid-level exception if Paul George walks. Jaden Cruz asks, will the team be able to announce the trade if a trade happens tonight, or would they have to wait until the 6th? Well, much like the Denny Abdia trade, we'd all know about it, but we wouldn't be able to. They wouldn't be able to talk about whatever players we acquired, like Denny Abdia, until the 6th. Kind of stupid, but.
Portland have any cap space to Denny trade? No.
They took some money off their cap to get out of the tax, but they still aren't anywhere close to being under the cap to have cap space. And they're not far enough under the tax to use anything. And they don't have any open roster spots. So combine.
Yeah, the only way we're going to see a Blazers transaction is a trade, more than likely. I can't see them signing somebody before they trade anyone. Klay to the Clips is also possible. Yeah, that is true. If I'm Klay, though, I think I'd rather go to Dallas or the Lakers than over to the Clippers.
Yeah, given their current states.
Yeah.
Can you get rid of Jerami Grant? I mean, we're not just going to get rid of him, but hopefully they trade him. Yeah, Kyle, we talked about that at length. But also, please don't mention the name of the person you mentioned earlier.
So Blazers fans are arguing the Denny trade makes a return for Dame look worse. What do you guys think? Oh, we got a signing from Shams. And it was the guy I just talked about. Did it automatically refresh on Tory's end? Nope. So Derek Jones Jr. has signed a 3-year, $30 million deal with the Los Angeles Clippers. So they got their Paul George replacement.
Wow. That means I don't think they can re-sign Paul George now.
Oh, they definitely can, probably.
So they put, that's kind of a weird pivot with the name still out there, but
Yeah, extremely strange. I mean, in theory, they could. I mean, can they still do a sign and trade with DeMar DeRozan or no?
they could. It just hard caps you, so I don't know how far they are under the first apron.
Well, Tory took the sacrifice we all needed, although it wasn't that big of a transaction, but we'll take it.
Matt Cardell, we've talked about that at length. The Mavs, it's going to be really hard for them to match salary on Grant anymore, and Thibault can't be traded him for another couple weeks anyway. It seems weird that Derek Jones would sign.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure I like that for either of them.
He
He got a bag, so
he probably could have gotten it. So I don't know. To me, Dallas picked Najee Marshall over him because that seemed like kind of an excuse.
Are you the one that read that somewhere about his situation?
Yeah, someone tweeted. I forgot who it was. Mark Stein.
Mark Stein tweeted it. Okay.
He just changed representation the last few days, and it messed up the negotiations, or they have to be approved, and it's a 2-week process or something. Kenji asked, so is Cooper Flight off the table entirely? Someone told me that today, but haven't looked into it yet. Why would anything in future be off? He's in the 2025 draft, so where any team that gets the first pick would have him next year. He might. Who knows what happens between now and then? There's a couple other really good players. Maybe they go number 1, so he might not even be the first pick next year. So, no. Matt Peralt says, "Can you trade Simons?" We're not the GM, so we.
I think Najee's an upgrade over Derek Jones Jr., says King Sam.
Yeah, they're kind of different players. Najee's not as good of a lob threat, and that was something that him and Luka had really good chemistry with. But yeah, you can argue some of the other stuff are similar. But so Elizabeth Allen says Dallas didn't make the choice here. In my opinion, Derek Jones did. So if Dallas was offering him 3 years, 30, he would have chose going to the Clippers over staying where he just had his most successful season as a pro. I don't understand that logic.
Yeah.
Yeah, David Hughes says Andrew Nicholson is finally off our cap sheet. Thank goodness. Thus ends the dreadful offseason of 2016. We're finally rid of it.
Man, Andrew Nicholson. I remember. The only reason I know of him is because of when I played my career on NBA 2K15 and I was on the Magic. It's crazy that he was still being paid. He never got picked up anywhere else, right? Why did he even get that extension in the first place?
Well, we stretched his contract over.
I know, but didn't Orlando give that to him?
I think it was Brook. Well, we traded it for it from Brooklyn. I don't remember how Brooklyn got it, but
Man.
when was the last time Blazers had actual cap space? Was pretty much 2016, but we technically did in what was that 2022?
Yeah, we had 60 million, remember?
But we had we used part of that to absorb with a trade exception Jerami Grant, and then the other we had cap holds on Dirk and Anthony Simons, who we both re-signed, so we didn't really have actual cap space.
And then we used it on Evan Turner back then.
Yeah, 2016 was the year the cap jumped way up, and that's why moving forward it can only go up like 10% a year. But a ton of teams had cap space. The Lakers gave a crap load of money to Timofey Mozgov and Luol Deng, and both of those ended up being horrible. The Blazers ended up they had a small cap hold on Alan Crabb and some of their other free agents, and ended up signing Evan Turner and Festus Ezeli with their cap space, and then giving huge contracts to Mo Harkless, Myers Leonard, and matching a big contract for Alan Crabb. And then so they had all of them except for Festus were 4-year deals. So they had just like a crap load of money on their books, all 4-year contracts with no opt-outs.
That was horrible times.
There was a lot of bad contracts around the league, though.
Yeah, very true.
Do you guys think PG will sign tonight? If he's going to Philly, I think he will. Especially now that he's for sure done in LA.
Eric, you good if I step away for a second?
Oh, of course.
All right, just making sure.
Yeah, Alex Wolf says NBA champion Timofey Mozgov. Yeah, I know. Oh. Whoa, Christian, mute. We can hear him. I should have muted his mic. Amateur mistake right there by Crushables, dude. No, I know someone who saw Timofey Mozgov in Vegas celebrating the championship afterwards. Pretty funny. Yeah, Aaron, we talked about that. In my opinion, it's good on Cronin for only accepting that trade if it's 2 firsts or a first and connect. So yeah, I agree with that. Hold out until they give it to him, and yeah. John Montgomery says, why do we want to trade Simons? That's a good question. I do not want to trade Anthony. He's my favorite Blazer. So yeah, I don't want to trade him, but a lot of people do. Has there ever been a situation where a team signs a coach to keep a free agent? I'm sure that's happened before. I'm sure that, well, LeBron probably has had some say, like in the JJ Redick thing. He's a free agent right now, so that's probably a part of it. Kenji says, I've been absent from the streams for a while now. How do you guys feel about Klingon? Tori has come around to really liking the Klingon pick. I am a little torn. I do think it's good that Portland didn't trade up or anything and Klingon fell to them. I don't think it was a bad pick at 7 by any stretch. I do see some of their vision, not necessarily that Ayton and him playing together part of it, but I do understand some of the stuff they think they're going to accomplish with Klingon. So I think there are some things they can do there. But in my opinion, it's going to be hard for a team that has a player like Scoot who, is going to live off of driving to the hoop and getting into the paint, having a big that's also kind of best in that same space. So I would have preferred a more athletic, switchable defender big and a little bit different offensive style than Klingon with Scoot. But I think, overall I can see it working, and hopefully I'm wrong, and that Klingon does make up for a lot of our problems. Someone is back. Oh, it's Brady. Hey, Brady.
What's up?
You didn't mute your mic. We heard everything you said.
There's definitely no way you heard anything.
No, I could hear you, but I couldn't really hear too much.
Oh,
I heard
really?
you yell something right when you left the room or something.
Yell?
Or
I
someone
didn't yell
yelled.
anything.
Oh, come on, chat. We all heard him, right?
I don't know what you're talking about. You heard us peeing? You heard me peeing, really? Damn. My bad.
What's up, Zachary?
No, Eric is lying.
Yeah, you said yo or something.
Yo.
What'd you say when you left the room?
I don't know. I went to go talk to my wife for a second. That was about it. Recording rebuilds during a stream crushes an addict. That's not even possible because my camera is in use.
Oh man, is the stream lagging?
Hope not.
Matt Peralt says, can we sign DeAndre Ayton to an extension? My question is, what would be the purpose of that, even if we could? He's going to ask for more money than he's already making. He already has a bad contract, and it's still for 2 more years. So why, even if we could, why would we want to?
You know, part of me would want to see your guys' reaction if we did extend it.
Let's just give him and Chauncey an extension.
Yeah, no, it would be interesting to see your guys' reaction, but after that, it would suck.
Codio says, what would it take for Dallas to get Grant? They're pretty much out on Grant. It's tough for them to match his salary now that they don't have Hardaway's contract and signed Najee Marshall, so they don't really have him enough room.
Gray, it was a Lakers reporter, it seems like. I don't know much about Anthony Ardwin, but it seems like he's plugged in with the Lakers. Lakers Insider is in his bio, and he has 28,000 followers. So Must be something.
Chris Haynes on Klay Thompson. If there's a front runner, I'm going to say it's Dallas Mavericks. We already knew that. I don't think he'd get an extension, AJ, regarding Chauncey, because he does have that team option next year. So I think worst case scenario, they would, if the Blazers, even if they wanted to keep him, they'd still pick up that option next year and then work on an extension for that season. But yeah. Yeah, you can change your name. I don't know how, Kenji, but you can change it. Sorry that we're using your name. What name would you like me to call you when I see her?
Is this another disaster class offseason by Rob Pelinka? I mean, free agency just started, so I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, I mean, getting Connect and Bronny, of course, if that means keeping LeBron, it's a good move. If they convince LeBron to take a little less to sign Klay Thompson or someone else, DeRozan or something, I think that's good as well. And then, I don't know. I think that's yet to be determined. But I talked about this earlier, but the Lakers didn't do anything. They sat on their team, thought they were good enough last offseason because they were in the conference finals. Ended up leading to a first-round exit this year after not doing anything again at the trade deadline. So I think that's why it's good that Cronin's asking for those 2 firsts, if that's what he's doing, because at some point the Lakers are going to start panicking and being like, we can't go a third trade window without adding a significant piece to a 40-year-old LeBron. So they're going to have to do something, and you are risking that they find another option that's similar to Grant. But I think as of right now, you just hope that they don't, and you hold out until they're willing to give you 2 good assets instead of 1.
I mean, it'd be really weird if Chauncey was doing the press conference and we just got rid of him. So I don't think that's going to happen, Matt.
Klay and get Defensive Player of the Year next season? No.
If Wemby didn't get it, Klingon's not getting it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, as long as I agree, PG, as long as he plays the 65-game minimum, I don't see how there's going to be many players that are going to be able to compete with Wemby for Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, Pat Mack, we've already read that off a couple times. Thank you, though. Until Wemby last year, it's pretty rare that a rookie gets like even defensive ball team props, so I'd be surprised if he's that good. Plus, there's a guy who only played like 22 minutes a game last season. I don't think he's going to play enough to really make a difference in terms of like all defensive team type numbers. But, the hope is in the future that he does. Caleb, I actually agree with you for once. Good job. He says Cronin is dumb for disrespecting Ant. I agree, man. Even if you're planning on trading him, I don't think it makes any sense to just start ignoring him as part of the core or whatever. when you were talking about him so highly as part of the core before.
You think Cronin's just bad with confrontation or something?
He's definitely not comfortable with press
Yeah.
conference. Terrible at press conference. The thing is, he's not a like Olshey was terrible too, but for like completely different reasons because he was such an a-hole.
Right.
So yeah. Yeah, the story was that LeBron called Klay the minute free agency opened, but I don't know if that's true or not.
If anything, if the Lakers don't get Klay, I wonder if that speeds up their desperation for Grant. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Do we know what LeBron thinks of Jerami? I have no clue what LeBron thinks of him.
He has talked highly of him in the past. The Nuggets and Lakers on the way to their title in the bubble met, and Jerami had a really good series, at least guarding LeBron, and LeBron had some good things to say about him there. I don't know about him playing with him though. But I mean, what better player are they going to get with those two picks?
Feels good to be in the position. I never would have thought Grant for the Lakers a few weeks ago, but it makes sense now.
I thought it always made sense.
I just didn't think Grant was a big enough name for LeBron.
But I mean, who else say it? Brandon Ingram back.
Do you like Ingram to Sacramento? I feel like that doesn't solve anything for them. I mean, I guess it gives them a third option, but like,
yeah. I mean, their defense is kind of weird anyway. I don't know. I don't really like it.
I don't either. Is it the opposite if they don't get Klay? What do you mean? That's kind of what I said. If they don't get Klay, that might make them desperate for Grant, potentially.
But even if they get Klay, you could still justify by like we could add two good players for the same thing we were going to give up anyway.
Yep. So no Simmons trade talk. Ben Simmons is not a commodity. Just kidding. I know you're talking about Simons. Nope, not at the moment.
Technically, Orlando, which has been the place most linked to Anthony, can still absorb his contract despite signing KCP, but it's yet to be determined if they're even trying to or not.
Who gets traded first, Williams, Ayton, or Grant? Considering there's no rumors on Williams, not that he should have a market, but if I had to guess, maybe be Grant.
Yeah, I think it's Grant as well. Does the Chris Paul move remind anyone of Andre Miller's days with Portland? I don't know, because they're not really similar players. But I think, I mean, we were pretty good when we signed, because we had Roy and Aldridge and all that stuff. So we were decent when we signed Andre Miller. The Spurs are the second worst team in the West. How do you guys feel about Caleb Houston in an ant trade? Would he be on the table? I'm sure he would be on the table. I just don't think he matters like he's in he hasn't proven anything so far in his 2 years in the league, and I don't. I'd rather take a chance on Jet Howard if I could than Caleb Houston.
Remember when we wanted to do a CJ for Ben swap?
I never liked Ben Simmons as a trade partner. Maybe if you could have gotten him straight up, but yeah, it was like CJ and a couple firsts for Ben.
Yeah,
Simmons.
they wanted too much, but I'm not gonna lie. At the time, I did kind of like the idea of that trade, but I'm really glad we never did. Because Ben Simmons obviously went downhill like crazy.
Yeah, Caleb Canals is still coaching. I forget where he is, Gray, but I think he actually went to like an international place or something.
Warriors needed a lot more than just size. They need a lot of things. Someone in my chat was telling me that it's probably unpopular, but they would trade Stephen Curry at the state of the where the Warriors are at. Like, but yeah, then you'd have to like tell your fan base you traded Stephen Curry. I don't know how well that would go.
Plus, I think they've traded several of their picks coming up too. So
yeah, that's true.
That's why like it doesn't make sense for like we talked about Atlanta blowing it up completely, and then there was another team that people were talking about. Oh, the Clippers. Yeah, they're screwed. So that makes no sense for them either.
Yep.
Dude. I don't care if you suck for the next 5 years and he never does anything again. I think some players have earned the right to
stay. Yeah, like Steph.
And whatever. Yeah, so I think Steph should be there. Kind of similar to Dirk. Dirk, I don't think after the championship, they even make it past the first round once after the championship.
The Warriors?
The Dallas Mavericks in 2011.
Oh, yeah.
I think they were like a first round exit team like every year for the rest of Nowitzki's career, but you still need to roll with them, I think. Yeah.
I still remember when they got Rondo and he like gave up on them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what the driest day ever, man.
Have you ever heard the story about Milwaukee trading for Andrew Bogut?
I feel like I have, but I can't think of it right now.
So the Warriors famously had the Monte Ellis, Steph Curry backcourt.
Right.
And Steph Curry had all kinds of ankle issues in his first few years. And so like when he had his MVP seasons and stuff and broke out, it was kind of surprising because people thought he was a good player, but he could never stay healthy.
And they tried to trade him for Bogut, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, so the story goes that they first offered Steph for Bogut, and Milwaukee turned him down and wanted Monte Ellis instead. So
yeah, that's pretty crazy to think about.
Yeah.
Just like when the Wolves wanted, or weren't there wasn't a big what if of Klay for Kevin Love once too, right?
Yeah. What happened there was that's when they hired Jerry West, RIP. So Jerry West was like a very well-respected front office guy, had obviously done some stuff with the Lakers and the Grizzlies, was responsible for their big run. But then he went to Golden State as like a consultant or something, and he basically told them that they're stupid if they trade Klay.
Right.
And so they kept him. Yeah.
Well, I guess he was right. Dan Feldman just tweeted 30 minutes ago, Andrew Nicholson, who hasn't played in NBA in 7 years, now off the Trailblazers cap sheet.
Yeah. Turtle, please only put trade idea or whatever. You confuse people. But I do not see the Jazz doing that kind of trade.
Getting lower market would be kind of weird for us right now anyway. Not that lower market is not good, but we'd have to pay him like next year. Not sure that's smart for us right now.
Gray, please don't post things that were from a long time ago. It makes it seem like it's a new tweet. Thank you. We've already joked about Andrew Nicholson plenty of times this stream as well. What do you think about Wiggins and Moody package for Jared Allen? Seems weird.
Who's going to stop the Celtics? The Knicks. The Knicks feel like the biggest threat to them right now, until I see otherwise from the Bucks.
Yeah, I heard your conversation with Tori earlier. I think I like the 76ers matching up with them if they're healthy, but that's a huge if.
Yeah.
Devin, yeah, I don't know. It's to me, you asked for 2 out of the 3 of Connect and 2 first. If you can't get Connect, that's fine as long as you get the 2 first. If you get Connect, then I would only ask for 1 first. But
Trevin, you're absolutely right. A lot of the things we are being brought up are stuff we already talked about. So
got a ton of snails in chat. Right?
Yeah, a ton of snails.
Like our OS recap and everything. Speaking of which, just got off work, says Max. Anything crazy happened today? Definitely nothing crazy for the Blazers. Absolutely nothing happened. In terms of the NBA, Paul George is officially done with the Clippers. He cannot go back there and is moving on. He's in a meeting as we speak with Philly. So we're hoping to hear something about that right now. And then, I mean, that was really the only super major thing. Dallas moved on from Derek Jones by signing Najee Marshall. Derek Jones then signed with the Clippers. Harden re-signed with the Clippers. Yeah.
Memphis is in the Western Conference.
How dare you call Moses nothing? Well, what happened with Moses today, G. Willikers? Alex Wolf, would I take Jalen Hood-Schifino in? Says Eric, would you take Jalen Hood-Schifino instead of a pick? No. I would take Jalen Hood-Schifino, sure, but he does not have first-round pick value, despite being a first-round pick value. That'd be like
Keon Johnson
saying like Okafor would be worth a first right now. Alex Wolf, not Okafor, Okoro. What other options are there for trading Grant besides LA right now? That's the Mavs are pretty much out on Grant, so there's no real. I don't know. There's nothing. I mean, we can speculate on teams like Philly, if they don't get Paul George, or maybe they find a way to get him even if they do. Sacramento is in the market for a forward. I don't know what they feel like for Grant, but they've been in on Ingram and Kuzma potentially. That's a demon face. Jeez. So yeah.
What's good? What's good? What'd I miss?
You missed one signing.
Derek Jones Jr., yeah. I didn't want to... Oh, you know what I have to do? Okay, in honor of Derek Jones Jr., all right? Let's see if I can land it. Damn! Didn't land it. That's tragic.
Secular Monk, who is saying that? Someone confirmed that just happened?
Tori's sudden appearance scared me. That was the goal. I was trying to wake you up. Yeah, it helps if you guys say like who reports stuff too.
Paul George has not officially signed with the 76ers. Obviously looks like he's going there, but nothing official yet. Why are we going for Derek freaking Jones? Tory 2020.
Did you ever see that clip of the hat
Derek
toss?
Jones Jr. He's terrible at defense.
I don't know if I have seen that.
I don't know why I thought he was bad at defense.
He was like a top 5 perimeter defender. Like,
I know.
Analytically that year.
I just didn't pay attention to him.
We're going on 7 hours of streaming.
We have no freaking assets.
Dude, I got a bunch of soundboard like stuff from streams like those in our Discord. Chat, join the Discord if you haven't. Go ahead.
That was from the stream when New Orleans won the play-in game over the Clippers to make the playoffs. That was where a lot of those quotes came from.
Dude, I could actually join our VC and actually play them. Yeah, we got a lot of good ones. Arrow, get out of here, bro.
We don't got no assets.
You were not supposed to join at the same time as me, bro. I hop in and half a second later, Arrow's there. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wait, which one was the Derek Jones Jr.? Here we go.
He's a terrible fit here, man.
Yeah, that's a classic right there. Tori's worst take was when we thought trading Derek Jones Jr. first was a great trade. I mean, Derek Jones Jr. was really good the year before.
And for the record, it hasn't been a first yet. Could still be seconds with the way we're going.
Another thing we talked about, but it was only for a brief second. I just said I kind of would want to see you guys' reaction if we extended Hayden.
Yeah, you draft Klingon 7, immediately extend Ayton.
If we gave him like an $80 million 2-year extension or something, his contract was twice as bad.
Stop, bro. Fuck that. Oh.
That'd be pretty crazy.
Hell no.
Landon says only legends remember the 20-minute long Eric solo stream after the Norm trade. Oh, that was... Yeah, I did 2 streams on my just my personal YouTube page.
Because you can log in, yeah.
I couldn't log in, I couldn't get a hold of Tori, so I just went live on there and tweeted it out or whatever. But yeah. There was 2 videos on there. I don't even think that one's on there. And I don't think it was the Norm trade, I think it was the Larry Nance Jr. trade. And then
What do you mean the Larry Nance? Oh, when we traded for him?
Yeah.
Oh. Gotcha.
You were that mad?
No, I wasn't mad at that trade. I was.
Oh.
He's talking about the Norm Powell trade. I was mad at that.
Oh, yeah, well, rightfully so.
I think those are two different streams, but maybe I'm wrong.
Alex wants to know if those are still up.
I think one of them is. I think the other one was when Neil got fired, and I went live or something because I couldn't get a hold of you.
Oh man.
Rui, Vander, and all your picks. What? Talking about to the Lakers or to us?
Yeah, he's a Blazer fan, so it'd be.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
The best stream ever was after we lost the Pelicans pick because I lost my voice cussing out my TV. Losing that pick was miserable. I used to be like yell at the TV. I'm a lot better now, but I lost my voice before the stream even started. Just I was so freaking mad. So I sounded just different. It made the stream better, I think.
I absolutely love Rich's impression of that stream. We are so cooked, Eric. We have no assets.
Oh man. Yeah, let me find the link to that stream. I'll put it in chat. But don't turn off this stream if you're gonna watch that stream. Get a second device. We need our viewership numbers, you know.
Trevin says the Nance Jr. and Olshey ones are still there. Maybe the Norm one I was able to go live on ours, and then we did one with you later. Maybe.
Pelicans, Clippers, Uprise is what I'm gonna search. Yep, there we go.
Did a
The Droopy
lead guard.
Nosebug stream was epic too. Yeah. What you know about the Droopy Nosebug Crushables?
That thing was freaky, bro. That thing was scary, man.
Quickly replace bland, boring
Sorry, can you believe
backgrounds
we've
using
been doing this for
Photoshop.
5 years?
What's up?
Can you believe I've been doing this for 5 years?
I know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Sometimes it feels like longer, sometimes it feels like a lot shorter. I'm just so comfortable on the mic now, it's hard to remember when I wasn't.
That next season when we had the stoppage, and then we had the
Yeah. Me and my girlfriend of like 4 years broke up right at the start of COVID and the channel died at the same time and I had no sports. Yeah, that was a great time, dude.
Oh man, that sucks.
That was No, it's all good. It was character building. It was character building. No, that was awful. Oh my goodness, that was brutal. Shout out to anyone that watched back then.
The bubble was kind of fun though, like games all day.
Yeah.
Weird times. According to Utility Sports, PG is signing with the 76ers.
Why do you
Utility
use like
Sports?
that's a YouTuber, I think,
Yeah,
that
that is
people
a
reference.
YouTuber.
Like, why
That
would you
is
use him
not-
as your main source?
That is not a main source right there.
That's a clickbait
That's a reaction
title. Absolutely,
channel.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's...
Oh yeah. That.
Go ahead.
I would say, David, you reminds me of that Norm one. I was all pissed off trying to call you over and over again on the stream, and you weren't answering.
Nah, I don't want to wake up.
Yeah, you smartly you needed an extra half an hour of peace before you got the worst news ever.
Dude, like when I saw the trade, it was just so surreal to see what we traded them for. It was crazy.
I've told this many times, when I was dropping my daughter off and I got a text from Reese with the tweet in it, and I looked and I saw Norman Powell got traded for like Eric Bledsoe, Keon Johnson, and whatever. And I was like, dude, that's a horrible trade. Why did we trade Norm for that? And then so I dropped my daughter off. I get in the car and I'm like, maybe I reread the tweet wrong. Let me read it. And I'm like, Robert Covington was in the trade too? What the frick? Like, it got worse. Like, I was thinking, oh, maybe I got it wrong and it's better than it looks, and it got worse.
Oh man, that was something else, bro. Because it was like hopeful, like okay, maybe Cronin can be better than Olshey. Who knows, right? And then those dreams were shattered so fast. Like nope, no way.
Yeah,
But this
some of his trades have
offseason-
been horrible, but he's done good so far this offseason.
Eric, we were too hard on Cronin. He just needed time to develop.
Yeah, exactly.
He like basically was like a 19-year-old 3 years ago. Now he's 22.
Just like you preach patience with Scoot, you gotta be patient with Joe.
All the cronies are going to be flexing
He
his
was-
most improved GM votes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he got one. It could have totally been himself voting.
I know. There's seriously cronies that still reference that. He got Executive of the Year votes. Like, yeah, what the hell are we talking about?
Lakers fans seem they can get both Ant and Grant. That's the least shocking thing I've heard. They're pretty delusional.
Process says if you set an incredibly low bar, it's easy to improve. Yeah.
Dude, if he pulls off the Lakers trade where he gets like Russell or Rui and then 2 firsts or like a first and connect, especially if one of the firsts is unprotected, I might be a crony.
Yeah, you might have to put it in your bio.
Dang,
Hopefully we
AJ
get fleeced.
AJ just exposed himself for not watching my cat video. Dang, man. I'm so
AJ
sad.
exposed himself? Whoa.
Yeah.
AJ,
sad.
but in AJ's defense, he will read or listen and still ask that question.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. He doesn't comprehend stuff very well.
Damn.
but
Getting
yeah.
fleeced better than being a Cronin fan? I don't know. I'm kind of struggling with that right now.
But no, Bledsoe is on our cap sheet for this year and next year.
Yeah.
I'll never
1.3
forgive
million.
him for the Dame stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Never gonna like him personally for that, but you know, we have to root for him because he's the one running things.
It almost feels like they were just like wanting someone who would take the fall for all that, you know?
Yeah, I guess so.
How much y'all staying live for? Till like 10 p.m. tomorrow.
Damn.
I can't. But you can.
I can't. I can't. I need sleep. My temples are starting to twitch again, so.
Yeah, Allison, there is. I did it on my channel before Tori woke up. There's been several times where something happens and I can't get a hold of Tori. But you did answer that when I called you at like 7:15 for the frickin' CJ
I
trade.
didn't want to, dude. Oh my god. That was brutal. I feel like we're getting to trade at like 7 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Although at least to be before I have to do anything. What do you think the timeline on this Grant deal, if he gets traded to the Lakers, looks like? When do you think it happens? Compared to
think it
like
would-
other moves they're pursuing, like after Klay signs with Dallas, or what?
I think it'd be relatively quick because I don't think the Lakers want to wait very long. So
But do you think they're willing to give that up if they strike out on Klay?
I once again, I don't think it matters. I think you could justify going all in more, even if you had Klay, because then you have 2 good players instead of 1. But I don't know. Maybe it depends on who they use their MLE for. If it's not Klay, because if they got a similar player to Grant, then maybe they wouldn't need it.
God, give me Lakers picks. Give me the Lakers picks. If we got a 2029 Laker first, unprotected, we would have a
4
2020
2029 picks, damn.
No, 3. We'd have
No,
a
3. 'cause we
2029.
gave up.
Oh yeah, because obviously traded one of them, yeah.
We'd have a 2029, hopefully unprotected Lakers pick, We would have a 2029 unprotected best of Portland, Boston, Milwaukee, and we'd have a 2029 worst of Portland, Boston, Milwaukee. Essentially. Man. We could cook that offseason.
No kidding.
Bro, my 3-year-old son is going to be so happy.
Oh, yeah? You're going to have a kid by then?
Yeah. Yeah. Probably. You inspire me, Crush, so.
All right.
I can't be 30 and childless, so I don't got much time left. The 2029 draft is going to be so damn good. At least that's what I'm telling myself. Bro, could you imagine having, like, Lakers unprotected and then the best of Boston, Portland, Milwaukee, and let's say Milwaukee sucks and the Lakers suck, and having, like, a pick with, like, 5th best odds and a pick with 7th best odds? And then
that'd be pretty exciting. Or we get, like, number 1 best odds and fall to 5 like Detroit always does.
Dude, I wonder if there will ever be a team that, like, has 2 unprotected firsts that become 1 and 2.
That would be crazy.
That would be wild. That'd be wild. After 3, you already know.
I've seen it a few times happen in 2K with the Thunder's picks.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It would probably be the Thunder. Oh, my goodness. That's the good thing about the new CBA, though. If the Thunder, like, get completely loaded, they're going to have to give up someone, probably, just because of the payroll.
Right.
Would get loaded. So...
Not our Zachary, but a different Zach says, can't wait to hear that the deals just weren't there, quote from Crow.
So the Dame return is essentially 1 pick, 2 swaps, Denny and Robert Williams? Correct. It's like 1 first that's the best of 2 first, though.
Yeah, 2029 is really what's going to determine the Dame trade. Although we have like 2030, right? Like a 2030 swap. Yeah.
No, David, that 2029 Lakers first wouldn't get included in that. It would be separate.
Because, yeah, it's not this whatever the second best pick we have. It's the best of the 3 that we had at the time. But if we add 2029s, it wouldn't count towards that. So, in theory, we could get picks 1, 2, and 3 and give them 2 or 3, depending on where the Lakers pick fell.
Gabriel says, you guys been outside at all today. Here's your answer, brother.
I never touch grass.
I only touch food.
I've been outside today. I have not actually been outside today, but I'm outside every other day. So
Eric, go outside, pick a piece of grass, bring it inside to show everyone what it looks like.
I was outside because I took my kids to my mom's house. That's about it. But yeah, I've been really slacking on doing anything other than just focusing on the channel and NBA stuff because of everything that's been going on. So I'm kind of excited for it to potentially slow down so I can start focusing on some life things again.
Marcy, why would you put that in our chat?
What I miss? I gotta turn on live chat, not top chat.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, yeah. Why? Yeah. Notice how his feed is not on the screen. So we don't need it in the.
Also,
if you're new to the channel, we are not a fan of that guy. So, yeah.
Also, I had a video where I talked about that last weekend, so I don't know why this is new information for everyone.
Well, you just need more Twitter followers, Eric. If only you had clout on Twitter.
You caught him, Chris.
We need to work on your clout.
No, Eric's got plenty. He literally was featured on House of Highlights, wasn't he? Was it House of Highlights or what was it?
Yeah, it was House of Highlights.
Yeah.
But you can't compete with 16K followers.
Yeah.
So
Is that how many you have?
I wish. I wish.
I have like 1,000 something. 1,100 on Twitter.
You got like 43K on YouTube though, so it's better than Twitter followers.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe I'll bring you sponsors in the future. We'll see. We will see.
Sounds
I
good
will
because
try.
I might be getting rid of one of mine.
Which one? Or are you not allowed to speak on it?
No, I can speak on it. Prize Picks. They limited me on their app, so it kind of like sours me. It makes me kind of sour and wanting to even play on it anymore.
Yeah.
How do they limit you?
So their app kind of like, I've been playing Prize Picks for a long time, but their promos was like the only good thing about their app, and it used to be you could play at least like 25, but now I can only play 5, so it kind of makes me mad.
Is that an affiliate or is that a flat rate plus CPA?
Flat rate. I'd get 50 every time someone used my code.
On top of the flat rate?
No, just 50.
Oh, so it's
that's
just
all.
affiliate then.
Yeah, affiliate, yeah.
Yeah. Got you. Affiliates, I can't stand affiliates. Damn, Tori about to get in trouble. How? In what way? For what? Why? Yeah, I don't like affiliate stuff, man. It's
Yeah, that's all I have right now is affiliate stuff.
yeah.
But I have an interview tomorrow with something, so that should be interesting.
Underdog?
No, it's with OzJam.
Oh yeah, we've done some work with them before, so hopefully that goes well.
Yeah.
If they don't offer flat rate, let me know.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know
Gotcha.
exactly what it's going to entail, but they said they were hiring, so. And I play on something. I use a tool that's very similar to OzJam, so I figured might as well.
You know what's funny is I used to talk all the time to my streams, to my community about like wanting to start a creator network, and now it's like I am basically a part owner of one, and I never talk about it. It's always a little different when it's a dream, and then when it actually happens, then it's just a lot of work. But this has just been hectic with that for the past month. So you said you're ready for things to die down so you can get to live stuff. It was like crazy the last month with the draft ramping up, dude. And then I spent like another Sunday editing for a friend of mine for like 14 hours straight. He's a college football YouTuber. His name is Scott Fisher.
Damn.
Just because I needed, a little bit of money. So I legitimately have not taken a day off because building the graphics is a lot. So I've been working on stuff for like 3 weeks. It's been brutal, but it's been fun. Yeah. It's been good. And then it's like, oh, of course the free agency streams on a Sunday.
Right.
True Blazer fan? Yeah, I used to collab with True Blazer. He doesn't do videos anymore, I don't think. We kind of had a little bit of a falling out. Jerry, there's a chance you've watched one of my edits then.
Do you think we'd get a couple first from Miami if we trade Grant Matisse for Rozier and Robinson? I just can't see us doing business with Miami.
Yeah.
And I don't think those salaries would match anyway.
I don't think Burt Cold would let Joe Cronin do business with Miami.
Yeah, probably not.
Thanks, Slim. Appreciate you. Zach, I think that's possible, but I still think we're like bottom 2 to 3 team in the West.
I think we'll be more fun to watch this year.
Yeah. Hopefully. If we trade Grant and get Connect, hell yeah.
Oh,
Bro.
hell yeah.
Connect is fun, man. Like, do you ever miss being allowed to post Blazer highlights, or do you not care? I mean, that wasn't my channel. That was like a highlights channel in the first place, but I don't know. I post other clips now. I've started putting a lot more into my videos, like clip-wise, that just aren't TV clips. I did the Scoop film study. I plan on doing like some film study stuff in July and August on players. They were originally supposed to be player reviews, but they were a lot of work and I didn't have time to get around to it. So that's going to serve for off-season content. There should be more like after Summer League before the start of the season.
What the hell?
Does Crushable smoke blunts?
No, not really.
Not really. Oh. That was a surprising answer.
Not really.
No, I do not partake.
So then what did not really mean?
Because I have done it in the past, but
yeah, I think we're asking if you actively smoke blunts.
No.
Because I've smoked weed twice in the past, and it was like high school, college. So I don't.
Go ahead, Aeromancer, because I don't live in Oklahoma. So I'm chilling over here. But yeah, I've done it a few times.
I thought you did live in Oklahoma.
No.
Where do you live then?
Kansas.
Oh yeah, you're Kansas.
You
same
just
thing.
let it. Shouldn't have said that.
Now they can call the Kansas police.
Yeah.
Man.
How can I stop my binge eating of Cheez-Its, bro? Dude, that used to be a weakness of mine too. Just don't keep them in the house.
What's the latest time something's happened in free agency? I'm gonna go back and look through previous streams.
I bet it's pretty late.
Yeah, but normally there's
Player at least.
Whoops, I'm playing this stream on accident. Normally there's a little bit more lead up into it though. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know, let's look at 2023. We'd be lucky to get.
What led you being a fan of the Blazers? Like right around the time I was getting into watching other people's rebuilds in 2K, and then one of the first games, my dad was a Blazers fan, and one of the first games I watched was Damian Lillard and against the Rockets, I remember, on regular season. And I don't know, it just kind of all like happened at once, but Damian Lillard became a huge reason for that.
Oh yeah, I'm going back and looking through the stream for when it started, and I see my old like free agency intro. Did you ever see that? Crushables?
Yeah, I
so
think I
proud of
remember it. It was really cool, right? It was a very cinematic. Yeah, I remember
was
that.
Proud of that. I have like no idea what I'm doing with cinematics like that. I was pretty proud of that one though. All right, so we're like 10 o'clock, so we're like 7:48. This is about the time we ended it last year. Yeah, Desmond Bane 5-year extension this time last year, like, and there was like nothing before that for an hour. Which this year the Desmond Bane extension would have happened before. Van Vliet rumors. There wasn't a single trade today, huh?
No. I'm surprised by that. Well, it is midnight for me, so I might sign off there, unfortunately, because I might still have to do a video also.
Yeah.
But hopefully me getting off means things will start popping off.
Probably.
Yeah. So.
That's how it goes. All right, bro.
But yeah, it was fun, man. I appreciate you guys for inviting me on.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. We needed the extra
Nice
person.
hanging out, Crushables. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Enjoy the rest of your guys' stream. I'll probably still be in chat potentially. And I'm not going to do that, Matt, I promise you. good things happen. Yeah, hopefully good things will happen when I get off. Maybe Grant gets traded as soon as I get off. That'd be pretty cool.
That would be pretty cool. All right,
It would suck, but yeah. Thank you guys. I will see you all later.
See
All
ya.
right, good night, Brady.
Night.
All right. When did the GP2 signing happen? Because I think we're getting close to when we shut this stream down.
Yeah. Was it this late, or was it only like 8:30 or something?
No, it was later than this.
Was it? I remember I signed off, went to McDonald's, came back, and we had signed Gary Payton.
Yeah. Gary Payton, yeah, that's what I thought. 10:34.
Oh, yeah.
So like this was about the time we signed off, and then immediately like.
Yeah.
I don't think anything else is happening tonight, though. If it does, we can always start back up the stream. I might stream a bit tomorrow.
Yeah. I won't be home till later in the afternoon. So
Yeah.
I can maybe call in.
Just if anything happens, even if it's like Klay related, I might try and stream and work around it. Is kind of where I'm at. Oh man, my neck is killing me though. For real. Yeah, my neck's starting to cramp. It's rough right now. I'm down to stream like tomorrow night though. Tomorrow evening, assuming things are happening. Go live a little bit earlier, maybe 6, 7, who knows. And just kind of doing a bridged free agency stream kind of like this and just wait for stuff to happen.
Instead of our live show.
Yeah, it'll basically be our live
Monday.
show. But I think stuff's going to pop off in the morning, so I'll probably try and stream. Maybe if Crush is available, get him on. We'll see. It's surprising, man. Like, not much happened today. Not much happened today. The list on the left, I barely had to whittle down. You still got Hartenstein out there, still got Klay out there, still got Caleb Martin out there. Tyus Jones.
Oh, yeah, take Derek Jones off.
Yeah,
Do
I gotta
that
take
quick
Derek
before we get
Jones Jr. off. You said do that quick? Quit?
Before we go off.
Yeah. Who do I replace him with, though?
Who's...
Markel Fultz. Luke Kennard. Nick Batum. Jalen Smith.
I said Jalen Smith.
I agree.
Have some fun.
I agree. Of course, if they do
No.
something in like 15 minutes, we will go live again.
If I wake up.
Keep your ringer on.
I always do.
I'll keep mine on if they do something at 6 a.m.
Well, I'll be up at 6 a.m.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'll be ready for Cronin to throw us a wrench at like 6 a.m. Because he's probably already asleep. Alright, let me update this really quick. So, as we wrap up the stream, basically, there's legitimate talks between the Lakers and the Blazers regarding Jerami Grant. The Blazers are holding out for 2 first-round picks worth of value on top of salary matchers that would include either D'Angelo Russell or Rui Hachimura, with Gabe Vincent included. That's what we're rooting for. Maybe it's not 2 firsts. Maybe it's a first and Dalton Connect. Maybe it's Hachimura or D'Angelo Russell to a third team that gives up a first. Who knows? But the Lakers are going after other things right now, but it sounds like this potential trade has serious traction. Sounds like the Lakers are a little hesitant to give up 2 first-round picks, 2 future firsts, but Portland might be playing hardball with them, which is the way you got to go when you got Jerami Grant and they want him. So we'll see if this develops into anything. We'll see if we hear anything about Anthony Simons, because I kind of want to hear a public rumor about him. Don't know what the market is for him, though. Is there anything else to kind of recap as we end this stream, Eric?
Well, Klay Thompson out there is seemingly the big one right now. what happens with him. It looks like he's going to sign with Dallas. If that becomes official, it'll probably speed up the Laker talks for other players. So we'll see what effect that has.
Yep. And then Paul George likely going to the Sixers. With that being said, that's a wrap for this free agency stream. Uneventful free agency, but it's been a fun stream. Thank you for tuning in. Leave a like on it. Thank you to everyone who donated. And make sure you hit that subscribe button. We'll cover the rest of free agency in upcoming days. And then we will cover Summer League as well. And then we'll have video content and streams still through August, September. And then once the season gets going, we'll have post-game shows again. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what other trades the Blazers have to make. If they do make a trade, we'll go live as soon as we possibly can. So make sure you subscribe and hit that bell icon for notifications when we post a video or go live. And shout out to Crushables. Shout out to Brady for joining us for a while there. Made it a lot easier. And I finally got to eat because I hadn't eaten all day. It's been a grind, man. It's been a grind.
Real quick, Wes Davison says, I wonder what Philly's waiting on with Maxey. They have a small cap hold on him because he was a late pick. So they are going to do all their moves and then sign Maxey. I'm sure they've already agreed to a contract. But it works for Maxey because he gets the most, both years and money from the 76ers. And it works for the 76ers because they can use their full amount of cap space and then still re-sign him to go over the cap.
Yep. That's where we're at right now. Thank you guys for tuning in. We will catch you tomorrow with a live stream at some time. We'll tweet out when it goes live. We'll also post on our Discord. You can join our Discord. And if you have notifications on, we also tag everybody in our Discord when we drop anything or go live. So anyway, we'll catch you guys later. Thank you for tuning in. Have a good rest of your night. And until next time, as always, peace out. Go Blazers.